I was getting ready to hear to cut the music. Can't hear it. Can't hear me? Having some technical difficulties. One, two, 1, 2. So it's the camera, the test is going good. You hear me now? Nah. Can't hear you. Oh, let me stop the music.
Yo.
I can hear you now.
Oh, yeah, I don't know what's going on, man. Shit bugging.
You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right.
You rushing, man. You gotta wait till I get in the building. Come on, man.
I just play the music.
No, I know what's their technical difficulties, man. I don't know what that, man. These phones do what they want, man.
It happened yesterday with Boss Man. It kept going in and out.
This shit bugging. What's good though, man? We here. The weekend is here.
Oh, it's a nice. Outside is nice. It's not hot, but it's nice.
Yeah, perfect weather. Yeah, crack the window. You don't need the AC on and none of that. Yeah, this is my weather right here. This one, I'm looking for a place now to move to where it's like this year round. I'm out of here.
You going to Cali? Whoa.
Nah.
Cali?
Nah.
Never?
Cali costs too much.
Yeah, Cali's crazy, bro.
I ain't got time for that pressure.
And New York is already crazy. Yeah, I ain't leaving there. Come on, man.
Yeah, but Cali, you need a car. New York, you don't need no car. Like I said, New York, the ins and outs. It's ways you could, talk about that off camera. But Cali, I ain't got time for that. Nah.
We got time for no matter what. If we were in Cali, New York, doesn't matter. We got time for this game 3 tonight, though.
Game 4. Come on, get your life together, brother. Game 4
is crazy.
Game 4. Denver up 2-1. Hey man, tonight this is it. This is game 7 tonight for Miami. This is game 7. You lose this, you might as well pack it up. Y'all might as well just give them the trophy.
That's a definite.
Big game tonight. I don't care how tired I am. I'm watching the whole game. This right here. Listen, Spo. I need 40 plus from Jimmy Butler. I need one of those performances of the reason why they call him Playoff Jimmy. This is it right here. I don't want 25. I don't want 28. I don't want passive. I don't want out the gate. We need Playoff Jimmy. He might have to go for 50. But yeah, tonight this is game 7 for Miami. They lose game 4. They go down 3-1 back to Denver. It's a wrap. Y'all gonna watch Denver hoist that trophy, man. So let's get it together. Very important tonight to me, and also to me. I've been on the Jimmy Butler bandwagon for a while now. If he losing 5 in this fashion, all right, I'm a panicker. I exaggerate. We might have to erase the Playoff Jimmy name. If he loses in 5 in this fashion, he didn't have a great game yet. We might have to retract the retraction of the nickname Playoff Jimmy. It may just be plain old Jimmy. Sorry. My apologies, Jimmy Butler. Hopefully that could work like reverse psychology, like Yoda, and you come out like gangbusters. But for me, if you lose in 5 games and you look how you've been looking, like I said, I ain't get Playoff Jimmy yet. Yeah, we might have to retract some retractions, and I'm tired of ducking. So Jimmy Butler, Miami Heat, Spo, get it together. And if you lose this, Spo, I'm sorry, top 5 coaches all time, you back to top 10.
Jimmy Plain is crazy.
Plain old Jimmy. Listen, man.
That's nuts.
Go from Playoff Jimmy to plain old Jimmy is crazy.
You need to hear this, Jimmy. Somebody gotta send you this tape, man. We sick of this shit. We've been rooting for you. Listen, from New York City, you beat our Knicks and we riding out for you. Cut the shit, Jimmy Butler. What are you doing? So, seriously, man, we need you to go all out and break your other ankle out there. You ain't just beat our Knicks for this. What is this?
This why I'm mad, because now if you're losing 5, now the Joker talk is going to be out of control. Like when I say,
and it's already out of control.
No, it's already out of control. It's nowhere near out of control yet. See, This is light. He wins the ring, and then he gets the Finals MVP. And he's averaging a triple-double, and you beat them in a gentleman's sweep. He's top 5 center all time already.
Yeah,
it's going to be out of control. So Jimmy Butler and Spo, it's a lot on the line. Wake y'all asses up, man. Come on, man. What are y'all doing? No, y'all rope-a-doping in the finals? Who does that?
No seriousness. No, this is on Spo. Like, this is your team. I think Jimmy is what he is. I don't think I said it from the last 2 rounds. When he sprained his ankle, it was not the same Jimmy. We have not seen any game where he's Jimmy Butler anymore. Remember, he had 50 on the Bucks. He was looking crazy. I dare any one of y'all go back and watch that tape. Go back and watch that tape. He's not the same Jimmy Butler. And Bam Adebayo, I get all the defensive, whatever people want to talk about. I get it. Top 2 center, but there's only 2 of you guys anyway. So it's all on Spo. He's the guy that's making these adjustments, and he has to see that Max Strus. Somebody said to me, what the hell does he provide?
Yeah, I can't put this all on Spo, because Spo got him there. This team, like I said, the whole basketball, the whole sports world doesn't believe they should be there. So I'm not putting this on Spo. Strus, Vincent, Caleb Martin, where the hell have you been? I vouch for you so crazy. They got to make shots. I'm sorry. You can't have Duncan Robinson, Strus, Vincent, and Caleb Martin, all 4 of them, not even have 20 between them. You're not going to win like that.
You're not, but if you notice, they didn't have not one open shot in the last game. And
they had a couple.
Not like before.
I see Strus shot the air ball wide open.
Well, again, you point to the guy that I keep talking about. He's the guy. To me, you got to sit him down more. Like, I don't understand why he's getting more minutes. He's not a great rebounder. He's not a lockdown defender. Why does he deserve more than 20 minutes a game? Why? Well, for me, that's the guy I spotted as the weak link. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, I disagree with him being a weak link. I agree. You got to give him. You got to remember, they only going 7 deep, so he got to get some type of minutes. He's a big guard, and he can shoot. Like, he's lights out. So you need shooters on the court. My whole thing is they got to make shots. Kevin Love, like I said, it was some bricks he put up defensively. He was nowhere to be found. Like I said, I've seen about 4 plays, game 3, where he was just there. Spo got to dig in his bag. Now this is where coaching matters. I'm not blaming this on him, but right now, this is where coaching matters.
That's what I said, old boy.
Oh, yeah, but I'm not putting this on Spo. They got to make shots. So no matter how good he coach, if they putting up bricks.
Listen, you got to know your personnel by now. Spo, Strus doesn't have it. I didn't see enough of Highsmith. And if they don't go 7 deep, the Heat go 9, bro. They got 9 players. Look, it's Caleb Martin off the bench. Zeller, Caleb Martin, Lowry, and Duncan Robinson. Those 4 guys, we see them all the time.
Zeller, you got to remember, Zeller's right now, he's nowhere to be found. So I'm not going to – I go 8.
He's giving Adebayo those 3 to 4 minutes a game of a break. That's what he's there for. He's not there for anything else.
Well, tonight, no breaks.
It might be no break.
Bro. Ain't no might. Bro, this is game 7.
Yeah.
I hope they got rest last night. I hope, eat good, get a lot of rest. Because listen, man, this ain't no.
And where's the hold on? Where's the fake dribble handoff cut to the basket on Joker? Joker, all this shit we be talking about. Joker such a bad defender. Why isn't Bam scoring 40 with ease? Like, why? Where's the move on him? Because Bam is an athletic dude. Where's the give and go?
Yeah.
I think he needs to put more pressure on Joker. And I'm not saying he's gonna yam it on him or anything like that. I'm just saying that's their play. He went from attacking Joker with scoring in the first game, and it was kind of like predictable. Where you're giving me the jump shot, I'll take the jump shot. So maybe Joker's kind of playing this drop off coverage on him. So get a little lower. Like, you got to switch up. I think those are the 2 things that stand out for me. Bam not being aggressive and with whatever kind of movement, whatever their set is, and also Strus. That guy got to play less minutes, and I want to see more Highsmith. Maybe I'm crazy, but I want to see more Highsmith.
Well, I think with the Bam situation, yeah, he's more athletic. But if Joker is like laying off of him, he's giving him that room. Bam has been knocking down that free throw shot. But it's not that simple. Remember, Bam probably 6'8", 6'9". So even with all that space, when you go into the basket, Joker's 7 foot. So he kind of makes it difficult. This is on Jimmy Butler and the role players. I'm sorry. Jimmy Butler's the head of the snake. He's called playoff Jimmy. The role players got to make shots. Y'all cannot depend on, y'all can't keep depending on Kyle Lowry and Kevin Love to bail y'all out. I'm sorry. Vincent Strus and Caleb Martin, get it together. This is it. This is, like I said, Game 7 is tonight. Because it doesn't even make no sense to watch Game 5. If it's going back to Denver, I think it would be Monday. Nah, man. Miami has a good enough team. Game 1 and Game 3 is identical. It's identical. Joker basically had the same numbers. He had more rebounds, but just the style of play. Game 2 is how Miami has to win this series. There's no mixing up. There's no try something new. There's no none of that. They have to play how they played in Game 2. Just don't let them make tough 2-point shots. But you cannot let Joker orchestrate. You cannot let him do this. Listen, man.
And also, it's going back to what you said. The Kevin Love thing is tricky because he only had 2 rebounds last game. The only guy in double-digit rebounds for Miami is Adebayo, who has 17, which is crazy. 6 offensive rebounds. So there's a lot.
That's too much on him.
Right, but he's active. Who else is there to close out? Like, Joker doesn't need anybody else to go. All he needs is those bigger bodies like Aaron Gordon and everybody. But you got to somehow, Kevin Love, if you're going to be out there.
Yeah,
who's crashing the boards
but even Jimmy 6'6", 6'7". Listen, they got to crash the boards. You can't get out rebound like that. You just can't.
See again, damn. And that's tough because if you crash the boards, Joker and them kicking that ball out in transition, you're done. They're done. If Joker gets the rebound, he's getting the ball out of his hands and he knows what to do next.
Listen, I understand, but listen, man, you cannot get out rebound by 25 rebounds.
No,
you cannot leave Bam out there. That's why I don't put a lot on Bam. Hold on, Jimmy Butler on low energy. See, it just can't happen. It won't happen again. It starts with myself, Jimmy Butler. That's what I'm saying. It starts with him. And big shout out to Joy. She's been saying this for a while. Sometimes he's too laid back and too cool. They're playing possum and, like you said, rope-a-doping and let's fit. No, bro, this is the finals. This is the finals. Bam, what can he give you offensively when defensively he's literally doing everything? And you can't stop Joker. So he got to run around and chase Joker. He got to help on defense. He got to get the rebounds. He got to contest shots. Come on. And so for him to be doing all that and then on the offensive end, he's still giving you double digits, good efficiency. Listen, Jimmy Butler. I'm calling Jimmy Butler. We need 40 plus. We need one of the monster games. No excuses. No excuses.
I don't think he's rope-a-doping. I think he's really playing at he doesn't have, again, this is what makes him so exceptional is that he had these games and he doesn't have the body type to be doing all that. He just doesn't, especially when he's lingering like that. How are you going to deal with Aaron Gordon, these dudes, like Beloved just said?
Hold on, real quick. The topic. Fair, and what I just said, fair to say, Butler's final performance has been disappointing. You understand what I'm saying? If he lose in 5 games, for me, it's how you lose. Yeah, everybody know you overmatched. Everybody know you shouldn't be here. But if you're going out on your shield, playoff Jimmy going to turn into plain old Jimmy. All that talks and everything we've been going crazy, that shit got to stop.
Right, so you want him to put up 30 shots today? He could do that, but then what?
You got to do what you got to do. All right, put it like this. I'm not saying put up 30 shots, but you see what Jamal Murray does on that offensive end? Well, listen, man, he going to get his. Jimmy Butler, you have to listen. You can't be lackadaisical. You can't be cool. You have to be on attack mode at all times. This is game 7.
I don't think you were watching last game when he was in attack mode and he's in the paint with 3 guys on him and he started ripping them. They started going, all right, you do that if you want to. Put an arm out there, it would dig in and out. That's not easy for a one-on-one guy to go against them. These guys, Denver's 6'4" and taller. They got to be real methodical. And again, it goes back to what Beloved and then said in game 1. Beloved and Bernardo, shout out to both of them. They said, yo, they were on fire in game 2. That's part of the reason why they won, of course, because now if we're not missing shots, we ain't got to worry about getting out rebounded by 25 because we hitting shots.
But no disrespect, that's the obvious. We know that any team, if they on fire, is going to be hard to beat. Like, this is what I'm not going to do. I'm not going to act like it's a mistake Miami's here. Everybody needs to stop that. Let's stop all turning into Denver fans. Denver's not unbeatable. A lot of people call sweep. A lot of people called a lot of nonsense. Miami won a game. So my thing is this. But what up, Dom? Any team that make shots, yeah, they supposed to win. Yeah, Miami has to make shots. But Jimmy Butler has to play better. Simple and plain.
I don't think
he does not get off the hook. Yes, he can. How?
Me personally, I think he's tried, and I think his ankle's been injuring him. He looked the same way against Boston. It's just that Boston is soft, and nobody wants to say that. They really don't. I don't know why. They are. They've been soft. So everybody said maybe Al Horford or something like that. But they're like, he's not the same since round 1, since us. He sprained his ankle. That's why I'm pissed. How the hell you don't attack this guy and his ankle was sprained? That's embarrassing. So Denver, again, they can really take advantage of you because, all right, once we show up, you better bring in your A+++ game. And game 2 was their A++ game. But if they don't have that, I don't see playoff Jimmy showing up. I just don't see that. They got to start doing some of the same things they did in game 2. The Kevin Love thing was a monkey wrench thrown at them. But it's on Spoelstra to recognize what is the right mix right now. What puts the right amount of pressure on Joker to get them off their rhythm again? Because they were using that strategy in the fourth quarter in game 2. Let's double up whoever in the backcourt so they have less time in the half court when Joker gets the ball. But it's hard to do that when that pressure's all on you. I don't see Jimmy Butler getting on fire the way you guys do. I don't think it's that easy.
Dom, your thoughts?
It's not that easy, but he's gonna have to put up 30 plus to me, like pretty efficiently. He might have to. What other way is there?
Well,
he has to
have it.
Right. I'd be shocked if they win and doesn't get 30 on 45+% shooting.
Listen, this is game 7 tonight. Good, Dom.
He's got to be great. As far as stopping Jokic in the zone and all that stuff, and dude, I don't know. Like, Denver is so hard to stop. Like, I legitimately don't know.
But my thing is this. Denver's a great team. I really like Denver. I like watching them. Like I said, Joker, best player in the league. But they can be beat. And I agree with Beloved. But once again, we all know you got to make shots. If Miami makes shots, they're in these games. Like the 2 games they lost, they shot horrendous. Horrendous.
Yeah, it's all about the role players making shots for Miami. If they make shots, they're in the game. If they don't, they don't. But that's the thing. We thought they were pretty poor 3-point shooters coming into the playoffs, but they've proven to be batting above their averages, all of them, in the postseason shooting the ball. So I guess we'll just see. As you said, was it 1 they didn't shoot well and 3 they didn't shoot well, but 2 they shot well.
Right. Game 1 and 3 was like identical on both ends. The way Denver played and the way Miami played. Game 2, Miami was lights out. But also just the style of ball they played in game 2. You have to try to duplicate that. But let me just say this. We all big on players in the playoffs. They call you playoff Jimmy. You're in the finals. We need a game from playoff Jimmy. Everybody gets that scrutiny. Everybody goes through that. I don't care who it is, whether it's Curry, LeBron, Kawhi, KD, what we all say. You got to get a game. You alone have to take over a game. All the greats did it. We call you playoff Jimmy. You have to be playoff Jimmy tonight. Or, like I said, Dom, he might have to go back to plain old Jimmy. And that's gonna crush my heart, Dom. I'm sorry, man.
So he's averaging 20 a game versus the Nuggets. He's
averaging what?
20 points. That's it.
20 points per game versus the Nuggets.
In this series.
I don't even hear the rest, man. Oh my, that's disgusting. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, 42% and 36% from 3. But he shoots 36% from 3 all the time.
Yeah, that's not crazy.
Yeah, it's 6 assists per game, and his rebounding is 4 rebounds a game. And again, it's tough for him to rebound against a team like that.
He's averaging 21 points, on 42% shooting. That's got to be better. He's got to average like 30. To me, Bam is doing his part. 23 and 13.
I'm trying to listen, man. Against the best player in the league.
Last game he didn't play well shooting the ball, but in the first 2 games,
exactly. Exactly. You need it's Bam and Jimmy. Those are your two guys. Those are the two guys. Bam is the guy who changed his game from game 1 to game 2 as well. He went from scoring to passing the ball off and everything and became their version of Sabonis and Joker in game 2. But now it's like game 3. You need
21 points. Didn't he still have like 23 points though, or 21 points
in game 2?
Yeah, he had 21 points.
Right, but game 1 he was just shooting lights out and he kept shooting the ball. It was like, you can keep doing that if you want to. But now everybody else is not getting the ball, and they fell behind. And last game he wasn't shooting well either. But he has to pick and choose. Every game's going to be different now. Every game's going to be different. You can't have me going all out for you like that, Spoelstra. You got to get in Bam's at, because I don't like how Jimmy Butler talks about Bam, and Bam brings it every night. Like, he's very nice to him. Maybe because he's not a cat. He's not as soft as cat is.
But hold on, Faye, just real quick. Just in these 3 games, what problem do you have with Bam?
I don't like it's. For me, he needs to be told what to do. Like, I don't see him getting the ball and reacting to, Joker's doing drop coverage on me. Watch this. There's no reaction to the game.
But
like,
I think he's been a little bit better about that in this series. You don't think?
That what?
Than other series? He's been a
wait,
little more.
Wait. But hold on. He's averaging 23 and 13. And like I told you, you got to remember, he's 6'8", 6'9". I'm not making no excuse. But he has to defend the best player in the NBA, the best team in the NBA, and he's by himself. Like, he really don't get no rest. So for him to still be official on the offensive end, like, Fab, you can't. He's doing nothing wrong.
We can't say he's not doing anything wrong. That's what I see. And those are you keep putting everything on Jimmy. Jimmy's not physically capable to do any of that. What you're saying right now, he's injured.
How? So the series is done.
So we're gonna blame everybody else but Jimmy.
There's no then they can't win. They can't win if Jimmy's that injured and he can't play great. Then they cannot win. This team is not good enough to beat Denver like that.
Right,
Jimmy
but I think
has to be great.
See what Flea's saying. He initiates offense. What is Fabian talking about? I'm talking about, he's initiating the offense with the dribble handoff and shit like that. But look at game 1 and game 2. I'm talking about going to the basket, putting pressure on Joker in that way, changing things up, not just relying on whatever Spoelstra said from the sideline. Read and react. I don't see enough of that from
you wrong. Okay. Good, Dom. Good.
I was gonna say, I don't think he can just drive into the chest of Jokic, because the one thing Jokic is good at is he's strong. He's very strong. He's going to give him that jumper, that literally that 10-footer he's going to give him.
Yeah.
He has to keep the defense honest.
Okay. He's playing drop coverage on him the same way that the Golden State Warriors play drop coverage on Sabonis. And my problem is, all right, so the speed doesn't matter anymore.
Coverage is for pick and rolls. That's just sagging off.
Well, hold on, Faye.
Whatever you want to call it, whatever the fuck you guys will be the fancy name.
But Faye, what I told you, Joker is sagging off for him, but Bam is hitting that 18-footer, that 12-footer, that free throw line. He's knocking that shit down. Like, he's averaging 23 and 13. I don't understand. No, Jimmy Butler's only averaging 20. That's not no.
Yeah, I agree with AllBall.
Caleb Martin, Vince Strus, them guys is all underachieving. No. Everybody's underachieving. Everybody's underachieving except Kyle Lowry and Bam. That's not good. You're not going to win like that. They're lucky they don't get swept like that. Jimmy Butler cannot average 20. I don't care what nobody say. I cannot call you playoff Jimmy and you're averaging 20. No. It's unacceptable. And I love you like a brother. I disagree with the Bam thing, and I'm not a Bam guy. Everybody knows that. But I got to give somebody props and give them a little slack if they average a 23-13 and they literally playing against the best player that's been the best player in the NBA probably for the last 3 years. I'm sorry.
So in games 1, he shot 25 attempts. He made 52% of them. In game 2, he shot 14 times and they won. Game 3, he shot 21 times. So is he shooting too much?
No.
So what? Because there's no way he just played this perfect game. He did not do that to me.
No, but hold on. He got those. Yes. He got those shots. Well, he's getting a lot of those shots because they wide open shots.
Yeah, they're
they're leaving them there. You got listen.
Okay, so hold on. So that's my point. So my question is, that's not part of Denver's game plan. Hold on, let this guy shoot the
absolutely
ball.
It's absolutely part of Denver's
game.
So
all I'm saying is that as if you're out there and you're kind of being the point guard now, like Sabonis was with Sacramento, you gotta kind of put more pressure on Denver in a different kind of way. Once they're funneling the ball when Bam gets the ball, all right, let's see if he takes this shot. Taking that shot, even better. He's putting up 20 shots.
But he's making them fade.
No.
But
Well,
then
hold on.
Oh,
I,
yeah,
under-
his chest.
I understand that he's making those shots. He's at a good rate. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that now it's the same thing that we talk about with Joker. What's good for the goose, good for the gander. Good for the gander. When we say he's scoring 40, he gets no assists. That's the same kind of concept. There's no team game involved. We need, for me, that's what I'm saying is that everybody got to step up. We can't just say Bam is playing perfect.
You're not wrong about that, but if you're the Heat, you got to take what the defense gives. That's your second best player getting 10 footers. You got to make them. And to be honest, he has made them. The role players, as AllBall said, are not coming up big enough. And Jimmy Butler's averaging 21 points. He shot 24 shots last game. That's a good amount. He wasn't as efficient as the Joker or Murray.
I mean, for the Bam thing, you take what the defense gives you. If you're knocking them down, I have no problem with Bam. I have a problem with
he was 7 of 21 last game.
Strus,
he didn't have a good shooting game last game. His first one out of the 3. You're
okay,
right.
Hold on. Okay, so all I'm saying is that he did not play perfect.
No,
he shot 33%.
Hold on, Faye. You keep saying play perfect. Nobody said he played perfect.
Right, so but 7 of 21 is way beyond his average.
But hold on. But all right, go through everybody else's percentages.
Hold on. We've already gone over that. I already said Max Strus is the weak link.
No. Hold on. Game 3. Let's go through Max Strus, Caleb Martin, Vincent. Also, let's go through their percentages. What was theirs?
But we already told you that Caleb Martin did all right with 4 of 10.
No, but Fabe, I'm asking you.
Half though. That's the problem.
But Fabe, I'm asking you right now, as you looked up what Bam did, 7 for 21. I just want to know what was everybody else.
I'll do that in a second. But my point is that I already started off with saying Strus is the weak link, and you got to spell Kevin Love. Kevin Love can't be out there getting 2 rebounds a game, and you're 6'10". And now Aaron Gordon, these guys getting 20 rebounds on the front line. You can't do that. All I'm saying is that all of a sudden Bam is just playing perfect, and he's exempt. You don't think Spoelstra's getting in him right now? Bro, you can't shoot 7 of 21.
I don't think Bam is playing perfect, but I think through 3 games he has done his part, whereas other guys have not.
The other guys are these second round draft picks, undrafted, and this is what happens when
we're not doing that.
Whoa. See, but you can't have it both ways.
You're excusing Jimmy Butler.
I'm not. I already said Jimmy is not. I'm not excusing him. If I think he has an injury, if LeBron had an injury, if anybody had an injury, they'd be reported the same way, the same exact way. I'm not gonna take away his playoff Jimmy status, but there was never a playoff Bam. Where did that come from?
But Jimmy did enough to get by the Celtics. Are you just saying that the Nuggets is better, right?
But hold on for a minute. Hold on. This is what I'm not understanding. Bam is playing the best basketball on Miami Heat.
Okay, we can say that.
Right. So why does this take bashing Bam?
Hold on. No.
And not bashing Jimmy Butler.
But why is it turning into bashing Bam? Because again, if we're sitting in the locker room and we're being honest and we're saying, yo, our best player, because technically Jimmy Butler is our best player, everybody healthy, even if Tyler Hero came back, if our best player is injured, what is his
no, we're not coming. I'm not using that injury thing, bro. Nah, go ahead.
Dog, that's fan talk. That's fan talk. We're being real right now.
If we ain't been talking about him being injured. Why you?
All right, no, maybe not we, but I definitely have been. I've been saying it for 2 rounds now, and that's not even the point. The point is, if you're being real about Jimmy Butler being hurt, he's injured like that, and you're saying, damn, his best hurt ain't gonna be better than Bam. Now Bam is your best player because he's by default. It is what it is. He can't have a 7 for 21 game. He can't have that game. I don't know what we're talking about right now.
Then it's over.
Yeah.
It's over.
Pretty much. And I owe this motherfucker $100.
Jimmy Butler's injured, so he can't play well. He physically, according to you, cannot play well. So he's done. There's no way they win in this series. It's finished. Tonight's going to be over. 3-1, and it's done. 5 games.
Hold on. First of all.
Yes, it is. Because
it's not over. It's not over.
If Bam to drop 30 and the other role players to go off?
If Bam goes off, we're going to go crazy. What is the Bam Adebayo playoff game? We have yet to ever see that shit.
Remember when in Boston when he forced a game 5?
Okay, but we want another one. We need another one because we had enough of playoff Jimmy. Bam, where you at?
No. Bam, you saying Bam? That's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
Bam, where you at? Bam averaging 23 and 13. That's where he's
at. 30-point scorer. He's not good enough yet.
I don't want to hear it.
So
I don't want to hear it. If I'm in that locker room, if I'm Spoelstra, I'm telling Bam, I'm putting him to the side. I'm like, listen, you know what time it is.
What?
You know what time it is, bro. I don't care if it's Joker out there.
Hold on. We have a player on our team called Playoff Jimmy that's averaging 20.
Listen, I think if they're being real, they're gonna tell Bam, they're gonna talk to Bam like that. All I'm saying is that, and y'all just made it seem like we could just overlook him.
In the playoffs that have won.
So let me ask you a question. Okay, you had a talk with Bam. What talk do you have with Jimmy Butler?
The same talk. Remember, Jimmy Butler, to be honest with you, Jimmy Butler don't need no damn talking. He's the guy that you look for to do the talking. What are we doing right now? Like, I'm not into that bullshit where, remember, AllBall, you gave him the plain Jimmy name. That was crazy.
No. I said
he earned the playoff.
No. Don't do that. I said if they lose in a gentleman's sweep in 5 games and he's playing how he's playing now, he got to go to playing old Jimmy. You can't be no playoff Jimmy.
Oh, the greats calling me.
That's disrespectful.
He can't. He can't. Listen.
So everybody else has been injured before. They get exempt from this shit. But just because playoff Jimmy gets hurt, all of a sudden we got to knock him down. Nah, he earned his position, bro. We can't. He earned it, meaning you can't take that from me. He earned that strike.
No, but nobody's knocking him down. He's the best player on the team, and he's underachieving. Once again, I can't say you. I didn't bring up him being injured in Boston. So why am I going to bring it up now? I didn't bring up an injury in game 1 and game 2. So why am I going to bring it up now? He cannot average 20 points. I don't care how injured he is. If you're going to average 20, you'll be lucky to lose by 30.
If you telling me that we're now relying on Max Strus and Highsmith and all these other guys, and you ain't putting no pressure, no extra talking to Bam, the same way he showed up against Boston in game 7, matter of fact, I'm forgetting about that. Big time he showed up on defense.
Bam is showing up, bro. I don't know what you're talking about.
Listen,
I'm sorry.
That last game, 7 of 21, that's a flaw.
He wants him to score 30 points. I just don't think he can do that.
Hold on. All right, 7 of 21.
It's not even about 30 points.
But Fabian, what was the other stat? What was the other stats? Did he have any blocks or any rebounds? What was the other stats?
Definitely. No, he had 17 rebounds. He was killing. He was rebounding. But again, I'm just talking about on offense. You're not gonna have it all day on offense. It's not gonna happen. For me, if he's gonna be the dribble handoff guy initiating the offense, I think you got to read the whole defense better. In my opinion.
Hold on. We all watched the game. Some of the dribble handoffs wasn't working. Denver either jumped the pick, or the guys wasn't knocking down shots.
Yeah.
So again, that's my point. You are not playing that kind of point guard position. All I'm saying is that there's no way that we can't go across the board and nitpick everybody. Max Strus to me is the obvious. Kevin is the obvious. You got 2 rebounds. Jimmy Butler is the obvious. For days about Jimmy Butler again. Jimmy Butler, you ain't shooting great again. We just pointed out his numbers. I looked up his numbers. 20, average 20 for 40% from the field. His 3-point percentage hasn't changed. We see it.
We can respectfully disagree, but and I'm not a Bam guy, but I think these first 3 games, I don't think he deserves to get nitpicked on. I could be wrong, but I'm being honest. He's doing the best he can against the best player in the NBA for the last 3 years, and he's undersized by at least probably 4 inches. Pause. Okay. So I'm being honest, man. I'm looking at Jimmy Butler, and I'm looking at Strus, Khalid Martin, Vincent, Robinson, and I'm not even giving what's the name no flack. There's 2 people to me that don't deserve nitpicking. That's Bam Adebayo and that's Kyle Lowry. Everybody else, they need to get They need to get cursed the hell out.
But Bam needs to shoot better tonight, I will say.
Yes, I agree. Okay.
Oh, here we go. Look. Oh, the great. Yo, let's add these guys up here. Come on.
No, 45 minutes. Y'all got to wait, man. The hell? We've been doing this. No, not AllBall. Throw it up there.
We need the great. He's going to defend his take.
You know me. It don't matter to me. No, I don't care. It's all love. You know me.
Bro, that shit is hilarious. Can we play that clip?
What clip?
You send it to me? You got it on your phone?
I can do the screen. Go to the screen share and go to my Twitter.
What clip is he talking about?
You guys need to see this clip from All the Great. It's the worst age take he's ever had.
Yo, you think my Bam take right now is bad?
No, it's terrible.
This is when I tell you.
Please pull it up.
Nah, hold on, horrific.
I love it.
It's on your Twitter?
Yeah, it's on my Twitter.
All right, hold on a second.
He was so adamant about it too.
Hold on. Where do you have it?
I posted it yesterday.
Go ahead, keep talking. I don't want to.
Also, do me a favor, Fabe, if you could send Send Ed Henry the link. Come on, I want to see this take, man.
Oh, it's so funny.
Because Dom was up there dying laughing.
Nah, it was
That good.
Yo, click the link in the chat, bro.
Oh, it's right there in the chat. Where's the link?
Stop acting like you're 60 years old. What up, beloved?
You find it?
The New York,
What's
the New
good?
York
What up?
City,
What up?
Yo.
The New York City background. Probably gotta click on media.
I mean, I've tweeted that much.
Hell yeah. You always tweet. There you go. Well, you got 2 of 2, so the 1 of 1 then, right?
1 on 1 is the funnier part.
Yeah, let's see this. I want to hear this.
This shit is horrendous. Oh, the great. He chiming in. You hold your horses, Let's see this horrific. And I don't ever want to hear you say shit, because you would say, we over here. What he called me, Dom?
No, don't play.
I'm a hot taker. That's what you said. Pause.
You had goddamn Knicks in 5 over the Heat. If Randall was playing, fuck out of here.
I had Knicks in 5 against the Cavs. You ain't holler at me then. This take is king of the all worst takes in history. Don't you think that? Smoke that shit up. Don't ever fucking disrespect me.
Run the tape.
Come on, let's see it.
Where's it? Boom.
Let's go.
And look, he got the shades on.
He's not even gonna be there. Like he's gonna get hurt.
I just see a heavyweight get knocked out. That'd be so cool.
First off, both of those teams are not built for the playoffs.
He's talking about Lakers and Nuggets. Why do you think Denver's? Why are you so? Let me ask you this: why are you so skeptical on Denver?
The reason why I'm so skeptical on Denver is this: Joker to me has always been low key, and very high key dirty. So that's that with him. Number 2, he's a big loaf of bread running up and down the court. He's not, he doesn't impress me. Yes, he has great fundamentals.
Wow.
This, that, and the third, but he does not impress me with his game. He just really doesn't. You can outrun him.
How many passes have we seen big men pass like that? Bill
I've seen a lot. I've seen a bunch pass like that. I've seen Bill Cartwright pass like that. I've seen the Dream pass like that. I've seen Shaq pass like that.
Yo, the nigga said Bill Cartwright.
Patrick Ewing sometimes pass like that. I've seen
Chuck
pass like that. I love it. Pass his ass off like that. I've seen all types of bigs pass. Like I'm not gonna fall in love with dude just because he's big, fat, and he can pass. Like I don't give a shit. Like dude, Joker is not that good. Second, Jamal Murray is okay. But I'm not sure if he is over his injury. I'm really not sure about that. I'm not sure if it's true, but I'm not sure if he goes as hard as he did before the injury. So that he may still have some doubt in his mind. Aaron Gordon, he's just a role player. He's just a high flying role player. That's all he is. He's not much more than that. And Michael Porter Jr., he's not even gonna be there. Like he's gonna get hurt or something's gonna happen. So why
do you say that?
Because he's never there in big games. He either gets hurt or he's just out on the court, but you forget he's there. Michael Porter is not somebody you remember in big games. He doesn't give that to you. So
that's the only
I just
thing
don't
he
see
said
that
right.
out of Denver. I like Mike Malone as a coach. I think he's a decent coach. But this team, I think they need something else. I don't.
You're harsh on Joker.
I am, because I've always been this with Joker. Like dude was about to. You think do you really think it was just a coincidence he was about to get picked last in the All-Star game last Sunday? There's a fucking reason he was about to get picked last. He's so fucking good, 2-time MVP my ass. That should have been.
Yeah, that's enough.
Oh man. Okay, we gotta come back.
Oh, the great. What up?
Oh,
I love
great.
it. That's right. Stick to your guns. That's how you feel. I love it.
He's not hiding.
Hello, gentlemen.
Let me give Oda Great the floor.
How are you, gentlemen?
How are you? How are you this finals?
You know, I just freshly got out the hospital because my boy Dime from Los Angeles did a drive-by take on me yesterday and killed my ass. Just out of nowhere. I thought we was friends. I thought we was cool. My man literally did a drive-by. Like, I'm just gonna take you out real quick. Real quick. Just out of nowhere, just like with a freezing cold take. This motherfucker hit me with a take, y'all, from February. Okay, from February. That's number one. Number two, I was scared because I knew that shit was still there, and Dime loves to dip into his content arsenal and bring out freezing cold takes. So I was kind of worried about it, but I thought hopefully he forgot, or maybe me and him could laugh about it, off wax, off Twitter, off whatever the fuck. But no, I just got hit with that drive-by. So yeah, there it is. There it is.
My bad. Oh no. You know what actually happened? I didn't watch the episode.
It ain't your bad.
Fabian, no, I wasn't trying to embarrass you. Fabian told me that that's what. No, if I really wanted to embarrass, I would have quoted the Bill Cartwright thing, but I didn't do that.
Yo, that's all-time low.
Fabian, you know what happened? Fabian goes, "I'm just seeing your episode with Oh the Great a couple weeks ago," and I was like, "What are you talking about? Oh the Great and I filmed an episode months ago, and it just came out a couple weeks ago." And he goes, "You should have seen what he was saying about Joker." I'm like, "What was he saying? I didn't remember." He goes,
"What you mean you just now?" I don't mean to cut you off, Dime. I'm sorry.
No.
How did you just now see it?
You just posted that like last week. It says,
because you know what? Okay. This is the thing. I got two different YouTube channels. The episodes I do on Sundays that I do live, them shits come out on My City, My Music YouTube channel. They come out on there. And then on my High Off the Glass channel, like when I had Dime on before, I have to take those episodes, those live episodes from My City, my YouTube channel. I got to get them from that YouTube page, or my executive producer, he emails them to me, and then I upload them onto my High Off the Glass. So that's why, God damn it, I did it to myself.
So then I'm like, what are you talking about? And he said, you should go check what he said about Joker. He said he could see it. He said he said a bunch of bigs pass like that. So then I went and checked it, and it was worse than I thought.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. Okay, so let me go here with it.
Let's go.
Yeah, what do we have to say today?
Number one, I still don't like dude. I still don't like his game. He slimmed down, of course, since before the bubble, because before the bubble, which was crazy too. Like Joker was a fat son of a bitch. Then the NBA players get laid up for quarantine for a couple months, like all of us did. And remember how he showed up in the bubble? Joker was slim than a motherfucker. It was weird, you know what I'm saying? But that was that. But yeah, I still don't like his game. And the thing that just is nauseating to me is how this, and I said this to you too, Don. I said this to you, I think, when we did the episode in February. Because we literally did the episode in February, Fab. I'm sorry, you just now seen it, and that's my fault.
Oh no, I saw it then. I forgot about it. When you reposted it, I said, "Oh, this is gold."
Oh, okay. Fucker. So the white media just ejaculates over this dude so much, it's nauseating. Like, it makes me sick. Like, they act like this was literally a fucking a host on Sirius XM radio, Mad Dog Sports Radio. Dude has a fucking whole 4-hour show on the weekend. His segment was titled, "Is Joker the greatest offensive center we've ever seen?" What the fuck? Like, that's the thing that infuriates me. Now, is this dude cold-blooded right now? Hell yeah. Is he the best right now? You know what I'm saying? He's one or two, you know what I'm saying? Because a healthy Embiid, I still might fuck around and take Embiid. But, you know what I'm saying? A healthy Embiid, I still might take dude. But is Joker cold-blooded? Listen, let me finish. Is Joker cold-blooded? Yes, he's cold-blooded. But he's not the greatest offensive center we've ever seen. He's not the greatest this. He's not the greatest that. Let this dude win a couple chips first.
Hold on.
Win one first.
All right. But so if he's not, who does he have to climb against? Who is the top 5 centers that he has to climb up against? Top 5.
We know who he is. We ain't got to do that. But number one, we know who those top 5 centers are. We don't have to say that. We've done that argument.
No, wait.
We do have to do that.
Hold on.
You top 5 centers are like locked in right now.
But... I listened. I threw you some bail, and I said the Bill Cartwright thing he been spoke about that.
Yeah.
But once again, hold on.
Bill Cartwright could pass, but not like him. Not like Joker. Joker's crazy nice with it.
It's a great conversation for some people. It's a great conversation for some people. That's a fact. Like, after Shaq, I mean, Kareem, I was too young. I was really too young to really know what Kareem was doing.
Joker is it for me. I've never seen nobody this offensively great. Like,
that's
if you talk about niggas seen, everybody's not 40, 50 years old. A lot of people haven't seen offensive.
Does basketball
like this.
Does basketball start with Dime Dropper and Mel, or does it start with when it started? You feel me? We're the beginning.
The conversation is the center that you've ever seen. If everybody's different ages, everybody's gonna have different opinions. No, I watched the shit. He was saying he's top 15 right now. He's top 20. I watched the segment too. He said ever seen right now.
I feel you, but Mel, this is the conversation was. I'm trying to back up my take, my freezing cold take that I had in February that I just got fucking drove by with. Somebody just literally shot me with it yesterday. But all I'm saying is this: to me, the greatest offensive center to me is Kareem. It's Dream. It's Dream to me, because Dream could do everything. Dream could do everything. He could do what all the classic greats could do, and he could freak them, and he could dribble, and he could score from whatever. He could do all that shit Joker do. Now that shit that Joker does, throwing up them crazy shots and them unorthodox shots they going in, that shit is wild. But to me also too, why do we forget? And Don, remember I brought this up in February. Why do we forget about Arvydas Sabonis? Like that dude, he came to the NBA when he was out of his prime. It was doing the same exact shit.
Nah, he wasn't dominating. He wasn't dominating like that. Like this.
He wasn't dominating like that, but look, he was doing the same shit Joker doing. He was running the offense. He was passing his ass off at the top of the key. He was bringing the ball up. Bruh. Mel, have you ever seen Arvydas Sabonis, seen footage from him?
Yes, I did. I was enough to watch that. It's not. You can't say the same. You can't say it's dominant, but it's not the same. He's dominant. This man is averaging a triple-double,
I'm just saying.
So you can't say the same. This is something we've never seen, bro.
I've seen it before.
25, 30 and younger niggas never seen this ever. Anybody's 30 and younger never seen this. Any basketball fan with their own two eyes, 30 and younger has never seen this.
That's not my fault that young people have not seen it. You have a tool called YouTube. Use it. Yeah, I mean, that's not my fault.
It's not the same as seeing it in real time. It's not the same as seeing it in real time. You go back on YouTube, but it's not the same for me.
Yo, so you can pull up Arvydas Sabonis' best game ever in the NBA is not comparing to Joker's best game.
Right, this nigga's doing fadeaway threes off the wrong foot all net.
Hold on. Portland was when I was younger, I liked Portland. So I watched every dribble of Portland when Isaiah Ryder, Sabonis, Stacey Augmon had all those centers over there. They had a great team. Sabonis was not doing this. So, and those are not crazy shots around the rim. That's touch. That's called big man touch. That's touch. He's not throwing this shit up. All right.
He got crazy soft touch.
But hold on.
Sabonis wasn't running shit like this. Sabonis wasn't running shit like Joker is, but he was literally bringing the ball up, passing his ass off, setting the offense going through him. He was doing that shit. You know that, bro.
But hold on.
But there's levels of doing it. There's levels of doing that. There's levels of doing it. Him doing it.
Right.
Before Sabonis came to the NBA, he was like this over in his country.
Mm-hmm. And that other dude, cat from Latin America too.
Let's not forget, when he came to Portland to the NBA, he was overweight, he was out of his prime, and he was still tough. But before he came out here, he was one of the greatest players in his country, and he was just as good as Joker. So I'm not going to sit there and act like Sabonis is not nowhere near. Yeah, when Sabonis was in Portland, of course he ain't going to be near because he was at the end of his career, and Joker right now is literally in the prime of his career.
So to be honest, hold on, Mel, to be honest, Mel, look, listen.
If he's in his country doing it,
to Mel's point, then we haven't seen that still. We did not see what Sabonis did.
Right,
this nigga has 10 triple doubles. 10. This nigga has 10 triple doubles in the playoffs.
What competition was he playing with? What competition was he playing with in his country?
Right. You never did that in the playoffs. You never did that in the finals.
See, now it's not even that. See, that's when it goes too far because I don't even want to go. We did not see Sabonis in his prime, bro. We did not. And all the Joker talk is that we've never seen this before. We're talking about the NBA. We ain't talking about overseas where there was no cameras. That's what we're talking about. Listen, we did not witness this. We've seen Lottie Divox. We've seen Shaq in the post. He was really good at passing, but we haven't seen somebody 7 feet tall passing like this consistently. He's passing and setting picks. He's a point center, bro.
Can I ask y'all a question?
Bill Laimbeer did this for the Bad Boys. Bill
Hold on.
Laimbeer did this. Who else did it?
Yo,
I
why?
hate
Now,
it.
come
If
on.
I hate the
Yo,
internet,
this
I'm
is
just
bro.
saying,
I
I'm
hate y'all
naming
internet
bigs.
niggas, man.
This
This
is
makes me
crazy.
hate the
I'm
podcast
naming
shit.
bigs.
I hate y'all.
I'm naming
I hate
bigs
this shit.
that could pass and could shoot. You know what I'm saying?
Every
And
big
it's
can make a good pass, brother. Any big can make a pass out there. Are you serious?
not
There's
every
levels to
big.
this.
Not you
Well,
know that, but I'm
you said
saying
Bill
cats that were
Cartwright.
at that
You
level.
said Bill Cartwright.
I was
Brother,
wrong.
You said Bill Cartwright.
I was wrong.
So don't
I was wrong. But let me.
you said Bill
My
Cartwright.
bad.
I was wrong. Duh,
How
I was
many?
wrong.
How many 30-point, 20 rebound, 10.
Hold on. Let me ask y'all a question. When he played against Anthony Davis, right? Did his number, even though they swept him, did his numbers dip?
No.
No. Somebody please bring it up.
Again, this year, no, they didn't.
He averaged
killing it.
20.
No,
right.
I'm just at listen, man, y'all gotta calm down. Like, none of us is real Joker fans, so let's calm down. Nobody's a Denver Nugget fan. I'm just asking a question. I'm just asking a question. That's it.
But dog, I'm answering it. Against
No.
Anthony Davis, he kept it up. That's what we were surprised about. Like
No,
they didn't have.
I'm asking you, but what was his numbers against Anthony Davis in the 4 games?
He averaged a triple-double throughout the playoffs. The whole playoffs, he's averaging a triple-double.
That's not what he's saying. That's not what he's saying. He's saying that.
So go ahead. Dom Draper got it. Listen to Dom Draper.
28 points, 14.5 rebounds, 12 assists, 1 steal, 1 block on 50, 40.
First, a generational defender, bro. First, a generational
So they put
defender,
80
bro.
off of him.
That's crazy.
Yo, listen,
A generational defender.
No,
if we're gonna salivate and not just let somebody else talk, like y'all talk all day, nobody does nothing. I'm just asking a question. Y'all laughing. I'm not. I don't even care. I'm a Knicks fan. Like, y'all dudes is when he win, y'all gonna all go berserk like y'all been down with the Joker. What I'm trying to say is this: what is he averaging? What is he averaging now? If you could,
in the finals.
But no, right now in these 3 games.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
Oh my God.
It's probably over.
Yeah, because you had the 40, you had the 30.
Yeah, that 40.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh my God.
Niggas got to appreciate greatness. This is greatness at another level, bro.
He's averaging 33, 14, and 9 in this series.
Right,
Okay.
this is greatness at another level, bro. We've never seen this from anybody.
Now, let me ask y'all a question. If he played against, can we agree that in the NBA there's not 5 great defensive big men? Can we agree to that, or am I bugging?
No, you're right.
There is.
I think there's good rim protectors too, but one-on-one in the post, dudes do not.
No, you gotta.
Does that now? I'm just asking y'all a question. I don't care who answers. I'm just asking a question. Does that matter at all?
Matters a little bit.
Yes, it
Matters
does.
a lot.
But I don't think
Yes and no.
Okay, it matters a lot, but I still don't think that one-on-one, many guys in the history of the game could really guard Jokic. I mean, I think you could. I'd rather have a Hakeem or David Robinson or someone than whoever they.
No. Hold on, Dom. Hold on. I want y'all to answer. Listen to what I'm saying.
This is why it don't matter.
Hold on.
Go ahead. My bad.
I'm gonna let y'all answer. Listen to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I just want us to be honest. Half the time, more than 75% of the time, is somebody 6'8", 6'9" guarding them. What I'm saying is, he's better than a lot of players from back in the days. But at least back then, when you had Shaq, David Robinson, Mutombo, Hakeem, Patrick Ewing, you had what's my guy in Indiana, the big white boy. So what I'm saying is Rick Smith.
He's good.
So, we may laugh at them dudes, but what I'm saying is those dudes was physical and they played defense. So what I'm saying is, what we're saying with Joker, only reason why I have a little bit of reserve is because, for one, on the other end of the floor, he's not defensively. He doesn't give you anything. That's just my opinion. I can be wrong.
He's not as bad as they advertise, though.
But he's only playing against maybe 3 to 4 guys that's at his caliber that can guard him a little bit. I'm just asking, do we hold that against him at all, or we just don't even care about that?
No, we don't. We don't. All right, if we're gonna do this, right? If we're gonna do that, then y'all clown me for saying Michael Jordan didn't have no competition. It's not Joker's fault he don't got no competition. And he made me a fan because Anthony Davis is an all-time. The series before that, he just changed the whole series on defense alone against one of the greatest teams ever, against the Warriors. Anthony Davis damn near won that series on defense alone. The next series, Joker made that nigga like he didn't exist. This is an all-time great franchise defender, bro. Anthony Davis is a top 5 defender, top 10, maybe 15 defender of all time in the NBA. So yeah, that is the point. Yeah, he not
Defender?
listening to that.
Oh, now you bugging.
Anthony Davis?
Hold on, wait.
Oh no, I thought you said Joker.
No, hold on.
And he tore him apart.
Hold
badly.
on. Mel, you said Anthony Davis is a top 10, top 15 defender all time?
He's a generational defender. Yes, we're not seeing that like that. Yes,
he's a top. Hold on, Mel. He's a top 10. He's top 10 defensively at what? Like
he said all
around.
Very all around good defender.
Yeah, all around. Yes.
I don't think I'd put him against.
Maybe top whatever. I might be stretching it top 10. Definitely top 20. Then we're gonna give him top 20. And he's
definitely the best of this generation, healthy.
Right.
No, he's talking about all-time top 20. I can't even do that.
That's what he's his own, bro.
Yeah, he's in the
conversation. You just got Bill and Bears the same niggas as Joker. So
finish your point. Bill
my point.
He doesn't hold it against Joker. I'm saying. Go ahead.
He's killing whoever's on the floor. I can't blame him from that. If y'all not blaming Michael Jordan for killing these niggas, it's the same thing. It's not his fault. The competition is not there, and it's the cream of the crop too. It's still the best athletes of the world. There's only 400 niggas in the NBA at the end of the day.
That's true. I would say this. I don't really hold it against his greatness, but when we are comparing him to other centers, I think it does matter. As far as the Jordan counterpoint, I can't speak on the 90s enough yet. Because I haven't seen it yet. I can speak on the 60s, but I can't speak on the 90s yet. So that's for you guys. But he's right in this. If you guys think that MJ didn't have great shooting guards against them, and it was the weakest era ever of shooting guards, because the weakest era of centers to me is the late 2000s and the early 2010s. This is pretty weak too, center-wise, but it's gotten a little better. Like Embiid and Jokic are much better than any centers we had in the early 2010s.
Hold on, Dom. Let me just real quick with the Jordan thing. This is why I don't like that comparison.
Right, you shouldn't bring Go in this.
No, hold on. Because for one, in that time, whether they was good or not, they was capable of attempting to guard them, meaning they was maybe 6'4", 6'5", 6'6". Right now, there's really no centers in the league. So half the time, Joker is being guarded by Bam, which is 6'8".
Centers though, but there's just not many elite.
Right. So so with the Jordan thing, yeah, you may not think somebody can guard him, but at least he's not going to have a 6'1" guy on him. Joker half the night he's going to have, which is I have no problem with that. I'm just asking a question just to get y'all honest opinions on it. But the Jordan thing, I don't like it because at least he's going to have a guy his size that's going to attempt to guard him. Bam has no chance at all, and most of the league is like that. That's all I'm saying.
There's one thing I will say about Jokic, though, like in another argument, is that we've experienced a time period in like the last 15 years where people thought that a center could never lead a team to a championship again in this guard era. But he's going to disprove this, which I love that because he's proven that a big man can still do it. And I fuck with that about him.
What? And Dime Dropper, you make a good point because you just said it. And look how skilled he has to be. Look at the numbers he has to put up for them to call him a leader, for him to call him an MVP, a back-to-back MVP. He should have won a third. And like, look at the things he has to do. He has to average a triple-double just for people to speak his name. He's been averaging 25, 8, and 8 for the last 3 years, and they don't want to give him the MVP. This has nothing to do with race. This has nothing to do with anything. This has something to do with him. With him, so you don't think he deserves 2 MVP? If you think Embiid is better than him, you and Embiid fall, but the only 2 people ever picking him over Embiid. That's the only 2 people picking him over Embiid.
Wait.
You just said they
that's not true.
Wait, OG, you didn't mention that too. That was the conversation earlier. The dude Max or whatever, he said Joker would be top because he has 2 MVPs and he's going to have a final MVP. There's only 15 NBA players ever with that.
He should have got the MVP this year, clearly this year too, because he had the number. He led his team to the number 1 seed in the West, where it was so much saying Denver's not going to who cares about the regular season? They're not going to do nothing in the playoffs. They swept. They had 3 losses in the playoffs before Miami beat them. 3, and they swept it. They swept the conference finals. Like that's something to be said. And one other thing I want to mention: AllBall. I respect AllBall a lot because like his opinion for the NBA and NBA game, it evolved with the game, the way it changes. So he's just not like an old man, just like talking. Bro, you said Bill Cartwright and Bill Laimbeer do things that Djokovic does. So you're saying any center that had 3 assists in 1 game do things that Djokovic does?
No. Again.
So why do you keep saying Bill Laimbeer and Bill Cartwright in this conversation?
Because I'm saying centers that do the same, not at the level that Joker does it, but centers that do the same thing that Joker do. Shoot, pass, run the offense through them. I can name a litany of centers that do that. Do they all do it at Joker's level? No, but I'm naming other centers that do it.
I disagree with that, because that's like when I say the Marbury of the world, the Ivers of the world.
Can I answer? Can I get a retort to him to be real quick?
I thought you did.
No. I got a whole another point to this. What is it, Joker love that we have right now? But this is my thing. It's number one. Slow down with the MVPs, bro. He has to calm down. Also, it's a regular season award, bro. They don't have a postseason MVP yet. You know what I'm saying? If they have a postseason MVP, he probably would get it. You know what I'm saying? But the dude is cold. You know what I'm saying? I know y'all love him. He's dope. I get it. I was wrong about Cartwright. I get it. But also, too, I really think to answer AllBall's question, yes, you have to judge him because there's not that much talent around him. And the GOAT thing is you shouldn't even bring that into this equation, because no, there wasn't that many two guards on his level that could guard him. There was like maybe a handful. You know what I'm saying? To me, the two that stand out was Reggie and Spree. That's it. You know, it was kind of on GOAT level in the
Mitch Richmond. Mitch Richmond.
Hold on, please.
Let him finish. But you know what I'm saying? Every team had a star and had a couple stars, and they all were gunning at him. You know what I'm saying? So he had plenty of competition. He just rose above all of them. And to bring it back to the Joker, what is it? Yes. You know what I'm saying? He's dope. You know what I'm saying? He's good. He's making them as good as they are. But also, too, I did not hear any of this greatest player ever, best player in the league shit. Dime Dropper put it out on his on the last episode when he did the post-game episode, Game 3. You know, Joker's the greatest player ever. I did not see this last season.
I say he's the best player in the league, not the best player ever.
Well, I'm sorry, best player in the league. I didn't see that earlier this season from nobody. I didn't see this last year from nobody. Everybody's jumping on it now. Why are they jumping on it now? Because he has his whole he has his whole team and Jamal Murray. If Jamal Murray is hurt again or something's happened where he's not at the level where he used to play at, the level that he's playing at now, he doesn't get all his love he's getting, bro. For real.
Oh, hold on. Now,
that's for every great player, bro. What are you talking about? That's
no. But hold on. Oh, I'm gonna say this.
Jamal Murray, everyday player?
No. Hold on.
That's for every great player, bro.
Some people been saying about Joker. I'm gonna include myself. You could go down my timeline where I was like, he the best player in the league. This is like during the season, but forget that part. This is why I hold reserve. No, hold on. This is why I hold reserve on Joker, and I don't go jumping out the window, because my take was if he get 2 rings, he's going to be top 5 greatest center all time because his numbers and what he's doing. But to me, he has to get 2. But
they put him on it now.
Hold on. Listen, this is what people is failing to understand, and they not saying this. We're not going to forget the lab before this year. His last 3-4 years, he's been swept in the playoffs. He's lost, I maybe think, in 5 games in the playoffs. So let's not forget the last 3-4 years before now. They failed in the playoffs. And he's had an opportunity to do it by himself when Murray was hurt, and he didn't pull through. So that's the only thing I hold against him as far as right now saying he's top anything. Now, yes, he's the greatest player in the league today, my opinion. But when they start going berserk, to me, he got to win 2 rings for me to put him above the 5 for me, which would be Kareem, Shaq, Akeem Olajuwon, David Robinson, and it was somebody else. Because, like I said, I can't do it with 1 ring. But
he got 2
Russell,
MVPs. David Robinson don't even got 2 MVPs.
He got 1.
Yeah, neither does Kobe.
Right.
A load of shit. As I said, Mel, these people.
Kobe got played on this second one. We know about
these
that.
people, man, they just like look at Stephen. Does Stephen A get a vote? Because this motherfucker just said Jokic's post game is whatever. Like, these are the people that are voting for MVP. You do not know more about the NBA than me. I will put you, I deserve an MVP more than you. One day I will have the credentials, but I don't even give a fuck about that regular season bullshit. I don't respect their opinions. I don't know their basketball acumen or anything like that. So regular season MVPs, they don't matter to me at all. Steve Nash has more. Yeah, fuck that.
So I think the first thing is anytime you have a back-to-back MVP, he's been in the conversation 3 or 4 years, bro. Anytime you have a player like that, whether it's Giannis, Jordan, Kobe, Tim Duncan, all these guys, we always compare them to the best ever. Joker's in the conversation now, whether you like it or not. I don't know what this whole racism shit. That shit should go out the window too. Why are we talking about?
You say he's in the hold on. You said he's in the conversation for best ever what?
Anything. Anytime we have somebody who wins multiple MVPs, they got all these accolades. We always go, "Is this the greatest thing I ever seen?" That's a natural thing to say. It ain't nothing. It ain't out of order for a kid. Anyone below 30, yo, that's my man. He's the best thing I ever seen in my life. And then what happens? Like Mel was saying from the beginning, you have people.
Okay.
Hold up. You gotta come on, control yourself. If you say something, all you said was if you said, yo, it's out of order to say something like that. All you gotta do is explain it. You know what I mean? Like the Bill Cartwright thing was out of order, right? But that's why I said you probably had a misstep. You misspoke. And all Mel is saying is, yo, anybody under 30, they could say that. He's dead right. Who else can they talk about being the best big man they ever seen ever at this point?
Mel
I'm talking about older people saying it. Older sports media folks saying that shit. That's what I know.
Well, first of all, all the sports media people were not saying that before.
Yes, they are.
You also had Kendrick Perkins going on a racist tirade about him. So let's not, or bigger, whatever you want to call it. That was foul. He deserved it. It sounds just like Larry Bird was the only reason why he's nice because he's white. When Rodman said that dumb shit, and he had to check, and he had got checked for it too, right?
Right. All I'm saying
that's
is
not what Rodman said, fam.
Appreciate the greatness.
So what did he say?
Isaiah said it.
No, he did not say.
Isaiah did not say it. No. Dime dropper. You're showing your age. Time out. Hold on. We're gonna stop all that right now. Nobody. But then why you say Isaiah say that? If you don't know something, why would you just say it?
Once I watch the 80s and 90s, I'm gonna give you guys the runaround though. I'm gonna promise you that.
Okay, good. But then don't say that. Then don't get mad because you just got caught wrong. You just blurted something out. So apologize to Isaiah because he didn't say that. Okay, there you go. He didn't say it.
Rodman said something.
Rodman also didn't say that. Everything got misconstrued. And when Isaiah backed what Rodman set up and clarified with Rodman, they took his word also and said that Isaiah said that. Nobody ever said that. And Kendrick Perkins did say the only reason why we're not looking at Embiid for MVP is because he's Jokic is white and he's black. And now we get and it's clearly the season showed that when Jokic and Embiid would play, Embiid sat out that game. He sat out the game in Philly.
And that's not all he said. That's not all he said.
Yeah,
he said the MVP voters are white. That's what he said.
Correct. Exactly. So
which made no sense.
That has nothing to do.
It
makes no sense at all.
Because 99% of the NBA is black.
But I don't understand though. I remember Isaiah having the sound.
No. Listen, Rodman said something like he's only getting this much attention because he's white. Something like that. He didn't say he's only good because he's white. Then it became a media storm to the point where Larry Bird had to have a press conference about it. He asked him about it. He asked Isaiah about it. And all Isaiah did was really hold his man down. He was trying not to co-sign the shit, but he had to hold his man down as his teammate. They had a gang mentality. I loved it. But either way, the point was that was trickling around with Larry Bird too. And Larry Bird was a 3-time MVP. Like that kind of talk after a while is like, what are we doing? He's in everybody's top 3 minimum. We can't stop with this Joker shit. He's in the top 2 conversation every year the last 3-4 years. This ain't nothing. It's really nothing new for a lot of us.
Okay, you right. But and I want to say this. Dime, watch Magic and Bird, A Courtship of Rivals. Watch that.
I've seen all these documentaries as a kid. I remember trust me, I put in my work, but I still need it because Flea's saying this, right? And I don't blame him. It's not wrong. It's not the same as being there, but I have to do what I can to get an edge on all these motherfuckers, bro. No one's gonna know more than me about the history of the game. Nobody on the planet. Nobody. Unless
the best there was.
I'm not playing.
That's what I'm saying. They break it down. They break it down well in that doc. That's all I was saying. So maybe like just rewatch that part or rewatch that part of that motherfucker. But all I would say is this. I think I say what?
I think it's a great production.
It is.
OG. What's the name? Oh, the great.
But I was just going to say
so let me ask you a question. Can I ask you a question?
Well, I was just going to say this real quick about what he was saying about the thing about what K Perk didn't phrase it right. He didn't phrase it right at all, and he fucked up. You know what I'm saying? But there's some truth in what he was saying. You know what I'm saying? Because, and this is what you were talking about earlier, Mel. Yes, the league is mostly black, of course, but the people who vote on these regular season awards are sports media members, and they are not 90% black. You know what I'm saying?
That's not true.
They are not us.
That's not true. They're not 90% white. I'm not saying they're 90% white, fam. I'm just saying they're not 90% black. You know what I'm saying? And it's majority of them are not people of color. I'm just saying. And feel free, look up whatever you need to look up, bet whatever you want to bet. The majority of them are not people of color. So you need to listen to how Bomani Jones really spoke on what K Perk said, and he broke it down 1,000 times better than I could. But Perk said it wrong, and yeah, there was some racist shit to what Perk had said. But let's be honest. You look at those MVPs. You know what I'm saying? You look at Nash, you look at Dirk, and you look at Joker. I don't know. I can't really go with him on the Dirk one because Dirk deserved that, and I know Joker deserved his MVPs. You know what I'm saying? I do think, and this may blow Beloved's head off, but I do think that the MVP from last year, I think that was Embiid's. The only reason he didn't get that because he was hurt and he couldn't finish the season. But I think that was his joint.
That don't even make no sense.
Embiid deserved his fucking MVP this year because he got robbed last year. He deserved this shit. I'm standing on that shit. That was Embiid's fucking MVP, and also it's a regular season award. But does Joker catch a lot of extra heat too because he's white and all this shit that he's doing? Yeah, you probably right.
Hey, Faye,
a lot of extra love too, yo.
Faye, can somebody do me a favor? Pull up the last 3 or maybe let's pull up the last 3 seasons of the of Denver Nuggets playoff records, if you could.
What you mean?
So like what round they was in or how many games they lost.
They lost.
You want to bring it back to wins or losses?
They lost They lost to the Warriors last year in 5 games, and then the year before they.
In what round? Hold on. In what round, Dom? That
first round. It was the first round. They were a 6th seed, and they lost in 5 to the Warriors. And the year before, they were the 4 seed and beat the Blazers in 6 games without Murray, and then they lost in the second round a sweep to Phoenix.
And then the year before that, what happened? They get swept by the Lakers, right?
Lost in 5 to the Lakers in the bubble conference finals. Came back from 3-1 against us, and came back from 3-1 against Utah the round before.
Okay. So even now, I don't understand because the whole thing was Jamal Murray got hurt. You know,
yeah,
so
now he's back. Look what they're doing, man.
Right, and Joker, that was my thing with Joker coming into the series, coming into the playoffs. Yo, you better make Western Conference Finals. You better make the finals because you're a number 1 seed. I don't want to hear nothing. And he's responding.
And he done it.
He's responding. Like there is no more. There should be no conversation. All that white bullshit is fucked up at this point.
Well, foul. I'm gonna say this. And remember, I like the Joker. Like I told you, Fav, earlier, I said I thought it might have been yesterday. I said I'm over being an old man on the stoop. I'm looking for my eyes. He's great, but can we also, on the other hand, say this? They damn near eliminating the big man in the game. Like, I'm not listening. No. We have to factor that in just a tad bit. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I'm not the one that's going to get pushback on that.
No. I'm not saying you, but I'm just saying in general. If we have 30 teams in the league and it's literally 5 big men, in the other 25, it's like non-existent. Like they're literally eliminating that position. Like so. I mean, listen, man.
Well, to Mel's point, that's what I wanted to say too. To Mel's point, I always bring that up about Jordan. Jordan, the house that he created, that playground he created where everybody kind of looked like him in the 90s and 2000s. He didn't play against them. Kobe played the most competition out of anybody, maybe aside from Isaiah Thomas. He played against better teams and against better people at his position, period. So Jordan didn't get to play against these athletic guys that look like him. That's a different kind of caliber of team and player you have to go up against. Now, they all look like him after he played. Even the point guards are looking like after. They all started playing like him.
I might have been watching a different NBA then because I haven't seen anybody like that.
All right, so look, I don't want to make that too much of a big deal, bro.
I'm serious. I'm from this era. I don't see
Dime drop. I think he means. Man,
that was crazy.
Dime drop. I think he means like his physical attributes, like 6'6", lean muscle, fast, athletic. Would you? So your perspective that there's no fast, athletic, tall two guards from 2000 to now?
No, there are, but I think there was some then. Vernon Maxwell and John Starks weren't good athletes.
Vernon Maxwell was 6'2", 6'3", brother.
But even
Jordan
then,
towered them.
Even then,
Jordan towered them in the post.
But even then, that's still he's 33 years old. Jordan didn't get to play from the beginning of his career to the end against players that look like him. Kobe did. Like he just did. We don't have to get too specific. Like why we don't have to make this that hard, that complicated. Same thing with Joker. Joker isn't playing against centers that can really body him. That was my point from just being consistent. But does that take away from him being, damn, this might be, when we talk about the best offensive center ever, they can't pass. It's not just passing and shooting, bro. He's setting picks. He's really running the offense. We've never seen this. Only Magic could be that size and really run an offense at any speed. I mean, he's not too fast, but Magic's the only guy that's in this conversation, really. And LeBron at times. My bad. Hold on a second. Go ahead.
My bad. We did not see it because that was not NBA basketball then or a few years ago. Or you couldn't, if you did some shit like that as a center, they would, no matter how nice you was at the handle, they was kicking you the fuck out. You couldn't do that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, and also too, man, you gotta count this in because look, I counted in with Bron, so I gotta count it in with Joker because they playing in the same era. This is a totally different league. It's so unphysical now. Like this dude flops and gets like what is it? Kyle Lowry going to the basket? Really? Kyle Lowry can push you to make you move like that? You big mother! Wow, Kyle Lowry's that strong. And granted, we know Kyle Lowry is strong. But seriously, Joker, and that's the era that we're in. That's embedded in the fucking game now. You got to do that flop bullshit to get these calls, and that's sad. You know what I'm saying? But it's still weak. You know what I'm saying? You blow on these cats and it's a foul. So you know. We have to, that's the thing that gets lost in this era, and people, especially young cats like Mel, because this is what they know, but even the people that's our age and older that's talking about it now on a national stage, they forget how unphysical this game is now compared to what people had to deal with just like, 10 years ago? You know what I'm saying?
Can I also say this, to add to that, right? Or to really take away from that? We could say the same thing about certain players back then that could not play today. They didn't have the skill set to play. Rodman would struggle in this era. He would have to look for his speed. He would have to pick his spots. He could.
That makes no sense. If you could do it in that era, which was a harder era, how could you not do it in this era, which is an easier era?
Because
the only difference now is more the talent is ramped up. But so are you giving? Hold up now. Let me ask you this: are you giving Rodman 90s ability or 2023 ability? Because if you give me Rodman with 2023 ability, I'll take fucking Rodman.
All I'm saying is that if they're just like you're able to take somebody away from this era and plug them into an era that clearly they take away from their own skills. It's the same thing for players.
The whole thing. Tell me
somebody from back then could easily come in this era and dominate the same way. Now we're being inconsistent.
Hold on. Tell me how Rodman wouldn't be good, but just tell me how Rodman wouldn't be good. He
would be great at one-on-one. He'd be great on defense, but then on offense, what would happen? You would have to turn into Draymond all of a sudden.
No. Hold on. You said hold on. He never had offense, so that shouldn't even be a question. So hold on. You said I forgot the word you used.
He wouldn't be the same.
That's his point.
Right. He said he wouldn't be good.
Yeah.
I didn't say he wouldn't be good. I said the same way you plucked out Joker and put him in an era where it goes against a lot of his skills. It's more physical, right? So now you're taking away a bunch of his shit, right? Same way you do that, you take out Rodman and now you put him in his own era. Now you put him in an era where you got to put the ball on the floor.
Rodman would have to be able to shoot and guard the perimeter more. He would have to have a jump shot and guard the perimeter more.
Right. So even someone like, let's say, Kevin Looney. Kevin Looney's a guy that gets all these offensive rebounds and everything, but he's not a super duper guy. Like that, Rodman's that's a real specialist. You ain't gonna be Dennis like what Dennis Rodman was back then was top 20 player. Looney's not that.
Bruh, Mel, he would not have to do that because there's a cat doing it right now. His name is Draymond Green. Draymond don't do none of that shit. He can
That's a
kind of
lie.
he can't guard the perimeter, and he damn sure can't
He's
shoot
done a
threes.
good job in the
So
past.
He
shit.
got defensive player of the year, bro. And he's
What are you
also
talking about?
y'all
He's not.
He's a great
Y'all,
defensive
hold
player.
on, y'all, hold on. Y'all saying
I'm not
Dennis
saying. Don't say
Rodman.
y'all.
That's what you
Don't say
said.
y'all.
You
No,
said
no,
Dennis
no.
Rodman will. Hold on, no. You said Dennis Rodman will struggle today.
No,
He's
I
gonna
didn't say that.
struggle.
I never said that.
He's gonna
I
struggle
never
to
said that.
be. He's gonna struggle to be Rodman. Like you can't say he's gonna be the same guy
All
from back
ball.
then. They're not gonna alter their game or nothing. It's gonna they're
All
gonna
ball.
pop
I
up on the
didn't say
court and
that.
still be.
Can I
Hold
respond
up,
to
bro.
this?
They're gonna just They're gonna pop up in 2023 and play the same kind of game from the 90s and 80s. That doesn't make sense.
I
That
would
goes
like to
against.
respond to this.
That goes against the strategizing on a game.
Hey, I'm
I would
gonna
like to
beloved.
respond to this.
MJ thing on the big shooting
Okay.
guards, Fabian. Just wait.
Go ahead, beloved.
I like to respond to this. Two
the
things I like. Two things I like to say. Draymond Green is not Dennis Rodman due to the fact that when Draymond came in, he already could knock down that straightaway three, and when it was time for it, he knocked those shots down for Golden State. So he had some type of offensive weapon, and he could knock down the long three. That's number one. Number two is I never said Rodman wouldn't make it now. Rodman will be an anomaly. No one will work as hard. To me, it'll be easier for Rodman because ain't nobody working that hard 48 minutes a game trying to get 30, 40 rebounds. So I think Rodman will definitely make it. If I was a team, I wouldn't care if he couldn't shoot a free throw because I seen a guy that could score 28 and can't hit free throws still survive in the NBA. And Dwight Howard really didn't get a post game until maybe his fourth season. But don't say y'all. I think Rodman will get 30 rebounds with that motor with no offensive talent. People will still keep him in the game. Because that motor and the way the game is called now, he probably get 20 offensive rebounds in the first 10 minutes of the game. Because no one will be able to box him out.
I was surprised he went that route. You know what's funny about this? Bernardo and I were actually discussing this exact thing yesterday. He was saying about Rodman, so I want to hear what he says about him today.
Yeah, like Rodman's motor is incredible. Sorry, Bernardo. One more thing, real quick. Rodman motor is super incredible, and all ball, I agree with you. I think Rodman will eat. Like if you have a Rodman right now, somebody had tried to do that game, I think he would have be very successful in the NBA.
Can I ask you a question? I'm always the one that defends the older players, so I'm gonna give a little devil's advocate. Would you put, because the thing is, the four position in today's NBA, like you only really want one non-shooter on the court in like today's offenses.
Exactly.
Would you put
So
Rodman?
I will put him. No, I will put him at. I still, all I would ask Rodman to do is this: keep rebounding. And I know Rodman's feet were fast enough to at least give a hedge on the pick and roll.
100%.
Rodman's footwork was good enough to hedge on any four right now. He can hedge out on long fours. He can hedge out on KD enough to hold his own. Because that hedge right there is still not gonna give me that 30 rebounds. So you have to let him.
But
You
what
have
if
to let him.
Go ahead.
Gary Payton II was able to be a successful offensive player in this league. Like if he was able to contribute offensively just out of smarts and cutting and athleticism, I think Rodman could have done it. And my point about Rodman is his defense today might be even more valuable than it was in the 90s because of his ability to cover ground, to switch everything, to guard every position, to his ability. One thing that I was talking about was Dime yesterday. Rodman's athleticism would make his ability to cut passing lanes, cut driving lanes, and then sprint to contest threes in a rates that nobody in the league can do, maybe outside of Draymond. Like,
So I don't.
and for me,
You can't have four Rodmans on the court nowadays. You won't be able to score. If you have that one and you build that team around that, he could definitely survive on the NBA.
If you have,
circuit.
for example, if you have Rodman in the place of Rudy Gobert today in the Minnesota Timberwolves with a stretch five like Towns,
that would be fine. I completely agree with you on that.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and even like if you had Rodman in Adam Gordon's place in the Nuggets today, I think he would make that team better
100%.
with a guy that can pass and stretch. So obviously you would have to make adjustments if your team, like you can't play Rodman at the 3 or Rodman at the 4 with I don't know a lumbering center while he can shoot, or like for example Rodman in Golden State would be a fucking menace.
What about Rodman on the Clippers instead of Marcus Morris? We started Rodman and Zubats. Do you think that's not enough? That we don't have two. We have two non-jump shooters on that.
Yeah, so I agree. Like you need either a lot of shooting in the perimeter or a stretch five. You can have if you have one of those two things, Rodman would be a menace. Like Rodman would be amazing in any team.
Hey, let me ask y'all something. I got a question for all y'all. I'm gonna take another player. I'm just gonna pluck this dude. And Fab, to your thing earlier, if I'm putting Rodman in 2023, I'm giving them everything that these cats have now: the fitness, the training, the everything,
so
all the science.
No, he's gonna get injured more if he gets the training of today. He's gonna get injured more.
But he's the type. Rodman was ahead of his time with getting
exactly.
He led this era.
He'll be to me. He'll be enhanced Rodman. But I'm gonna take somebody else. And y'all, let's see. You know, y'all motherfuckers who really know 90s ball, and this ain't no slight on nobody, but I'm gonna put Buck Williams in 2023, and I'm gonna see what the fuck these cats can do with it. You know what I'm saying? Because Buck Williams,
hold on. Let me tell you something about Buck Williams.
I think he would
Buck Williams. No, Buck Williams. You know what Buck Williams is now? Buck Williams would be maybe what?
Ooh, I don't
know. His feet are not fast enough to guard. He can't guard the pick and roll. He can make that 14-footer on the offensive end for you, and he can rebound, but he's not rebounding at a rate that I'm giving up that much offense and defense for. So I'm not giving that much up for Buck Williams. Not at the rate of Rodman. Not at the rate that Rodman. Not the rate that Rodman was doing it. And Buck Williams hit the 14-foot shot, but he can't guard that pick and roll, bro. He'll go right by Buck Williams.
Right, but hold on, y'all. Hold on. Y'all both made great points, right? But let me just say this. These players, to me, I think Dennis Rodman can play on any team, but like a Buck Williams, it depends on where he plays. Like right now, Miami, he could use a Buck Williams. Look how they get out rebounded. Look how they get out muscled. So to me, it depends on the team. The team, like a Horace Grant right now. Players like that, where like I said, they legit 6'10", but they gonna bang.
Say word.
Hold on, OG. Yeah. Horace Grant ran the floor. Horace Grant could knock down the 14-footer.
But
there's a difference. Don't limit his offensive game.
Hold on.
Wait. Ball. Don't diminish Horace Grant's game. He can knock down the 14-footer consistently with the best of them, and he can run the floor.
No, but love it. What I'm trying to say is because like Bernardo, guys like Mel, even Dom, they all smart. But remember, these are guys that they may not know too much about. So I'm just saying these are guys that off the rip, if you drop their name, some guys may laugh at us. So I'm just saying with the Buck Williams, that was a great point. But to play devil's advocate with Buck Williams, it may depend on what team he's playing on. Because look at a guy like Al Horford. He's small, but he stretches the floor like a mug. And he can knock down that three, and he's great defensively. So I think a lot of players back in the day can play today. It's just that their impact won't maybe be as great. But depending on the team, like right now, a Buck Williams on a Miami where Bam can get a little help down on the block, I think would be great. But I'm gonna just be honest. Joker may run circles around all the mugs. I'm just being real.
I like Dennis Rodman to change the complexion. Guard a big man, 94 feet, be physical with him. I think he'll give Joker. He might. I'm gonna say Joker's unstoppable, but he could change the series guarding Joker like he did.
Yes,
sure.
He would, but I just think that Rodman. All I meant by that was that skill set. They strategize every game for someone like that. They will leave you wide open.
Yes,
they will leave you wide. So all I'm saying is that in this, especially in this era, back then you could really hide them, but in this era you can't really hide like that on offense. So that is you have to factor that.
I agree with you, Fabian. But Fabian, I agree with you. This is what I'm saying.
Everything else,
Rodman is an anomaly. You know why?
Rodman is a genius. He's a genius at defense. Everything. I'm not. So Mel just touched on it. To go from be able to, he really guarded 1 through 5.
Yeah, but
that's my thing.
If you're naming a regular rebounder from that era, I agree with you. That can't score. Rodman with them. I'm just factoring motor and speed and size and strength. He may get 30 rebounds in a game.
Again, I compared him to Looney, who Looney's going to grab these rebounds and everything. Yes, but they can strategize against that shit. Like we can't. He's not. And my comparison really was just you can plug whatever player you want from any era and change their errors. Their game has to change. And
but you know what?
There's very few of them. There's very few of them where their whole game is going to completely be impactful the entire time. Jordan is one of them.
I'll tell you, Looney is a great comparison, but that's why I think Rodman would have been better. Like would have been great in this era because of a guy like Looney. Because Looney isn't a great perimeter defender. He isn't a great rim protector. He isn't a great finisher.
Right.
He isn't a great athlete. Like,
he went from grabbing 20 rebounds to not getting no burn as a strategy.
But Mel, let me tell y'all what Dennis Rodman would do for a team like a Golden State or just a good team. Like just imagine Dennis Rodman on Denver, right? Remember, he don't want the ball. Now, if you're a star player, you have a guy that you know you ain't got to worry about defensively, rebounding, effort. Like, remember, he's going to be in talks for Defensive Player of the Year every year. He's going to make first team all defenses all the time. He's going to lead the league in rebounding literally every year. But Fave, I do agree with what you were saying, how you can game plan against it. But I think Rodman on certain teams, it'll be like cheating because his mind and his feel for the game. Have you ever seen how he broke down, like rebounded? So
the way the way that Isaiah Thomas or somebody said, when you shoot the ball spins 30 times. When he shoots,
it was Isaiah Thomas. Isaiah Thomas interview.
Nah, that's why I say he's a basketball genius. But people are gonna have to alter their game. Like I'm a fan of the same way, and Beloved knows he hates when I say this. If you put Steph Curry, all these guys back in the day, they got to alter their game. So no way we can say Jordan or any one of these guys ain't gonna have to alter their game, and it might be different, and that alters who you are. It just does. So to say that about that, it won't happen for Rodman to me. That's when we gotta get disingenuous, as my boy Fleet would say. Shout out to Fleet. Oh, you muted yourself.
Well,
I got you.
Yeah,
I thought you.
I was gonna say to AllBall is I think the power forward position. I think if we're talking about translating in today's game, the ones that would have the struggle the most would be the power forward position because they're not. I don't think there's no centers today. I said there's not that many elite centers, but they are literally trying to phase the power forward out of the game and play with stretch bigs or big wings. You know what I mean? It's not the same as rebounding is not the same emphasis it once was. Crash the offensive glass, a secondary big man to get big bodies, hit the 18-footer. So that's why Buck Williams maybe in today's game would be a little harder. But in the 2000s, he'd be fine. Like, he'd be great.
All right, but down.
And the other...
But hold on. I'm sorry, Bernardo. You can go. I'm going to just be 2 seconds. But right now, to me, a Buck Williams in Miami, you see what happened in Game 3. Miami couldn't rebound. Remember, they don't have anybody to stop Joker. So a big, strong body that can rebound, that can knock down a shot to where you got to maybe guard him a little bit. Like I said, I'm not going to say he's going to be an all-star, but I think it'll be a spot for him. Go ahead, Bernardo. I'm sorry.
Another position that I think would struggle is a guy like, for example, Avery Johnson that played for the Spurs. Like a guy like that, a type of guy that obviously he wasn't a star, but what I mean is like a guy that was able to be a passable point guard.
He's dead right.
Like he would be destroyed in this era.
You know why? You know how I can follow that up? You know why I can follow that up?
That's a great point.
Because look, you know why? AllBall, listen to this. A leader just like Avery Johnson was Rondo, and Rondo can't keep a job because he can't consistently hit an open shot because they sag off him. He can lead a team. He can get an assist all day, but you get sag so far where he's affecting the way the offense is run. Or maybe listen. And Rondo's one of my favorite point guards of all time.
Well, I was going to say that.
No, but
that's what I'm saying.
Why are you throwing shots?
No. Hold on.
I think he's
a Boston fan.
Hold on, y'all.
Big time Rondo fan.
But hold on, beloved.
Not bigger than me. Not bigger than me. You're not a bigger Rondo fan than me.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Beloved, we were a big time Rondo fan saying that.
I don't think Rondo is not in the league because of his shooting. I think it's something else. I think it's personal. Maybe his ways. Maybe they don't like him.
Now he's old.
Right, but Bernardo, what he said. But hold on, with Avery Johnson, that was a great point because you got to remember when you that little, you got to be able to score the ball. If you ain't shooting lights out, things of that nature. Because now, let's say I would compare. To me, their games are similar. Him and Mike Conley, but Mike Conley is bigger and he can shoot the three way better. So that was a great point, Bernardo. Where I think Avery would struggle. I think he would struggle a lot.
Who would Avery Johnson?
And
Hell yeah.
How come?
no, and a guy and something that I was talking to Dime the other day, yesterday. That is the flip side of the fact that today the rules are what?
My bad, dude. I'm sorry.
Yeah, always high.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Bernardo. I'm gonna mute him. Go ahead, Bernardo.
No, you can speak if you know. But no, what I was talking to Dime the other day, yesterday, is the flip side of the being more easier to score today means that guys that were able to defend back then wouldn't be able to defend now as well. So like a guy that was a good to passable defensive guard today wouldn't be able to do what he was able to do back then because of the difficulty in guarding without hand checking and the difficulty to be physical. That you could do it back then, but now you can't guard Curry, Lillard, Irving, Chris Paul in the same way that you could. So people like Avery Johnson, who was a good defender, might not be good enough anymore to stay on the court because the difficulty in guarding.
Think about a Bam or Kevon Looney. They couldn't play the center position back then.
No.
Only in
they would get terrorized.
Only in Don
And would be a power forward. But wait, is Avery Johnson really that bad offensively?
It's not that he's bad. Remember, he's like 5'8". Was he 5'9"?
Yeah, I just think today. I just think today, when you that little, you gotta, like, to me, just my opinion. I can be wrong. You got to be a bad MFer, man, scorer.
Okay.
Like, to be that little.
Like, hold on. Okay, answer this. Who's the shortest guy in the league right now?
TJ McConnell, maybe.
No, that's probably somebody.
No, the guy in New Orleans, the Spanish kid.
Oh, Alvarado.
He's the shortest guy in the league.
And hold on, and Alvarado,
he could ball. He could ball.
He's listed at 6 feet, but he's definitely short.
They say he's like 5'10". That's what I'm saying. He's like 5'10". Them days is over where guys is gonna be 5'5", 5'6", 5'7". It's tough. Listen, hold on. Let me just say this real quick.
I think.
No, right. But hold on. Let me say this. Remember, Fabe, when we had Jared Harrington on. Remember, NBA Africa, great brother. He broke it down to us. He said the reason why right now little guards is having a problem. He said because they tell you have to be able to guard 1 through 4 on the switch. He said so if they switch Giannis, if you can't hold Giannis for maybe that millisecond before they switch off, teams ain't going to take you. This is why a lot of small guards right now is not being able to get in the league because he said you have to be able to guard 1 through 4, even if it's for a millisecond. So I said, just imagine me at 5'8", switch, and I got to guard Giannis. It's impossible. So you know what they're going to say? Bro, we can't even put you on the team or put you in the game. So it's so just imagine Avery Johnson today. It's going to be tough, especially if you can't knock down a 3.
That was a great.
Go ahead. That
was a great name by Bernard. That was crazy.
Okay, I'm not a Spurs fan. I'm not a Avery Johnson fan. I'm not from Texas. None of that. But I'm not going to sit here and, especially with cats that's my age, and y'all going to sit there. Bernardo, how old are you, dude? How old are you, my brother?
24.
24. Okay. I'm not going to sit here. And y'all letting this dude just act like Avery Johnson. The man's nickname was the General. His voice would make you stand up at attention. Like, what are y'all talking about? Like, this dude, like, this is God, this is the thing that
he said, I'm the Admiral, David Robinson.
The way he would break shit down and like, look, and the way he ran them Spurs on that court, this is it to me, right? Number one, any team from the 90s, I said it, and you tell me, and we're gonna have to have a separate conversation on this, Fab, if you think I'm wrong. But any player from the 90s that played in the the mid to late 90s or early 2000s, I think that player can play in this era now because they have the advantage because they're used to playing harder, Bernardo. If you tell Avery Johnson, hold up, you mean to tell me I don't have to do this, I don't have to do that, and I can just they can't touch me? Avery Johnson would score his ass off because Avery Johnson could score. I seen this man hit clutch jumpers in the corners.
Can I respond to that?
I'm not done. I've seen this dude hit clutch shots. I've seen him hit clutch mid-range shots. I've seen them not win championships without that little motherfucker. And also, too, you worried about him in the switch, Fab? Him having Giannis on him? You tell me country strong ass Avery Johnson can't hold that dude for a couple seconds or however long he need to hold dude. I think he could do that with Giannis and then get back to position. And if you're on a smart basketball team and you're a smart basketball player like Avery is, you're not gonna fall for them dumbass switches like my damn Celtics did in the playoffs. But that's for another time. But all I'm saying is Avery brings all those attributes to him into this easier offensive game to play because it's not as physical. And every 90s player goes up.
Okay. So I'm going to respond to both of you. I'm going to respond quickly to both of your statements. Leadership, how was he in the NBA as a coach? They tuned him out. How was he in college?
As a player, though, his leadership as a player was immaculate.
Listen, you got to let me respond to what you just said.
His leadership as a player was immaculate.
I'm responding to what you said as leadership and voice. You said his voice make you stand up. His voice made him stand up for 30 games, and he got canned. This is his second failed college stint. You got to respond. I'm responding to exactly what you said. This is his second failed college stint. If your voice makes anybody stand up to attention, that means that means you should have an easy transition from player to coach if you're a leader, not because you're not an eye of talent. Listen to what I'm saying now. Don't try to get me confused on the Jordan was good, but he wasn't good. No. I didn't say eye of talent. You said his voice make you stand up at any time. He was failed as coach. He's a 2-time failed college basketball coach. They tune him out after 40 games because this generation, you don't lead like this in this generation. This generation, when you lead, they want to see productivity. They're more led on productivity and what you've done. That's number one. Number two is, yes, he can switch for, like you said, 2 to 3 seconds, but you can't do that consistently in a 4-game series, especially when you can't hit a shot. You saw him hit 2 clutch jump shots. The one in the corner from the Knicks and the mid-range versus the Nuggets when they won. That's the only 2 times you ever saw Avery Johnson hit clutch shots.
And also, I'm not saying he wouldn't have a job.
Your argument against me is his coaching career. You're putting his coaching career up against him as a player. That's crazy. Also, too, I watch regular season games.
You said his voice.
I said regular season. I watched regular season games when the Spurs were on TNT a lot because they were dope, and I saw him play his ass off in the regular season. I ain't just talking about the playoffs. This dude coming at me.
I'm not saying Avery Johnson would have
a job. I'm not coming at you, coaching, brother. You said his voice make anybody stand up, so I'm responding to it doesn't. I got proof that it don't.
Rondo.
Did you say that, or you going to say you didn't say that? Hold on for a second, Don Drop. But did you say his voice make anybody stand up? Did you say that?
I'm talking about as a player. You're reaching.
Yeah, because I would think at the least beloved, that got to be one of his strengths. Because what else? How the hell else is he gonna keep a job in the NBA?
I haven't seen him.
You know what I mean? Like at least he got to get noticed somehow.
Exactly.
This man he got a damn ring.
I haven't seen him play.
My bad. He got a ring. He got a ring.
I thought you were gonna attack him saying he could hold Giannis for 5 seconds. That was the wild. That was almost the Cartwright wild.
Well, the thing is, we had Reggie Jackson, our starting point guard in the Western Conference Finals team, and we would just quickly hedge him and go back. We wouldn't switch everything on that. But I was gonna say Avery Johnson. I haven't seen him play enough, so I can't really say. But I saw Eric Snow, Rondo, and Andre Miller. They had no jump shot, not even a mid range. Andre Miller maybe had a little mid range, but their jump shot was not that great. So that's only my counter argument to that.
Andre Miller in the post. Andre Miller, but listen, Andre Miller in his prime, he would post up bigger guards. Andre Miller just had a post game. It don't matter what size the guard was. So Andre Miller can get it back for you on the offense because he'll post up any guard.
But can Avery Johnson can he hit the 18-footer on a catch and shoot better than Andre Miller though?
And Andre Miller's not in his era.
No way.
I still think he would be good.
I think he would be serviceable. I think he'd get a job, but I don't know if he would be.
Isn't Andrew Miller like 6'2", 6'3"?
Yeah, probably like 6'3", 6'3", maybe. But
Avery Johnson was
Andre Miller,
5'7",
Andre Miller and Jamal Tinsley are the same player. Andre Miller and Jamal Tinsley are the same exact player. They both can post up. Andre Miller had a better post game, but Jamal Tinsley was a better passer. But Andre Miller in the pick and roll, Andre Miller can run the pick and roll effectively for you. And if you switch off, he'll post up anybody that switches off.
Right.
Andre had a longer career.
And also, like, you remember, Dime, do you remember when Rondo was traded to the Mavs? I think it was 2014.
Yeah,
Yeah,
of course.
I knew
he
that
struggled
wasn't
with
work.
Carlisle. He
That
struggled
they
with
never
Carlisle.
got along.
What?
He
They
struggled
never
with
got along.
Carlisle.
They hated each other.
No, and not only that, the fact that he couldn't shoot, like, made the Mavs that was the best offense in the league that season into a, like, they weren't that good enough on offense anymore because he couldn't shoot. Like, it makes a difference, the fact that you can shoot anymore. So nowadays,
Rondo improved his jumper. Let's not act like
Yeah, but
y'all know he
He did.
improved his jumper.
But
This
that's
dude is
not
not.
why that's not why he stayed in the league at all. He stayed in the league because of his defense, and he's a floor general. Rondo is
So you're saying Avery
another
Johnson
genius.
is a backup point guard.
Rondo punched the Player Association president in the face on national TV. How long you gonna think you're gonna take a job? How long you think them phone calls? How long you think them favors ain't going? You think people don't hold grudges? Are you crazy?
He still had a job. He was in Cleveland after
I think
that.
He didn't consistent.
He
Come
got
on.
old. We saw.
No, he actually what? Didn't he win the chip after that though?
The
No.
Lakers.
he won in 2020 with the Lakers.
They did.
I
He
thought-
won the bubble.
I
He
thought
won the bubble
chip.
chip.
Yeah. So, and he hit him before the bubble, right?
Get him after
Didn't
the
he hit
bubble.
Avery
And
Johnson
that's
would be
a
a
He
season
had a
after.
great season. He had a
Oh,
great
no, that's
season
right.
with New Orleans as well.
So
That they
you're
swept the.
Not-
That's
Nah, it had
before
to
the
be before
Lakers.
the bubble. I had to be before the bubble because Nipsey was there, and I think Nipsey passed away right before the bubble. Right? Was that
It was-
Kobe?
that incident was before the bubble, but that was
Yeah.
LeBron's first home game as a Laker. But I was gonna say, so you think he would be a backup point guard now, but in the 2000s he would be fine.
Rondo in his
You
prime
asking
or
me?
Rondo right now?
Avery Johnson, Rondo's fine. No, Rondo can play anytime
Oh.
to me. Rondo's a
Any
beast.
era.
Because Rondo's
Avery
also
Johnson.
taller.
I don't think Avery Johnson.
Rondo's taller as well.
I'm saying Avery
Yes.
Johnson.
I think Avery Johnson doesn't. Does he make the NBA now? I don't
Well,
know.
if TJ
Tough.
McConnell's in there, I think he's making it.
Yeah.
TJ,
I think he makes the NBA. I don't think he would be able to be a starter in a championship team in today's
Okay,
league.
that's totally fair.
That's my point.
Totally fair. I wasn't even saying starter in championship. I was saying starter anywhere.
I made it a
In a
thumbnail.
contender, like in a contender, I don't see it.
I made it a thumbnail, so we gotta talk about the Lakers and what we think.
Why? Nobody want to talk about the Fakers, man. Come on, man.
Because your
talk
Boston
about that,
Celtics don't bring no traffic over here. Shannon Sharpe and the
You
Lakers
a
bring traffic
fucking
over
lie.
here. I
You a
sold out
fucking
already.
lie.
I already
You
sold
a
out.
fucking
They don't.
You-
I can show you the numbers. What do you think? Should
All
they
right,
get
hold
CP3?
on.
What you mean?
Hold on a
Let's get
second,
a
hold on.
5-minute clip
Before-
about the Lakers and then we move
Wait
on.
a second. No, wait.
Yes.
Before we
Where
leave,
AB
can I
go?
get everybody?
Where AB go?
Hold on. Let me get everybody real quick because I got to get out. I want to hear people's prediction. I like to hold people to their word. What's your prediction tonight, Dom Driver?
Oh, excuse me.
Miami's gonna tie it up.
Miami ties it up. Thank you. The Great. What's your prediction tonight?
Tight game. Miami in overtime. They win by 3.
Okay. Bernardo.
I'm picking Denver. I think Denver wins in 5.
Okay. Fabian.
That was my original thing, Bernardo. But now I gotta go with Bam Adebayo scoring 30 points tonight, and they're gonna win by 4 points.
Okay.
They
I
got
got
Jimmy 3 games in this series.
I got a Jimmy Butler 35-point game. Takes it to overtime, but Denver wins.
Oh wow.
Oh,
I'll see y'all later.
Give me
Hold on,
Boston.
who you got winning the whole thing? Who you got winning the whole thing, B? Who you got winning the whole
Denver.
thing?
Me? I got Denver in 5.
Boo. Know who Dime got.
You want to bet that? You want to bet that? I bet. Hold on. I bet.
This
No. Wait.
Oh, you talking about if they tie it? You talking about if they tie it?
No. My 100 to your 50. Miami don't win another game.
Seriously?
2-1 odds,
Miami don't win
brother.
another game, bro?
brother. 2-1 odds. Would you like to bet?
Oh, don't be
I'm
scared.
from Harlem.
50.
Yeah, look.
You got cash out.
I got anything you need, brother. I would hate to. Don't ever say cash up again. I can't. It's 2024.
I lose. I owe you 50.
Yeah, and I lose. I owe you 100.
Yo, that's a bet that.
Bet. Thank you.
You gotta bet that. That's a no-brainer.
You gotta bet that.
I did a 1-to-1 like an asshole.
But don't worry, because if I lose that, I'll pay and I get paid again from somebody else on here because they bet Miami's got to win 2 more games.
Yo,
Somebody
listen,
on here bet.
I can't wait when Beloved gotta come on. When Beloved gotta come on here, and be stressed out.
Right,
Pockets
for
like
real.
Rabbit is.
Miami getting it tonight, bro. Dead ass. They getting it tonight. Ain't no way they're not getting it. Peace out, bro. Y'all, I'm about to shake too. I gotta take my daughter to go see Spider-Man and stuff. So we about to go do that.
Yeah, why take these kids to go see that?
So I guess
I should go to the movies after this. Do the same thing.
I guess we have a new archetype that wouldn't be good in today's game. Is a smaller point guard that can't shoot threes.
Well, I was gonna say that I think we keep talking about the centers leaving the game, but I think the point guards have clearly left the game. Like it's the point guards and centers.
You're talking about the table setting point guards like Avery Johnson. But that's
Hey, Dime, whatever you consider a point guard, they're gone.
Chris Paul is he's out of his job.
Whatever we consider, Chris Paul, no.
And now the NBA people realize that if we have a decent scoring point guard, we put him in the pick and roll and spread the floor, they can get a decent shot every time down. We use their passing ability and the spacing and get a good shot.
And you have more players. You have more players on the court who have to do more of the passing and get the game going. So it might be, hopefully, potentially a better league, a more fun league.
I don't know about that. Like for example, my Clipper team, we had 1 or 2 shot creators last year and won 42 games. Besides when Paul was out, Reggie and Marcus Morris can't create for anyone but himself. It was basically Reggie Jackson running pick and rolls, and with shooters. But we can still get a decent shot if Reggie's keeping the defense honest. That's the thing about today's game. It's so easy to create good shots.
And everyone's confident.
That can shoot a little bit and can hit a little runner.
Dime, real talk. I think besides, your only backup besides Zubiak, who was your other big?
This year was Plumlee. He's a solid backup.
Plumlee's pretty good. So you be honest with you, Don. I don't even think the Clips y'all got any flaws. Y'all, it's just injuries, bro. That's all it is. Because if y'all motherfuckers is healthy, y'all motherfuckers was in at least the conference finals, at least, or not NBA.
We would have to beat Denver. We're not going to beat Denver with this team. They're too good.
What?
If y'all healthy, look. Man, look, real talk. If y'all healthy, and this may not be y'all because PG, I think PG might be it. I'm sorry. But what is it?
Whatever you're going to say is true. Whatever you're going to say is true. Paul George, you just don't know.
I just don't even want to say it. But if Kawhi, my dude, if Kawhi can just be a little bit healthy in that postseason, that dude will take back the mantle as best player in the fucking game. And y'all forget all about that big dude in Denver. Y'all will forget all about him because y'all were not on his dick last year. Y'all were not on his dick earlier this year. It was none of that.
I was always on his dick since 2019. In my defense,
I'm never on any man's genitalia like that.
My only pushback is you need to find me the last time Kawhi outplayed him in a game when we played them. I'm being dead serious. I'm not going to lie to you.
How many times has he even played him? Besides the bubble.
Not that he hasn't outplayed him in a long time, in years. Before the bubble, dude. You have to go back to that.
I get that, Don, but I think he's accounted for that, right? Because it's the same thing when we watching the series. If it's Jamal Murray and Joker going off, they both had a 30-point triple-double last year.
They always go up against us.
Right. So if you put someone on there to bother Murray, it changes everything. Because now you got two guys that
Paul George and Kawhi tried to bother him in the bubble and got their asses smacked, got destroyed in the bubble by him.
Murray pick and roll is unguardable. You can't switch it. That's the problem. You have to play it straight up, and he's so good from everyone on the floor, Murray. That's the hard part.
You can't switch. You can't switch, and you can't trap Murray either.
Yeah,
because of Jokic playmaking ability. So
unless you prevent Jokic from getting the ball on the roll, that's the only way. But even then, the other guys
prevent defense. And if you have the size, if you have the personnel, you can deal with that switch when they do it. And to me, like you just said, prevent defense, keep the ball out of his fucking hands. And if you just get size, you got to have size against that dude. And that's the thing with this league. This league is just now realizing, hey, you can still have bigs and be good because the last couple teams that won the damn championship, besides the Warriors only had Looney last year. So besides them, everybody else that have won the championship here recently had bigs and had a strong big. Come on now.
And
the Warriors are the perimeter for the rest of the league because they have Curry and Thompson. So
people are very
the rules don't apply to them.
Everybody else had a big.
Say it again.
Like the Warriors have too much. The Warriors have 2 great shooters, so the rules don't really apply of roster construction.
You think Klay Thompson is anywhere near what he was?
No, he's not. But teams guard him as if he was. So
I don't think they do.
That has an effect. They do.
Me jump on.
They do.
Thank you.
You're always welcome, man. The
Thank
more
you for letting me jump on. I wish I knew y'all was doing this. You know what I'm saying? I would have jumped on earlier.
every Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, 2 p.m. Oh, you know we're doing it. We texted to you, we DM'd it to you. We just earlier.
I be at work. I'm just off now. That's why I
So then,
you know what I'm saying?
So then rephrase yourself. I wish I know y'all was doing this. No, we do it every. So you can say it with me. Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Fridays, 2 p.m.
Monday, Tuesday. Okay, that's what's up. Damn.
2 p.m.
Sound like somebody. You ain't my daddy. Fuck it. Yo, y'all stay up.
Old agree. I appreciate you.
I was gonna say,
yo, shout your thing off the glass.
Oh yeah, man. Good looking. Yo, please check me out, y'all, on YouTube or wherever you find people like to listen to your podcasts and your videos and all that stuff. Check out High Off the Glass. What is it on YouTube? High Off the Glass, THA Glass, and you can go to My City, My Music YouTube page, all one word, and you can see my live episodes. I do live episodes every Sunday at My City, My Music at our Overtime Studios here in St. Louis. And what is it? As long as it's not a holiday or I don't have a graduation. Yeah, because like May was crazy. I had all graduations. But thank you. Thank you, Fab, for having me on. Be safe, and Dime, thank you for drive-by shooting me with an icy cold take.
Look what he tried to do. He tried to say, "Oh, Fabian told me you would do that," instead of being a man and saying, "I tweeted that like a man." Dime.
Yeah, he said where he got the inspiration from. It was you that's actually.
And I still cop to. All right, it was me. So what?
Right, you gave him the bullets. Good shit. Good looking, y'all. I appreciate y'all.
I pass him the
gun. Check it. Oh, hey, all y'all. What is it? OOTHA great on Facebook, on Twitter. High Off the Glass. THA. Glass on IG and Facebook.
Oh,
yeah, y'all be safe.
Dude, you guys are so obsessed with what the Clippers
nice meeting you.
Not what they actually are.
You too.
This fantasy of the Clippers, bro, is not reality. You guys are not accepting what we actually are. We're a shitty team with shitty process.
You're not shitty. It's just injuries. You're not shitty.
Because they're getting paid $50 million, so they don't give a fuck about the fans.
You have to go to the movie though.
Well, Paul George.
Leonard? Who is this guy? I don't know anything about him. But the only thing I like is he smokes weed. That's the only thing I know about him. Oh, he smokes.
That's today.
Always been like that. He always been like that.
Exactly. This ain't nothing new.
What Spurs fans know about Tim Duncan? Not a fucking thing.
Yes, they.
And he won 5 chips for them.
Tim Duncan embraces leadership.
Yeah, but we've been hearing this about Kawhi Leonard. This is part of his thing, his deal.
Get him out of here.
Yeah,
get him out of here.
That's what I'm saying. You should never be. You were praising him before. You were hyped up about this before, and all of a sudden, it's get him out of here. You can't say that.
Kawhi for Kuminga and Poole. What you saying?
Bernardo, you see, I catch all these guys, even the great Dime Dropper, who might be the greatest basketball analyst alive. No. Might be. He might be, right? But even that, he falls to being a human being.
He's the baddest.
When you have a superstar in their play. Yeah, I said from the beginning. I would rather dress my team up with a culture. Oh, you always hear me say that, Dime. You always hear me say that. Flea's in the building. What's up, Flea? I know you want to attack somebody, particularly Fabian, but go ahead.
You're right, Fabian.
He got the 70s. I am legend. Lean going on.
Me and Dime earlier.
Slap somebody. What's up, Flea?
I don't want the face of my franchise.
Max Strus, what up, baby?
Max Strus?
That's how I'm coming today. Yeah, that's how I'm coming today. I knew I would get his ass. I would get his ass with that one.
He's Max Strus? Dude.
Hey, what up, baby? Bernardo, what up? Dom, what up?
What up?
What's going on?
I knew I was gonna get paid with that one.
Dom, I wish Joe Rose was on right now.
Rose? Well,
he would have threw his phone across the room laughing.
Rose?
Nah, you just call me Max Strus. That was crazy. That was mad disrespectful.
Wow, disrespectful. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I got it.
But he looks like a good looking guy. He got a nice haircut at least.
I gotta get off. I gotta go back.
I looked at him the other day and I was like, nah.
No.
Drake's evil twin. We gotta cut that shit out. Max Strus.
Fabian, I'm just gonna say this, man.
Yes.
I just don't want I can no longer I'm an emotional guy. I like people that I actually can tell who they are. I don't like that this guy that literally says when he says 2 sentences with personality. Oh my God, he's so funny. Fuck, I'm so tired of this. Play basketball.
What are you referring to right now, Dom?
Leave. I will take you to LAX tomorrow. Hey, get the fuck out of here so I can enjoy my team. You sat out in the middle of the game. In the NBA regular season, you sat out in the middle of the game, and we didn't hear anything about it, and our coach doesn't know about it. Get the fuck out of here, bro. I have to pretend like I actually don't. I actually pretend like I have to love this guy on Twitter so I don't get yelled at by all the fans. I can't wait till he leaves and takes his fanboys with him. I can't wait for it.
And wins the title with all the Clippers.
I don't even hate him. I don't even hate him, but I hate having him on my team because it's not fun. It's not fun. Get him out of here so I can get someone that cares and actually mentions fans. I like to feel important. Paul George at least feels important. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't ever mention the pride in the organization. The guy behind me did, and everyone says he's a dick. Chris Paul. He actually cared. He said, Clipper Nation is for you. Paul George said, we're going to get it right. Kawhi doesn't give a shit. He just wants his $50 million. I don't care anymore because he doesn't care. So I'm just going to make my money and build my platform. So good night, guys. Have a great day.
Who is Dom talking about?
Kawhi Leonard. I don't want him.
Kawhi.
I don't want him anymore. He's always
You're talking about Kawhi Leonard.
Us. He doesn't care about the fans of the organization. He's just he's just getting paid to play basketball, and that's all. He doesn't care about anything else. He doesn't. I don't even know how much he cares about winning anymore. He says he's all about winning, but then he'll sit out in the middle of the game. All right, end rant. I don't want to get too angry today. All right, peace, guys.
I'm clipping this shit up, trying to get as many.
No, please don't, because then I'm gonna get yelled at by the Clipper fans. Let him leave the team, and then I'll celebrate when he leaves. Because then all the fans
somebody timestamp this, please.
I won't do you like how you did. Oh, nah, I'm not gonna timestamp it.
That was just a bad take that he was wrong about. This is just my opinion on having Kawhi on my team. I don't see anything about him having any pride in the organization. And your facts about it. What organization has he had any pride in? You're totally right. If anything, he's had more pride in being a Clipper than anywhere else because he chose to come here. But
what percentage of carry would you give if you won a chip? Like from 1 to 10, if all of that, but he wins a chip.
Oh, I would apologize. I'd say.
Oh my God! Thank you, Bernardo. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's the exact question. You're a fucking liar, Dom. I hate this. I hate that shit.
He should be upset right now.
No. But no. You can't. No, fuck that. You can't be this upset that he misses games. This is who he is. You can't say that we're gonna sign up for this shit, and then when he wins, it's okay.
But no,
either you have integrity or you don't.
No, but
that's how us Knicks fans operate too, though.
No, that's how y'all Knicks fans operate. I never operate like that.
In Toronto,
you're a Knicks fan that operates the same way. Sorry.
No way possible.
In Toronto,
no way possible. Dom knows that.
In Toronto, he played 60 games in the regular season and didn't miss one playoff game. When have we experienced anything close to that? Besides the bubble, we got a 5-month layoff.
His one season?
Yeah, in that one season, he delivered for that whole country.
And wasn't that his what do you call it? When the deal's expiring?
You're saying that was a fluke. You're saying that was a fluke.
No, I'm not saying it's a fluke. What I'm saying is that's who he is. Kyrie Irving, that's who they are, and they're just the ones that we know about. At least we see what's going on with them. There's other players that do the same shit.
It's not who he is to miss this many. It's a lot of it's bad luck.
I'll be right back on.
Okay. A lot of it is bad luck. But I wouldn't say who he is. You mean load management? Yeah, you're right about that. It's gone too extreme. In Toronto, he was just missing back-to-backs. Now it's like he's literally getting load managed in the middle of a game. There was one game, bro, right, where we were tied against – it was overtime against Orlando, who's not a good team. And Paul George and Kawhi were on some strict minutes restriction, and they didn't play him in overtime. So you're going to put in guys that are fresh off the bench to play in an overtime game. Of course you're going to lose. This is not serious process. And if a star really cared, they'd cause a fit. They would throw a fit about it, honestly. I'm tired of believing that these stars have no pushback. There absolutely is some pushback. Steph Curry and Jason Tatum even said it. They said that you know what I'm saying? There are times where we can be like, nah, we're going to play.
I remember game 4.
That is not what he said. He said, we want to play these games. Stop blaming us. Steph Curry did not say that.
Okay, Jason Tatum pushed back.
But I've seen Steph, game 4 against Portland in 2016. He had a 25-minute cap. He played 38 minutes because the team was losing, and he refused to go back to the bench.
Exactly.
Like I've seen that happen to Steph, and I agree with Diamond in this sense. Kawhi would never do that. Kawhi would just go back to the bench, for shut the fuck up and stay in the bench. Like I've seen Steph do that.
They don't have
Just-
the same. They don't have the same injury history that like he just tore his knee again. Like we
No,
can't.
that's true.
I'm not. No. We can't say no. We can't say this is not. This is not Kyrie Irving when he picks and chooses. I'm going to go to my sister's party, whatever it is. No, I tore my knee again. He has a history of injury,
Okay.
and I'm not saying that it's okay, but it's what comes with him.
But
I'm not
after
going to
all
compare him
this-
to Steph Curry, who's been healthy relatively for the last 10 years.
after
It's not
all
fair.
But after all the stuff I've said about the regular season and overly cautious, and he still tears his knee up, who's winning there?
So remember, I'm a Knicks fan,
He's making
correct?
50 million.
I'm a Knicks fan. I'm a Knicks fan, correct? And I said I've seen this play before. I've seen the Antonio McDyess deal before. It's over. Allen Houston. I've seen these plays over and over again.
Antonio McDyess was not coming up with Finals MVP.
It doesn't matter.
That's fair in the world, arguably.
That's fine, but we keep doing that. Larry Johnson. We keep promising these guys who got injured.
Okay, then get him out of here because he's too injury prone.
Well, you learn the hard way. But what I don't like is that you would celebrate if they won a championship, and I totally disagree with that. I want the right culture around.
I'm only a reflection of the team's performance.
Nah,
We're not good right now. We disappointed.
And I disagree with that. I think that the Golden State Warriors, they don't just have performance; they have a culture around them. They have real leadership around them. They have something about them that you can identify with.
When your star doesn't play,
that's who he. That's just who he is. You're bringing you co-sign that. Like you can't co-sign it when you win. That's front running.
No, it's not.
But there is a problem with Kawhi being the face of your franchise. Like he's not Timmy, he's not Kobe, he's not Steph, he's not LeBron. He's not a guy that galvanizes people around him and like structures a friend. Like me and Fabian were talking about the importance of the franchise to structure a player's career and give him help. But like when your superstar is a guy that he's a calming presence, like he makes shit happen, he structures everything around him. Kawhi is not that. Like I always say that Kawhi obviously was the best player in Toronto, but he was traded into a situation of a team that was already successful, already had a core, and already had a structure without him, and he was like the hired assassin. He was the best player, but he came like from the Spurs to the Toronto Raptors into a situation that was already there.
They just needed a better number one. They just needed, and they got him.
But technically, don't you think he was trying to repeat something like that with the Clippers? So I don't think that the Clippers had what I'm saying is you can't be mad about this. You can't be mad about this if it was a potential 1 or 2 championships on the line if Paul George and Kawhi Leonard are healthy. Like everyone agrees with that. That's not out of the realms to think, oh, you know what? We might have won a championship 1 or 2 with them in there.
It's mainly this year that was like 2021 times 3 in the regular season. That was just the load management. It just went. If it was just back-to-backs, I really wouldn't complain because, as you said, we signed up for it. I knew we were getting that. But it's more than just back-to-backs. It's the minutes restriction. There was one game against Milwaukee, but they were like, okay, we played 5 games in 9 nights or something, and he's not going to play. It's like, this is the NBA schedule, man. So we're just going to keep losing. Like, I don't
want you to get fired, but at the same time, real quick, it shows that your owner went in there, and after the Chris Paul era, they still went out and they're trying to win. And that's the easiest way. That's the fastest way to do it. I'm a New York Mets fan. I haven't watched one single inning this year, but Steve Cohen tried the same thing Steve Ballmer's doing by just getting these players. So I don't think that's a bad strategy, especially in this era of the super team that's about to end. It's just the fact that it didn't happen.
It's a hot take that I'll have. Having good players is a good strategy overall, yes. But I think the point I'm is trying to make is what are those players and what are they giving you as a superstar? And what you're saying isn't wrong. Like it is the deal that you accepted, but is that deal worth it? Is the question.
I've been asking Dom that. Ask Dom what I've been asking the last 2 years, whatever, however long I know him.
No, I still said I wouldn't change I would still do it 100 times out of 100.
So then, you know what I mean? Like, again,
Kawhi Leonard on the Clippers after winning a championship, like, come on, you have to understand who we've had in our history. Like, we win.
And it's wrong of me to try to attempt to replicate a Spurs, Golden State, and Miami. Like everyone, even Oklahoma City, we don't have that in New York, and it's wrong of me to ask for it when, like, how many of those guys are there really in the league? It's only like 4 or 5 teams that can even develop a culture like that. Even the Bucks win a championship. What the hell is a culture? I think Denver might have a culture, because Mike Malone is the leader on that squad. I think Calvin Booth is the general manager.
Well,
but
our culture was we were underdogs. We brought in guys that were potentially, not going to have roles and stuff like Reggie or Batum, and we revived them. We got the most out of them. But that's about it.
Oh, and the Raptors as well. The Raptors.
It's all like the Clipper culture is all about being an underdog. When we have expectations, we never do things the right way. I think that's what it is.
Would you include the Raptors in that conversation?
I mean, they you can tell that they want to win, but like I don't know, not much there.
But I mean, like think about the kind of guys that they're going after. Foreign players. They're just smart picks. These guys that have a great fit. You upgraded from DeMar DeRozan to Kawhi, and it was a seamless championship contending team because it was a clear upgrade, and he fit with the team.
Yeah,
a perimeter defensively oriented team. And Denver, same thing. Everybody's 6'4" taller. There's an identity with that. The Knicks' identity is what?
I don't know.
Exactly. There you get lost. You get lost because we're supposed to be a defensive team, missing defensive players.
Yeah, the reason why I got triggered is because one, I hate when people say that the Clippers are like, when healthy, could beat the Denver Nuggets. There's just nothing that we've seen. Nothing. I need to see something. And then the second thing is, like, I don't want to disrespect how good Denver is that have actually respected the game. We don't respect the game of the process of what it takes to be a great team. That's why Lawrence Frank, after the season, said we need to take the regular season more seriously. Who was saying that all year, beating a fucking dead horse? Me, on Locked On.
I still have yet to. This is the Lakers' new hope. We have to give them 5 minutes at least. What can they get CP3 and DeAndre Ayton and be
both.
what?
Not both, but I gotta go now. I was just gonna say, the reason I got triggered is because in my Locked On comments today, people were saying, why would we want Chris Paul? He pushed Kawhi. I said, bro, you can have many reasons why you don't want Chris Paul. He's too slow, he's unathletic, all that. He pushed Kawhi. Are we Kawhi's bodyguards now? Like, bro, who do I like more? Who did more for our franchise? Who do I have better memories rooting for? It's not even close. Chris Paul. He bled red, white, and blue. His poster's still on my wall for a reason. And Bernardo, I don't even I don't think Chris Paul's all that all time. I think he's a little overrated. But when it comes to like my fandom, CP3 changed the culture. When I talk about culture, he made it so that we were going to make the playoffs every year. And he was going to give his all. When he was healthy, he would play, but he was injured a lot. Like, it's crazy because he was more available than them.
That's a great point. So
that's why I love Russ.
Culture has to
so much.
Culture has to include winning, because if we ain't winning, that culture is downtrodden.
Well, yes, but I would say this: like, if you have a rebuilding effort and you're like competing and like you're on the verge of becoming a good team, like I would say OKC is starting to develop a nice culture.
That's what I said. Press the OKC, Toronto, even Sacramento now.
Like, they should be winning to some degree.
What I think is having a coach who doesn't guarantee winning, but winning without a coach is really fucking hard. Like you can pinpoint 3-4 teams in the NBA history that have consistently won without a coach, like with just being talented. So yeah, it's a two-way street there.
Yeah, but they don't consistently win back-to-backs in three. Like they're not contending every year. Whoever you're talking about.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like it's hard to consistently win without a coach, or without a structure in an organization, and guys that not only know how to win, but like know the process and respect the process that it's required for you to win. And I think that's what Dime is so upset about the Clippers. And I kind of agree with him. Like when you look at the Clippers, you see a very talented team that has no identity. Like you don't see, because like as a Golden State fan, for the last 10 years, we have great teams and some not so great teams, but we know what the team is every single year. I don't see that with the Clippers. So, yeah.
I disagree with that because they went from, what did they look like before the Kawhi trade? You had SGA. This was during the Golden State run. The Houston Rockets were making a move. All these star players were going and choosing where they wanted to go. So they wanted to, and Steve Ballmer had to make a move because he just made a great investment in a $1 billion organization. This is a guy again that comes from one of the biggest companies in the world, in Microsoft, and one of the most powerful companies in the world, in Microsoft. So Steve Ballmer, who's not a guy who he didn't come in there and was given equity or had equity of that business. He earned his equity in that company and became a billionaire in that way. He started off as a worker. So that's the kind of brain that's in charge of the Clippers. Now, if that's the case, he's trying to go for how can we win and produce dollars when I just bought the old Forum. I'm trying to create, this is culture. I don't want to be the Lakers. I don't want to be considered anything near them. And the only way you can do that is to show the fans, hey, we're doing everything we can to produce to put a product out there that you can root for. So I disagree with Dime that if you're gonna go all in and co-sign with the Kawhi Leonards of the world and contend for a championship potentially for the next 3 or 4 years, fully healthy, you got to go for that because you're not just believing in the players, you're believing in the owner up top. That's really part of what this deal is. And again, as a Knicks fan, I know what it feels like to always go have the owner lingering around. It's horrible, especially when you're losing. If you're winning, it changes everything. Your coach, your owner is not willing to do what it takes to win in this field.
Yeah, the Cowboys the same way, right?
Exactly. Jerry Jones followed suit with George Steinbrenner from the Yankees in the 70s. Jerry Jones came in and tried to and did a great thing in the 90s where there was no salary cap in football. So now I could buy the best players around, but now you add the salary cap. You got to get a lot smarter on where you spend. You got to get a lot smarter in who you're drafting. These guys, like they talked about making draft picks. I forgot who said this, but they were saying I might take the 4th best wide receiver in an NFL draft because he's more likely going to go out, do what he has to do to maintain and get 80 yards a game every Sunday. The number 1 wide receiver might go out Saturday night. He's going to give you 200 yards a game, but now the whole offensive line is tired because they went out with him the night before. They're drained. So now the whole team is affected.
I don't remember who said it, but I remember it.
Yeah, so
it's a good coach.
It's oh my God, that was an amazing quote though, because I never even thought about that. Because because you see, there's different kinds of leadership, and we always, that's my biggest gripe about Michael Jordan. He changed the way we look at sports, where this individual guy is the be all end all, and it's just totally not true. Yes, he's a big time personality, a big time winner, and everything. Of course, he wasn't content. He wasn't comfortable with any type of losing. We get all that. But at the same time, there was Phil Jackson, there was Scottie Pippen, there was Jerry Krause, who totally get shitted on, right? And the owner, Reinsdorf, were they a little too prickly? Yeah, because they fucked up that dynasty. But at the same time, there were leaders from every corner. So they weren't going to, to bring in Dennis Rodman was a big deal. Hey, can we handle this? They had to talk to all of them and be like, yo, do you think we can handle this guy? And Michael Jordan even was right. In the Last Dance, you saw, like, I don't know if we should go out on vacation. We're never going to get him back. But he went out there and went and scooped up Dennis Rodman when he went on his hiatus. So with the Knicks and with the Clippers, I think you have basketball minds from the top to bottom that care about winning, and they're going to dissect it. Even the fact that they're covering Kawhi Leonard's load management, they're covering that because they don't want to make that a bigger story and distract the rest of the team, because they're gonna have to talk about that all off season, all summer, and it's a tough spot for Ty Lue to be in, because why would you want to deal with that if your best player is saying, I ain't going back in the game? I don't care what you say. You're going against you're taking away the power from the coach at that point. Like, that's crazy.
You know what the Clippers need? Avery Johnson. The Clippers need Avery Johnson as a leader. No, but for I get what you're saying, but not only do I get what you're saying, I agree with you. And I think it's funny because at the same time, the Clippers haven't ever been as close to a chip, even though they never get there. The feeling is, if the right pieces are together, if Kawhi stays healthy, they could win a chip. I don't think even in the lopsided years, everybody was seriously thinking that. Maybe 2014, which was their best team, but outside of that, not even in the lopsided years. But when you look at it, first of all, Kawhi has literally only been healthy in 2020 for the playoffs. It's one season and they choked the 3-1 series lead with Kawhi playing horrible. Kawhi and PG playing horrible in Game 7. To the Nuggets, by the way. So like the only memory that a Clippers fan has of this iteration of the Clippers is they choking away a 3-1 lead in the bubble. So like, and at some point you run it back every year. You do the same thing every year, and you have the same ifs and buts every year. Like every year, the same ifs for the Clippers. Every year, if I would say fulano, which is especially in Portuguese, if X player is healthy, if they could have like gotten one more playmaker. Every year is the same ifs. At some point, you need to seriously look at yourself and think like,
Word Turbo.
are we doing this correctly? Are we putting our chips in the correct baskets? Like
I'm at the gun.
that.
It's all good. Yeah.
What you have to ask the question: at what point does the abnormality becomes a trend? Like that's the question the Clippers have to ask themselves.
But you take that chance with that. Like you just that's and you got to give props to Ty Lue the same way you got to give props to who was I just thinking about? Like Shannon Sharpe with Skip Bayless, him not just like smacking Skip Bayless every time about whatever it is, not making Skip Bayless look bad. That's a part of the job description because you signed up for that. So the same thing with Ty Lue with the Clippers and you sign up with Kawhi. He is going to make the decision to play sometimes. Popovich already warned you. You signed up for that. So it's tough with someone like Ty Lue who does not come off like a punk. He's the one who called out LeBron James in the championship, apparently, and called him out in the middle of the finals and said, yo, we need you to step up. You're always bitching and moaning. And LeBron was looking at his guys. They were like, you said you wanted somebody to confront you, right? Well, he's the guy. So Ty Lue is someone who is like visibly frustrated with the Kawhi situation. And he knows because he signed up for it.
But you know why Ty Lue is frustrated? Because Ty Lue has been in those situations that we're talking about of the culture and the superstar that cares and galvanizes everybody. He played with the Lakers in the early 2000s, and then he coached LeBron in the Cavs. Like, he for sure knows what it takes. And I think he knows that the Clippers don't have it. Like, that's the thing. And that's frustrating because there are basketball reasons why I'm not as high on the Clippers as some people are. Like I've talked about this here before. When your two best shot creators, when the two best offensive players aren't great playmakers, it's tough for you to run a successful offense in the playoffs because your team almost always gets bogged down to one-on-one play. And a one-on-one play is like you need to be really fucking good at it. For to be successful in the playoffs. So there are basketball reasons. What?
Which Kawhi is.
Kawhi is for sure, but I don't think Paul George is as good as he needs to be to carry a team in the playoffs for 4 rounds. So I don't know. And no, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, so that's I think there's basketball reasons for it, but at the bottom line is like. You need your best guys to play. It's simple as that. And then we can begin to criticize the Clippers basketball wise, because we don't really know. Like we don't really know what they look like in the playoffs. It's all speculative because they don't play. They never play. And at some point you need to decide if you're going to take if it's worth it. Because like at the same time, I don't know what you get for Kawhi in a trade, for example. I don't think you can trade Kawhi. So then
I think
the Clippers are the real. You think you can get the same ceiling that you have with Kawhi today in a trade? Like I don't think you can get a superstar for Kawhi.
You don't think Miami would take a chance on that?
For who?
Kawhi.
No, for who? Who would they trade for Kawhi?
I don't care who it is. You're trying to dump that salary and maybe get some draft picks or whatever it is. And because if once you trade Kawhi, that ship is sailed. That means you're trying to rebuild.
Yeah. Okay. So that's what we're saying. Like, do you punt? Because I don't think the Clippers have a better way to contend right now than keeping Kawhi and praying he's healthy. That's the point. Like, the only way they can contend right now is just praying Kawhi is healthy. You won't be able to trade Kawhi for another superstar and keep contending. That's what I'm saying.
Right, what other superstars are?
And they getting ready to be in a new building next year that's supposed to be off the chain, like 125 bathrooms and all that crazy shit. I mean,
The old Forum is already ready.
no, it's going to be ready next year after this season, the 25, 26, 24, 25 season.
That's what I'm saying. The old, no, it's old. So in 2 years, in 2 seasons from now, so not the 23-24 season, the 24-25 season.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I think that's the old Forum that
Yeah, that
James Dolan sold back to them.
Yeah, James Dolan owns that building too.
He used to own that. He's building something in Vegas now. That's why he's
I know
his site set on, which is like, again, where does he have his, like, Ballmer is a retired, you know what I mean, tech guy.
Yeah.
So it's easier for a owner like that. Pat Riley looks like he's all in basketball, right? On the Spurs, they got R.C. Buford and other guys, really, because it's not R.C. Buford as the president anymore. Golden State, that's why Laker is upset with Bob Myers leaving. He's like, I don't know what he wants to do, but I gotta let him go. So if you don't, I think the Clippers have guys in place that care about winning. They're competitive about whatever they
just have bad luck. It's just bad luck. It's just injuries. And here's my thing: if people are still bashing the Lakers for winning that bubble championship, I wouldn't, because I felt like, for the circumstances that they had to go through, I'm like, it counts for me. But if the Clippers would have won that championship, people would have probably still laughed at them and say that was a fluke.
Well, we're currently laughing at people are saying that the Bucks Phoenix Suns series, that's the one that everyone's starting to gain some momentum, that it's not in the same vein as the bubble. They're starting, because I think I just seen Draymond Green with an ill post saying that the last 30 or 40 years in basketball, somebody beat a defending champion, or they were a defending champion when they won the championship. The Bucks played the Phoenix Suns. Neither one of them were in the championship the last 5 years before or after that championship. Joker and Miami contended. They've been to the championship before. They beat the Lakers on their way there. So the bubble thing, to me, what I always say is, if the Lakers would have lost, then what? They'll be shitting on LeBron for losing in a bubble.
Of course.
You couldn't even win the Disney championship.
And that's my thing. You can't have it both ways, because what happens if he would have lost? Oh my gosh, they would have been on the papers, and that would have been the biggest story for like 1,000 years.
So what do you think about the Lakers? Is there new hope with CP3 and Ayton? Is that the route they should go?
Heck no.
What's wrong with CP3 and Ayton?
Them going to the, so are you trading Anthony Davis? Are you trading Anthony Davis? That's the only way I can see that working.
They could resign Reeves and Hashimura and use one of the contracts to get them, but I don't see it. I don't see it happen either.
Yeah.
I'll say this though. So I think they got a better chance of signing Kyrie than I think they got with CP3. Because the Lakers, they need to get younger with their guard play. Stop betting on old players.
I think they need to get better at the guard play, not necessarily younger. Like, their guards they're kind of volatile. You can't count on any of them.
Just in general, no, in a position, just in general, that they have to stop getting, because LeBron ain't no spring chicken. Anthony Davis, you don't know what you're gonna get from him. He's up, he's down, he's not just going to miss a high. He's a great player. I mean, shit, he made the 75 team for a reason. I don't know why. That's a whole nother conversation for later. But anyway, like I said, so you gotta and listen. It's at the end of the day, it's all about luck and timing for me. Because look, some people, even Miami may lose this series. People are beating up on Miami because they feel like they don't deserve to be in the finals.
I don't think Miami doesn't deserve to be in the final. I don't think anybody's saying that. Are they? It's like I don't think deserve is the correct word. Like, it's Miami. I think Miami are lucky to be in the finals, but they absolutely
you know what
deserve
I
it.
mean.
Like,
I didn't mean deserve. That is a harsh word. You are correcting me. Hey man, my birthday is coming up in a couple of days. I'm hitting a new chapter. So, right? So. Yeah, I did that with Fabian last night, yesterday.
What's that?
Oh, he had to correct me. When you and Faye was having a conversation about and then you were like, I'm like, yo, bro, you know what I meant.
About what though?
When you and Flea was talking about it and I was mistaken you was like, yo, I am Fabian. I was like, you know what I meant. Remember yesterday we was having a conversation. Yeah.
So, but I think the Lakers, there's a lot of free agents that, like the Nas Reed thing, like the fact that Minnesota didn't have Nas Reed. I'm not saying they would have beat Denver, but it puts them in a different.
It would have made it interesting.
Yeah, especially I like how Ant-Man played. Finally showed up.
Oh yeah, a lot of people gonna go after Nas Reed. I wouldn't be surprised if Miami tries to go after him. I think teams like Phoenix might go after him.
Well, I think the number one guy they're gonna go after is Brook Lopez in this offseason. The trade for I'm not sure, but the Lakers and even Phoenix, like those are two guys basically in the same boat. And I can't say that because the Lakers have more depth, but you gotta let D'Lo go. You're not re-signing him. I think that's a big mistake. If you do
and plus, I would bring back and see what McCullough can do that they got from Orlando, from Harlem.
Just one thing about Brook Lopez, which we're talking about the centers and the guys from the 90s.
Mo Bamba?
Yeah. We never really got a chance to see what he can really do. I think him being in the situation will help him. I think he could be a starter or a solid backup.
What were you saying, Bernard, about the 90s players?
No, because we're talking about the 90s players and how would they play today. And I think Brook Lopez is a fun example because if you remember before going to Milwaukee, Brook Lopez didn't shoot threes at all. Like, and he wasn't a good defender either. Like he's a guy that changed completely his game once he came to Milwaukee. And I think that's something that we miss sometimes when you're talking about how guys would adapt in different eras, because we assume they wouldn't do nothing to adapt. Like we assume they would be the exact same players that they are today. They wouldn't change their skills or anything. And it's tough to do that because, like, if you look at 2008 Brook Lopez or 2010 Brook Lopez, nobody would guess he would be able to be what he is. Like he's basically a 3-and-D center for Milwaukee, and like he wasn't that at all. He was a post player. He couldn't guard when he was younger. So yeah.
I think he's an example. Like I don't say, this is a very far stretch of an analogy, but you got Tim Duncan who did something similar where he looked like Tim Duncan almost looked like a totally different player by the end of his career, in the beginning of his career. Obviously, we could say, but he just looks like what the Joker looks like now. And he's
not only that, yeah, for sure.
Just able to adjust and reinvent his game. Brook Lopez did the same thing. This is a totally different dude. And I think Miami would be the perfect team for something like him because they need him. I don't think he rebounds that well. And look him up, but he's up for Defensive Player of the Year.
And he could even play with Bam, like because Bam is a guy that's a good playmaker and he's a good defender, but he switches a lot. Like Lopez is the weird guy that he can be both your stretch five and your rim protector at the same time. That's why I think he's very valuable in today's game. And about Duncan, like Duncan, people talk about how Duncan changed from 08 on, but from 99 to 03. The offense ran around Duncan, and it was like post up and Duncan banging and trying to get tough shots. From 04 on, when Tony Parker and Ginobili came to life and became what they became, he changed his game there. Like if you look at the 04 at the 05 finals against Detroit that I watched earlier this year, their best offensive player was Manu Ginobili, wasn't Tim Duncan anymore. Like Manu created and had the ball in his hands more than Timmy. He was already changing that. He changed from a post-up guy to a pick and roll guy. in the middle of his prime. Like, and that's very impressive to do.
I gotta show you. I want to put up this highlight. I don't want this to get kicked off of YouTube though, because they flagged us before. I'll just delete it from when we from the repost. But Tim Duncan looks like a totally different. Like he looks like the. Yeah. I'm gonna pull it up because people don't believe me.
Oh, the other day you said when we was talking about the coaching, you said you don't like Griffin being the head coach in Milwaukee.
I think I just was like a tongue-in-cheek comment because Adrian Griffin, but I looked at his background. Like he was an assistant with Tom Thibodeau, an assistant for, I want to say
Toronto. He was with Toronto.
Nick Nurse, right? So I think give him a chance.
And he was a tough player. He was a solid player too. And his son plays for the Atlanta Hawks too.
Oh, that's who's his son?
His son, I forgot his first name, but it's Griffin. But he plays for the Atlanta Hawks. He got a son that plays for the Hawks.
I just think it's tough. I know he comes from the Nick Nurse. And that he has a lot of experience, but you got Giannis there, and I think that's a hell of a signing. Especially they just changed ownership, so again going back to ownership from the top down. For me, because I always preface any coaching. I try to preface any coaching commentary I do with. I don't know what makes a great coach, especially when someone like Adrian Griffin. I know nothing about him. Mike Brown proved everything wrong about me this year. I thought that was a big mistake, and him coming off the Golden State thing, and I thought his whole style was outdated, but he proved me wrong. So I don't like all I could do is what I see in game from them. That is to me is like the show and prove thing. Like a lot of these players when they play in college, I hate all you people that watch college and tell me who's nice, and then I see them in the summer league and I go, they're not nice, and they're gonna be whatever in the league. But the coaching has to be. You got to watch them day in, day out, and then throughout the year, throughout the season, read about them and see what the players like about them. That to me is always hard to tell until they become the actual coach.
What do you think about the Celtics hiring Sam Cassell as an assistant? I think that's a good move on the Celtics part.
I think you've been talking about him the whole time, so. Finally got another assistant job. Hopefully, I don't know.
He can get a head coaching job. We hope one day he can get a head coaching job.
I know he was at the Missoula was at West Virginia, so I'm not sure if there's a tie with Sam Cassell with that, but
no,
he's gonna need some veteran voices in there. I think Sam he's always been a vocal dude, never shy.
No, and he can work out the players too. And if they're gonna keep Brown and Tatum, he's definitely gonna be on the court helping them work on their ball handling. That's for sure.
That one thing that Sam Cassell for me can help the Celtics a lot is if he can teach Brown and Tatum to be better ball handlers and decision makers, like that would come a long way for the Celtics.
I think he can because look at Maxey, which we're going from like all you could see him in the gym working out with these guys. And look what he did with John. Remember when John Wall first came, he was playing 100 miles per hour, just playing and playing. Then when Sam Cassell got on the bench, you saw him. He kind of like just toned his game down a little bit. He kind of like dropped him down to earth for just a little bit. So Sam Cassell had some influence on it. Sam Cassell had, and Bradley Beal too. He also mentioned Bradley Beal. So he has.
Big Timmy.
And wasn't an anomaly either.
Tim rebounded it and bringing it. Crossover. Get out of here. Tim Duncan strolling down the lane. Got to find a way to stop Duncan. He is off in a big-time way with 9 already.
Still a loose ball, and Duncan comes up with it behind the back to keep it going.
Oh, you can't be serious.
Wow.
And the foul goes on Duncan. Picks up his first. Westbrook shift right there on Cartwright. Martin, 3. Durant. Hooked up by Tim Duncan. 4th rebound. And to Kawhi Leonard, the early release, and the 2 at the other end.
Ballverlust und Steal und Tim Duncan schließt ab.
Duncan, of course, had that unbelievable start. And comes up with a steal here. Duncan, you rarely see this on a fast break and finishes down the other end. So already, several turnovers for the Miami Heat. He's a fast break. You're shaking.
That was a slow break right there. New York homeowners, now is the time to switch to solar.
How dare they?
For me,
now I can see why people compare him to Joker. I can see why the similarity to Tim Duncan and Joker.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I can see why some people are comparing because Mike Malone compared Joker's game to Duncan's game.
Did he? That's what I've been saying. I saw a video like 6 months ago. That wasn't a video I saw. That especially later in his career, the way he would pass the ball, dribble handoff, set the pick, then he would, whatever you call that, cut to the basket. Everything was like Joker. It's just this is Tim Duncan, late stage Tim Duncan. So that's what he was. That's what he had to do when he lost all his athleticism.
Yeah.
But so Joker with no athleticism is old Tim Duncan. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I think Tim Duncan was he didn't have the touch that Joker does around the rim and to extend it to mid range and 3-pointer. Like Jokic is a more skilled with the touch and shooting overall. I think Jokic is better, and Jokic he's a genius level passer. But what Timmy did in that Spurs team is he became the offensive hub out of the elbows, just like Joker is today for Denver. Like his ability to dribble handoff, make decisions, set screens, and roll to the basket. Like it was very special to watch. I love Tim Duncan. Like I think his offense is a little bit overrated outside of his peak prime, but I think he has a legit argument to be the best defensive player of all time, in my opinion. Like it's him, Hakeem, and Russell, depending on how you see the 60s era. Like Duncan is
best defensive
player ever for me. Duncan is right there with Hakeem and other guys.
And he never won defensive player of the year. I don't think he was top 3 ever.
No, he was top 3 a couple of times, but he never won it, which is crazy to me.
I think I got to put Ben Wallace as a gap above him. Dikembe Mutombo, a gap above him. But again, those are defensive specialists. And then, of course, Hakeem Olajuwon. And those are guys that are probably a little more athletic and have a little more strength, ironically. And that would be the overall advantage over Joker is defense, flat out defense. Like that's where it's like, who would you rather have on your team? I always start with defense. And then he brings you the similar amount of offense. That's the gap between Tim Duncan and Joker. So again, when they talk about can Joker be top 10 centers ever, it's like, yeah, we can have that conversation, but if you don't consider Tim Duncan a center, there's no way after watching any of this that Joker is not going to be involved in the conversation against Tim Duncan. Like that to me, that's when it gets a little bit what do you think about that, Bernardo?
Yeah, I always say it depends on if you count Timmy or not. If you count Timmy, the conversation changes. But for me, I always had my top 5 centers in Kareem, Russell, Hakeem, Shaq, and Wilt. Those are my top 5. It would be really fucking hard for Jokic to crack that. And then if you want to add Duncan, then the top 6, that's really hard. But for me, I think the conversation overall with Joker reminds me of the conversation with Steph in a sense that I think people underrate his offensive impact. I don't like, in my view, I don't think people quite understand how valuable being maybe the most efficient volume scorer in the league is, and also being such a fucking great playmaker. I think people underrate that combo of how important, how valuable that is.
They underrate who? Joker and Steph?
Yeah, not necessarily. I don't think they underrate, because what I meant was, like, I don't think people understand. I don't think it's a conversation, let's put it this way. I think Jokic is clearly better than Duncan on offense. That's what I mean to say. Because he's so gifted as a scorer, and Duncan was also. But the playmaking part of Jokic, like, adds so much value to his offense. Like, he is the first center in the history of the league, maybe with the exception of Wilt, that effectively plays point guard on offense. And the value of that, and he plays it very well. So the value of that is kind of crazy. And what I say that it compares to me with Steph is, I don't think people understand the value of having a guy that generates so much layups, like wide open layups for your team.
But again, I think that's
Like
a product of the time too. Like, he's gonna get a lot of that in the 90s and in the 2000s. Don't get me wrong. And the 2000s will be interesting because he would be playing against more power forward, the more, KG, Rasheed Wallace, Tim Duncan, the McDyess of the world. Like, Joker will be up against them instead of the centers, so they could probably maybe guard him better than the centers that we think about one-on-one from the 90s. But that's not the way you guard Joker. You see him with the Lakers.
But the problem, but that's the problem with Jokic and with Curry. You're not guarding them one-on-one.
I disagree with that. I think
they're not just one-on-one players. That's what I'm saying.
No,
they're not just one-on-one players.
1,000%. What I'm saying is that he's still gonna get his versus the Rasheed Wallace of the world and Tim Duncan, because they got it on each other, and they were so different. And then Joker will be different against them. It's just that I don't see him being a gap better over those guys. And so forget centers for a second. Kevin Garnett, Tim Duncan. Am I forgetting somebody? Maybe Chris Webber.
Early Chris Webber and early Rasheed.
Yeah, like if you have Joker on that Sacramento Kings team from 20 years ago, and you take off Chris Webber and put somebody else, that's going to be sick. Because he's Vlade Divac times 10.
That's the thing. Like, Jokic, what I meant to say, you're not guarding him one-on-one is when you have Jokic in your team, your best, like, imagine Jokic running a dribble handoffs with Tony Parker and Manu Ginobili. Like, that would be sick, because Jokic can shoot in a way that Duncan can't. Jokic has the ability to take from the perimeter to the paint and dance the way he does, and then flip little hook shots over smaller defenders. It's maybe even better than Duncan is. He's a better passer than Duncan. So, like, the combination of how I was talking about this with a friend, but like the Jamal Murray Jokic combination is so amazing, because how do you guard that? Like, how do you guard a center he's a knockdown shooter, he's your best passer, and he can take you one-on-one to the rim and hit any 12-footer that you can imagine. Like, how the hell? Because you can't guard, you can't trap, you can't double Murray, you can't switch. Like, you can't do anything with that. And I think that's why I think if you put a one-on-one game, Hakeem versus Jokic, I think Hakeem eviscerates him, because he would be able to guard Jokic in a post-up pretty well, because Hakeem is a monster, and Jokic wouldn't be able to touch Hakeem. But in a team game, as the agent of a team and as the primary playmaker of a team, like, we think about Jokic as if he was Hakeem, Kareem, and Shaq and David Robinson, but he isn't. He's the primary agent of a team. He's the primary playmaker, and that makes a huge difference for me. That's what makes
Joker. No, but then I think with Joker, that's why the Murray being healthy is important, because Hakeem won when all his guys were healthy. Tim Duncan was winning when most of these guys were healthy. Same thing with Shaq. But I think the Ben Wallace, that Detroit Pistons lineup versus, I guess, the Kings, I want to see how they did. I want to look back and see how they did against those Kings in that era. Because Rasheed, he went to the Pistons in 2004. But
in the middle of the season, and he played one game with the Hawks, and then the next day he got traded to the Pistons. That was
I'm not a big. I hated watching the Spurs and Pistons in the finals because it was just boring. But think about.
I loved it. I watched all the games this year. It was so fun.
So imagine having Ben Wallace or Rasheed checking Joker anywhere on that court, because these are guys. These are guys that can keep up with him, and they're gonna body him. So again, these are the things. Some of the things you have to deal with in the 90s and 2000s and the 80s. So
Yeah.
But you know what's
Joker's
the flip
game
side to that?
is very dominant and easier to play in this era. It is not easier for Joker to play his game back then.
That's not easier. But you know what's the flip side to that? If you look at the 05 finals, Ginobili scored 19 points a game on 62% true shooting. Parker was horrible in that finals. Duncan couldn't score a lick in that finals. Like, if you have Jokic in that team instead of Duncan, probably defensively, technically defensively, you are way worse. But offensively, I think Parker and Ginobili have way better series than they did because of the ability that Joker has to not only affect the game, but yet a guy like Jamal Murray, he makes him so much better because of his offensive gravity and his offensive ability. So I think the flip side, maybe Jokic isn't as prolific as a scorer playing in 05 against the Pistons, but the guards playing with him would be way better, in my opinion, offensively. And that's what I'm saying. People don't take into account that much when they talk about Jokic. The effects that he has on the other players, not only his ability to play one-on-one. That's what I'm saying.
But I don't think I think that's part of what we're saying will be more difficult for him, because Miami can't. It's hard for them to execute this game plan that's really, you would do this version of it in 04 with the Pistons because you have zone defense there. In the 90s and the 80s, you can't do what Miami's doing today.
Nah,
it's
you have to
allowed.
guard up, straight up.
You have to guard up and do these late double teams. But the Sonics, the 80s Pistons, they're gonna bend the rules, and the referees are gonna allow them to bend the rules a little bit, and they're gonna, because they have the personnel for it and the pressure on the refs like that to try to attempt that. And that's not to say he's not great. That's a part of what makes him he's almost reaching like a mythical level right now. Like, the way he's playing is what you like. This is what I wanted to see, because all the greats, the two-time MVPs, they answered this bell. I've seen LeBron James first time in the finals shit the bed. I don't care what anybody says about his stats.
First two times in the finals, he shit the bed.
Joker's not doing that. The Joker's not doing that.
Go ahead.
No, you can. No, I've been talking too much. Go ahead, please.
No, go ahead,
Nah, but I was gonna say, it's like, for, yes, I love the the 90s ball and the 2000 ball, because they cared, and it was more physical. It wasn't as friendly, but they benefiting from the rules on how they play. That's all it is. He's benefiting from, Joker's benefiting from the rules he's playing in. It's not his fault. It's not his fault that he's putting up these kind of numbers. It's the way how the rules is constructed. You can't be as physical. You can't hand check. So that's just my opinion, because a lot of people kind of like go like, nah, what Joker's doing is unbelievable. Because if that's the case, if we're making a big deal, like, okay, because what Joker's doing, averaging triple-double as a big man in the center, then we would be saying then what we say about Russell Westbrook as far as him averaging a triple-double for the past 4 seasons.
But that's the difference, because Jokic is actually efficient doing so. Jokic is a big man doing it, and he's actually efficient doing it. So it's a bit different.
But no, I'm just saying that people are just making it a big deal. Oh yeah, because he's scoring a triple double.
I don't care. I don't really care about that.
No, I think when you see a scorer sometimes, right? Like, a lot of times we overrate certain scoring. Like with Iverson, I love Allen Iverson, but then when you look at his average and you go 40%, okay, that was great, but you have to do it with volume. The fact that Joker's doing all these things, that the numbers and the eye test match up to greatness. That's when you see like a great player. It's totally efficient. Like, he's shooting 60-70% from the field. That is insane.
That's not easy to do.
No, and that means,
and not even shooting guards can even say
right. And it makes up for, going to Bernardo's point, it makes up for his deficiencies on defense. Because if he had an extra level of defense, any little extra level of defense, now he's in a different level of conversation with this top 10 centers thing. There will be no question about it.
top 10. I think he's there. Honestly,
he didn't
like,
listen. You guys keep overlooking the first 4 or 5 years, and these other guys came in the league, stepped into the league, had 10 great years, and that's not right.
When I talk about all-time greats, I value peak, not like apex the best few years, but peak in prime. I valued it more than anything else.
And to be honest with you, nobody expected Jokic. Jokic was a late second rounder. He was like what,
42nd, yeah.
42nd pick or something like that. Nobody expect, because everybody thought the kid from Portland that they had was going to be a better pro.
Nurkic.
Yeah.
Remember, they had both of them at the same time.
But again, going back to what we said, Bernardo, you have Denver in there. Masai Ujiri probably drafted both of them, but he had to speak to Mike Malone and go, hey, we want to get rid of one of these guys. Maybe we're thinking about, Portland just offered us this for Nurkic, and you go, yeah, get rid of him because this guy Joker, he's amazing. Mike Malone has to be the guy that tells him that and reports that information to him, like, this is the guy. And he saw this in practice. So, but he's just, again,
he started off slowly. Yeah, he started off slowly.
Yeah, as efficient as he is now, he started off slowly. I don't tempt even just the remember all these great centers that we talk about defensively, they step in there and it impacts the game on two sides of the court. So it changes.
Because you gotta remember, Duncan won his first championship his second year.
Right.
Right. Duncan, yes, but yeah. No, look, my problem with this conversation, as I said before, is that I think we underrate. Like, I don't think we understand the reason why he is in those discussions with those guys is because overall his offense is more valuable.
I'm not underrating him. What he's doing is insane. I mean, I'm not underrating him. I just hate with the grown people, just grown people, not y'all as young folks. How y'all think? I'm gonna count y'all. I'm talking about people that are a little older than me that come out of the note. Oh my gosh, we've never seen a center like this ever before. Like, really? Like, get out of here. Like, really? Like,
for you, I'm young, so maybe I'm wrong. But what is the center that you have seen that has such a good touch, is such a good shooter, and such a good passer? Like, for you.
Yep.
Have you ever seen anything like that? That's what I'm saying.
The closest will be Hakeem and Duncan. Those two.
No.
Hakeem and Duncan to me, as far as
with that. No, as a passer, not as
a passer. Well,
Hakeem's passing is why he's not in the same class as him. Like, Hakeem can't pass like Joker. He could not pass like Joker. Like, and it's not close. It's not close with Hakeem. And Hakeem, everything else is there. But if he's passing,
big men are not passing today. Like, it's just Jokic. We're not talking about
passing back in our era.
Right.
Not every day today. Like, the only other guy that averages more than 5 assists is Sabonis. Like, big men are not averaging 10 assists today every other week. Like, it's Jokic. That's what I'm saying.
I've been
like I
said
a few minutes ago, they're benefiting from the rule. They're benefiting from the rules. We done had this conversation.
But
what does the rule have to do with? Hold on. I have a question. What does the rules have to do with passing? Tell me. I'm not saying you're wrong.
No, I'm not saying as far as passing. I was just saying just overall what Joker's doing, being people saying he's an offensive machine. I'm just saying that he's better from the rules because you can't be as physical as back then. I'm not judging of his passing. I'm not putting in his passing ability. I'm not putting passing in that ability. I was just saying overall. That's all. That's all it was.
Beloved, can I ask you a question? As you were,
can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you sound good.
Yes.
My fault. I didn't hear Turbo's answer to what I asked. That's why.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, I was in the black spot. Yeah, but so my question was, Turbo and Bernardo. You could ask me anything within the boundaries of our friendship. If you need me to borrow money, you have no problem asking me. Don't be so proud.
If you need help, you can lean on me, Bernardo, if you need any help. And I also will lean on you, Bernardo. Don't worry about that.
That
So you don't ever
Brazilian
have
bridge.
to.
He can't wait to
Yeah.
go to Rio, Bernardo. This guy's very.
But go
He
ahead,
always
yo,
show
Turbo.
all the corners in Rio. I haven't seen it.
What were you saying? Like the rule?
I
I
wasn't
understand when
talking
people
about
say
Pat,
the
not
rules.
his pass, huh?
Go ahead, I'm listening.
Not his pat. I wasn't just talking about the passing ability. No, I was just saying how people is making such a big deal, like, oh my gosh, this is one of the best offense of center we ever seen, blah blah blah. But I'm like, yo, look who he's playing. He's taking advantage of who he's playing against. It's not his fault. And like you said, he's benefiting from the rules because you can't be as physical.
I didn't say that. Don't say I said that.
Not you.
Okay.
No, not saying. I'm not saying you.
But when people say about the rules of today, I think the only thing that I see the rules of today is like it allows the offensive player more mobility and more mobility for their dribble drive. I don't think the rules have changed so much because I think now you can play zone. Before you couldn't play a zone.
No.
Legally.
Do you think playing zone in the pros is good?
No, well, I think
your opinion.
Everybody has
their own.
No. I don't think that's why you don't see it done in the pros because it's so easy to break, and when you get to a certain talent level, the zone is going to hinder you more than help you. When you get to a certain talent level.
That's my question. That's what was going to be my question about the rules and the passing. Like when I studied illegal defense rules in the NBA in the 80s and 90s, what struck me is the defenses couldn't load up the weak side. The defenses couldn't bring the third defender to guard the pick and roll. The defenses couldn't not double, but like dip, try to take away the space and then go back. Like I'm not a coach, I never played, so I don't know. But in my opinion, as a guy that watches a lot of basketball, it seems to me that reading defenses today is way more complicated than it was in the 90s and 80s.
Easily.
Easily, yeah, because you don't know, because two things. Your initial defense to a pick and roll before was you only could do two things. Either you switch or you held the hedge long enough, and if you held the hedge too long, then you have your big man posting up your guard. Now I get blitz a screen. Now I get to send another defender to really just sit in the middle real quick, and then I could drop down to a 2-3 coverage in the backside. It's very complicated. I don't think that's why when I say when I think about like people that score now at an elite level not being able to score back then, I don't see that because I just think you're going to foul out. Like if you're gonna say we play more physical defense, I say fine. I think all your elite defenders back then, maybe besides like a Mookie Blaylock that was just a great arm ball defender.
Oh my
maybe
gosh,
besides
one of the
Mookie,
underrated point guards in that era.
Maybe I don't think he was underrated. I think he got just due. But remember, he led the league in steals, and that's one of the few guards that led the league in steals while Mike was there at his prime. So you got to give him credit for that.
And he had Mutombo behind him.
And he had Mutombo, but when he didn't have Mutombo, he was still on ball defending everything. Yeah,
but people forget when he was with the Nets, he was a dog.
He was lockup. He was lockup. Like him and Derek Harper were like one of the best on ball defenders ever. But I think that not those players. I mean players that just leaned on you and fouled you. I think those players will be fouled out in the first half, no matter what era, what rules you had. Because it's not like back then they weren't calling fouls. Back then you would just allow more leniency to clothesline somebody and not be suspended for 10 games. See, to me, that was the difference in the rules. It wasn't like they wasn't calling fouls. They were called fouls, but you won't play, like you'll be kicked out that same game and you won't play 10 more games nowadays.
Well,
they were calling it.
No, but that's what when I talk about the rules, I usually don't talk about the actual rule. It's the enforcement of it. So when you in game, There's how much shit do they not enforce? They don't. All these traveling rules, they're there. They just don't enforce them. They don't call that shit. So in the 80s, and you know what? To your point, beloved, the other thing nobody talks about, nobody wants to say this, but I think the defenses in the 80s, early 80s was all overrated. Who the fuck was really
because
defending?
because all you can do is load up and just hit people. But what I'm saying is,
because I was checking this yesterday, talking with Dime. From 1982 to 1995, offense was better than it was until 2020. Like, so from 1982 to 1995, the offense was like, it was from 100 to 105 pace and from 106 to 109 offensive rating. It only got back to those levels in 2020 after 1995.
The best season, Bernardo, if you want to watch a really ill playoffs, is the 93 playoffs. Damn near every team, that's like the best year of the 90s. Every other year is like the West is loaded. The East is great. It's really garbage. You got Indiana and the Knicks. Yeah, and that's it. But it's kind of 93 is fun.
Everybody's loaded up.
Yeah.
Everybody's loaded up.
Remember, that's when expansion first kicked in. So you have a bunch of teams that have 2 or 3 guys that really surprise you every night.
So, my two questions.
The Hornets won their first playoff series ever. A controversial call. I didn't even know until I like what they because it's on there. Like they showing like the 14 minutes left of the Hornets versus the Celtics in Game 5 when Alonzo Mourning hit the shot. I'm thinking like, yo, he won it at the buzzer, but the Celtics still had a chance to win. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, I remember that series. I remember watching that on TNT when I was little. Yeah. But hold on. Go ahead, Bernardo. You wanted to ask Beloved a question?
I want to ask you 2 questions. The first question is,
no
how
problem,
the hell are people? Oh my God! Stop.
The 2 BFFs. Oh my goodness.
I'm blushing. The first question, I have a girlfriend, by the way, so chill.
No problem, Bernardo. Let me be quiet. Go ahead.
I'm kidding. My first question is, I wanted to, the first thing that always bugs me about this conversation of how was Jokic going to play against the best centers of the past? First of all, we're pretending that basketball is a one-on-one game when we ask this question, because we are not. I'm saying like everybody, including me, when I think about it. Like, I don't think I even take into consideration how Jokic would as a passer, as a guy with the level of touch he has and the level of shooting he has, how he would affect his teammates. Like, I was talking to Fabian. Like, imagine Jokic running a handoff or a pick and roll with a guy with a guard that had some scoring ability, some passing ability, and some speed. Like, in any era, it would be a nightmare to guard, considering who Jokic is. So that's the first thing. If you think that Jokic would suffer as much, not one-on-one postmate, just as a post player, but overall as a guy impacting the game offensively, how much you think he would suffer? The second question is, since defense back then and dribble penetration back then wasn't that prolific, do you think his defense would be less exposed a bit because of how difficult it is for him to guard small, fast guys trying to get to the rim?
I think that first, the dribble handoff will be terrible for all those centers to guard. One, because they naturally don't know how to come out and guard that. And number 2 is, I think once he takes the handoff back, the center's gonna drop so much that he's gonna be like, when his career ends, he's gonna be like maybe the leader in 3-point percentage or 3-pointers made, because he has the ability to hit that 3-pointer. He has the ability to hit that shot. That's number 1. Number 2 is he'll go down as one of the best defensive centers ever. You know why? Because maybe 2 or 3 of those centers can really back a man that size down from the post. Sabonis, Shaq, and maybe not even a young Shaq maybe can back him down because of his pure ability and his brute strength. But I think that you'll see nobody's really in that era, like backing him down because he's a big, solid, strong guy.
Yeah, if you look at how centers like even at the Bio in this series and Embiid when they play are able to attack him, is because they have space to take him off the dribble from the perimeter. It's not necessarily because they back him down. So that's the thing that I was thinking about. Like he would be way less exposed to dribble penetration and perimeter play in the 90s and 80s than he is today. So maybe his defense is less exposed then than it is today. That's what I was thinking. So overall, I think he might have been just as good back then, but he wouldn't be clear cut the best center in the league because of the talent at the center position back then. So that's.
No, what's up, sir? You said what up?
I'm saying nothing.
Yeah. No. I'm talking to my son. I'm going to the barbershop.
Okay.
Yeah. I agree with you. I don't think that you're gonna expose people that much back then because the game is not as free flowing as it once was. What's up, Aaron? What up, G? What's good with you, bro? Yeah, what up? Oh yeah, I'm safe now. I'm not doing nothing in them streets. You said what up? Real quick before I get Fabe, you watching the game or you? What are we doing tonight? Are we gonna be watching the game or?
Yeah, probably gonna jump on. Yeah.
All right, and another thing, two more things, like, real quick, and also, I would just want to recap Turbo, Fabe, and Bernardo. Some of the things we've heard in the last 2 nights. You rather have Kyle Lowry's career than Manu Ginobili.
Did
Chris
anybody
Paul,
say that?
and Charles Barkley. Yes, Mel said all those 3. So
That's what
you rather have
Beloved
yes,
took he
yes.
took Melvin's playground medals away from him after he said that.
Mel said that he'd rather be. Mel said, hold on, Bernardo. Mel said he'd rather be Lowry over Chris Paul, Charles Barkley, he compared Ginobili to Kyle Lowry because they both are winners and they both have rings. That's one thing we heard. And also today I heard Turbo. Listen to this. I don't know if you were on for this. Bill Cartwright and
I heard
Bill
that. I was
Lambier.
at work. That's why I couldn't get on. I was
Bill
like,
Cartwright and Bill
I was
Lambier
thinking
could
about
pass.
you when he said that.
Bill
I was like,
Bill Lambier can pass. Bill Cartwright and Bill Lambier could do anything 10% like Djokovic. Yo, it just I don't understand. Like
it gets crazier and crazier. You know, the summertime
I'm
is
old. No, hold on.
summer.
I'm old, right? Like in basketball years and all that, I'm old and all that, right?
Yeah.
But I don't look at the game like that. Why do old people look at the game like that?
But you can see that it's such a hate for him though. Like for whatever reason, like he was in such denial of the Joker's greatness that it turned into like the Bill Cartwright thing. I think he misspoke. In all honesty, I think he meant to say Bill Walton.
No. He said Bill Cartwright first. That's the first thing came out of his mouth. He said, "I've seen centers do this like Bill Cartwright." No, I don't.
Right. I'm even writing it off as a he misspoke. Like there's no way. Like nobody ever brings up Bill Cartwright. Or anything
he doubled down and said Bill Lambier.
Right.
He doubled down and said Bill Lambier.
And but look, I even understand the Bill Lambier thing with dribble handle or something like that. All right, cool. But once you tell me Akeem Olajuwon's in the same boat, that means you don't know, like you didn't watch this. You're just saying shit. You're just saying shit because that's Akeem's biggest flaw. So to say that Patrick Ewing's a good as passer as Joker, you're gonna tell me that? No. Patrick Ewing's a black hole.
Yo, he said Buck Williams. He said Buck Williams. Like I don't know if y'all remember Buck Williams.
Buck Williams is not a center. He's a power forward.
No, he was
good.
Buck Williams. We were talking about
when
Buck
he was
Williams
in Jersey.
playing.
He was killing when he was in Jersey.
Because he was strong and he could rebound. But Buck Williams, who do you think was a better power forward? Buck Williams or Horace Grant? I think Horace Grant likely is ahead of Buck Williams because of his ability to run the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Horace Grant may have a top 10 all-time mid-range in NBA history. Still, like when they gave Horace Grant the ball in the elbow, he never missed that. I think him and Oakley had one of the best 15-footers in NBA history. You got to look at that percentage-wise. I got to see how much they shot that from the field.
But some of the things that I've heard in the last 2 days, and Mel said something too. I don't know if y'all caught that. He said he like, sometimes this is why I hate this podcast shit, because y'all let anybody up to here. And he was very mad. He was very angry today.
Yeah, but you can't. But I don't like doing that shit because I've had some bad takes. You said Magic Johnson's overrated. That's crazy.
No, everybody believes that. Everybody believes it.
Okay, hold on. But there'll be people that think you flat out dead.
I didn't say he's overrated. No. I didn't say he's overrated. No.
So
my take is I feel like Isaiah, if he has the same team, he has the same success or better. I'm saying I feel like Isaiah is underrated. Not Magic Johnson's overrated. I say he's rated fine because of his situation. I just feel Isaiah's a better player.
It didn't sound like anywhere near that, but I'm pretty sure any one of us could have a crazy take to begin with. I just don't want that to ever be anything else. Like Mel has the worst takes of all time, so he can't even talk about.
Yeah, we're talking about Mel. No, because we talk about Mel's take right now.
Right? No, that wasn't his take. That was old take.
I just think that
Mel at night.
I never heard Bernardo have a bad take.
But yeah, this guy.
Because I hide my bad takes. I have them. I just don't say it.
You delete them? How dare you?
Yeah. I want to ask Beloved a question before he goes. I maybe Beloved will think this is my first bad take of all time. I think I would take Ginobili's career over Chris Paul's career, considering the Olympics.
I would too.
Bad take.
That's not a bad take. That's not a bad take because I'm a hero. I'm a hero in my country. Because I won the Olympics, and I went to the highest level of basketball I could. I won 3 championships, and I won awards. I won the 6th Man of the Year award 3 straight years, right? Didn't he win it 3 straight years?
Yeah. No, he won 2 straight years. And
he got 4. He got 4 championships. He got 4.
4 championships.
And I have my coach.
Yeah, because he won in 03. He was a rookie in 03.
Yeah, I got 4 championships.
And I have my coach.
And I have 2 straight 6 Men of the Year. And I'm a national hero. Why wouldn't I? Chris Paul.
And I have my coach, and I have my Hall of Fame coach telling Team Duncan that I'm the most important player in a dynasty.
And that 03 San Antonio run, a lot of people don't give Speedy Claxton enough credit, man. He had to come in and save Tony Parker's.
Yo, Turbo. The only reason why you doing that because ain't Speedy from Brooklyn?
He's from New York. I forgot what.
But that's late. What is showing is later career.
Yeah, but they don't even have the stats before that.
That's why.
Horace Grant. So from 96, 97 season they started doing these stats. So this is his mid range. It's field goal percentage by distance. So from 3 feet he was crazy. From 3 to 10 feet, 45% was ill.
Exactly.
10 to 16 feet though was 35%. That's and then from 16 to this is where he's killer. Yo, this is crazy. From 16 to 3-point range, he was 48%.
Yo, you see
so
that?
Now imagine the early to mid 90s.
No, exactly.
That's 15 to 16 to 3-point line is Dirk level shit.
Yeah, but listen to this.
This is Horace Grant. This is what he's talking about. The Horace Grant.
You gotta listen.
Amazing.
And this is Michael's outlet. So every time you come to double Mike, he got that outlet to give it to. So you you gotta put that in account. Nobody, you're not doubling somebody, and you can double somebody. Horace Grant gonna knock it down, and he has the ability to guard pick and rolls, and he ran the floor. He wasn't no stick.
That's why I was saying that I'd rather take the first 3-peat Bulls than the second 3-peat Bulls because Horace Grant is young, Scottie Pippen is young, Michael Jordan is young. That perimeter defense is elite. So especially for the 90s, I'm saying, in any given period, it changes, but they have a better chance of winning in this era. Again, going back to Rodman, I don't really want to hear this, but Horace Grant in this era with those two, with Pippen and Jordan, I think they could give the Golden State Warriors a better shot than.
Show me that same. Hold on. Show me that same stat for Luke Longley.
I was gonna go to Charles Oakley next.
No. Well, go to Oakley, but I want to see long. Give me Longley stats with in the 3-peat Bulls. I want to see because he shot the light.
Let me tell you something about Horace. If he could shoot 45 to 48% from 16 to 3-point line, he could be a 40% 3-point shooter in this league.
Yeah, go ahead.
Of course.
Absolutely.
But that's what I was saying, going back to when people say
everybody
from that era was garbage. No, there's certain players back then that would fit in this era, and they would fit really well.
Absolutely.
He'd be a stretch 5.
Samir, 10 seconds. Just cut it off. Remember, we're not giving him a line.
So this is Oakley.
What do you say about Luke Long?
Hold on, I got Oakley from 96, 97 on. Look, 16.35 to 3-point percentage, 48%. From 3 to 10 feet, he's 58.5%. So Oakley was money too, and this is again in mid 90s. He started falling off after the 98, 99 season. But who you say, Luke Longley?
Yeah, Luke Longley.
Oh my gosh!
Hold on, I hope I don't make you dizzy, guys.
But yo, Bernardo, you see those percentages of players' ability to hit the mid range? So those players can play in these era. Now I don't think Oakley does much because I think you get killed defensively with him trying to guard a pick and roll. But
he would have to lose
can
weight.
hit the shot. Yeah, he can hit the shot.
He would have to adjust. He would have to adjust his whole approach.
Give me Luke Longley real quick before I go, because I gotta go real quick.
We're looking at it right now. I'm trying to find the shooting. Game high shooting. Okay, this is Luke Longley. 51%. That's even higher.
Look at that. So give me all the percentages. I can't see.
Right here. So Luke Longley.
51, 41, 52, 52. Like, come on, look at that. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So the Bulls, I think there was, for me, like Pat Riley in the book of Blood in the Garden, he was saying he was doing a bunch of this shit in the 90s, writing it down. We just weren't privy to it. So if Pat Riley was doing it, I gotta believe Phil Jackson was on it. Because come on now, 51% from the field like that, that leaves Mike and so much.
Mike had confidence in them. Mike had confidence in them. He knew if I get double, I'm gonna kick it out to them.
Those Bulls team had sneaky, very good shooting in them. Like,
yeah, because
that's why I always say,
Bernardo, they knew who to get. They knew they need a big man to knock down the 10 to 15 footer because they know in the triangle he's gonna stand at the top of the triangle. He's gonna be there. Remember, all Phil did when he went to the Lakers, he just flipped the triangle where Shaq is now the center of it, and the two people are at the top of the triangle. Before it used to be Luke Longley at the elbow, Mike at the post, and Scotty in the corner. All Phil. Yeah, no.
That's how the triangle's supposed to be. It was with the center. So with
the center. But he just flips it when he goes. No, the center's supposed to be at the elbow.
No, I thought that the original triangle was not Tex Winter. I think Tex Winter got it from his college coach in the 50s or 40s. That the center is the center of the triangle where Mike was and where Shaq was.
Yeah, but he flips it.
Right.
So when Mike was there, he'll put Mike at the post, Scotty in the corner, and the center that can knock down the shot at the tip, at the top of the elbow. I gotta go real quick, y'all. I hope to see you. Fabe, you coming to the games this weekend? We got 7 games
on Saturday.
At Riverbank. Sunday.
Sunday. Okay, I'm definitely gonna go.
Yeah, because Saturday is the Puerto Rican festival in front of my block. I know, Bernardo, let me give you some of Fabian's youth. There's a Puerto Rican festival on Saturdays in my neighborhood, right? That's before the Puerto Rican parade on Sundays. So Fabian on the Saturdays, he'll go there, he'll put a lot of gel in his hair, right? And then he'll wear like some shades, right? And a polo shirt. And then he'll go out there and he'll buy a drink called a Nutcracker. And he'll just go out there for 4 to 5 hours in the sweltering heat and talk to Puerto Rican women with skimpy clothes on. And they always have 2 panther tattoos on their breast area. Fabian, where's the lie in anything I said?
I've only been to the Puerto Rican festival once. The parade I only been to once, and I hated it twice. And it was like the Bloods versus the Latin Kings, and I hated that shit. That was like
I'm talking about the festival.
The festival is the best part of the weekend because the festival is you could eat, like it's more relaxing. You could walk around, but the parade was horrible. The festival I've been around. I only went to the festival like 2 or 3 times that I remember.
That you remember that because the Nutcracker and the sun.
And back then I used to blaze crazy.
Yeah, there you go. All right, I'll see y'all later tonight if you get on.
Yeah, all right, beloved. Appreciate you. You made a lot of great points. That was great to go over the Chicago Bulls, man. That was amazing.
Yeah.
What are those games that you guys always talked about? Is AAU games or something?
Yeah, he coaches for an AAU team. So
nice.
Yeah, they got a bunch of tournaments where you know, boss man that comes on here, he actually works in that area where they're gonna host the games. It's on the west side of Harlem, 135th in Riverbank. So he has 7 tournaments, which is crazy. That's a lot of like what they do. That's why when I talk to them, it's like you show them a lot of respect because they're still in the game. But it always shows me that I don't care who you are, I don't care what kind of basketball you play. When you sit right here with a microphone in front of you, we all got the same point of view. You on a fucking couch, motherfucker. And we got the same opinions. We go crazy.
Exactly.
What's the likelihood that Mel was talking about me when he's saying that everybody crazy people come into the life?
No, he ain't talking about you at all. He respects you. If you notice, he respects you and Dime Dropper the most. Mel don't argue with you and Dime Dropper ever.
I like Mel, but
Mel is a nutcase. Mel's a nutcase. The craziest, the craziest. That's why we like him. The craziest people on this live consistently gotta be Rage Man, Mel. Beloved he teeters on there from time to time, but it's Rage Man and Mel. They just disrupt the order.
But you know why I like Mel? Because although he has crazy opinions, he doesn't like lie about facts. Like when you show him a fact, he accepts the fact. It doesn't change his opinion, but he accepts the facts.
It does. No,
like,
he has changed his opinion because he was talking shit about the 60s, and then we showed him. We weren't on that live when we went to Don.
Oh yeah, so we talked about Sam Jones and those guys. Yeah,
Mel is full of shit. And then this is when you catch Mel. He was talking shit about Jeff Hornacek, and then we pulled up a video of Jeff Hornacek. He was like, "Oh, he was all right." Like, you think we just talking about some idiots? Like, that's the part that we get. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, Jeff Hornacek would be dope in this era. I think he would be. Again, when they tried talking that bullshit, I said, "You can't tell me Caleb Martin's in the finals starting one game, and Jeff Hornacek couldn't play in this era." What are you talking about?
Caleb Martin and Gabe Vincent. Like, you're telling me those guys are so much more talented than people in the 90s? Like, come on now.
Like, I don't think Danny Ainge is as good as Jeff Hornacek. I think Jeff Hornacek got what you and Beloved who else always talks about it? That two dribble move. He got that one dribble or coming off around a pick. Like, there's different offenses you can have. Now, I get it. This generation, everyone's just basically a copycat league, and then what is it? A 1-4 defense, and then a 1-4 offense, and they're all just a bunch of pick and rolls. That's if you stand stagnant with LeBron from the last couple of years or whatever. But Jeff Hornacek could spread the floor for you. He's gonna be a knockdown shooter. You know what? Let's look up Jeff Hornacek.
And he could be a secondary playmaker as well. Like, he was a pretty good passer. He was a pretty good ball handler as well.
He was a smart player, and he was tough. That's the one thing that
like. Him and Stockton were just dirty players. They weren't just tough. They were dirty players. Him and Stockton. Like that. That's the fact. Like, I'm gonna use my place of speech as a white guy. The fact that people don't call John Stockton dirty is racist. Is racism. Like, if he was a black guy and he did the shit he did, he would be known as dirty for sure.
Well,
like, Stockton was dirty.
But look at CP3. He's dirty. We don't really call him. The media doesn't call him dirty. Who gets called dirty? Let's start there. Dwayne Wade is dirty, and they don't talk about that. D Wade is one of the dirtiest players of all time.
Draymond is called dirty.
Okay, now, are you going to argue that, Bernardo?
No, Draymond is a maniac. Like, we love him as Warriors fans, at least some of them. But like, Draymond I would hate him if I was any other. The way he talks to the refs is crazy. Like, but that's the refs' fault because they've let him do it for years now.
No. But again, Bernardo, this is why I keep telling you guys, where politics kicks in and we don't talk the unspoken rules. Draymond Green is a superstar on a super popular team. You cannot just send that guy to the locker room whenever you feel like it. If the referee no way. If the referees were to kick him out of more games, they're gonna get called to the office.
What I'm saying is, if the refs wanted to, they could tell him like, "Hey, if you do that shit, you're going to the locker room," and he wouldn't do it.
No,
that's the thing. That's their fault because they're P-words.
I gotta find the video where he's on ESPN and they're interviewing him, and it goes, how do you talk to the refs and don't get thrown out? He goes, to be honest with you, I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. Like they don't do it. They don't do it because they don't have the guts. That's what that and like look, because Draymond wasn't like that in 2015. He became like that after he started winning.
After he started
Like
being garbage. After he turned trash, it was even worse.
No, and that's the thing. Like Draymond for the last few years, the only way Draymond is a crazy player because Draymond is either trash or one of the best players in the court. Like there's no middle ground. Either he is the most impactful defensive player in the league, or he's absolute trash. Like, and that's
defense,
crazy to me.
Even offensively, when he's aggressive, and
He's
again, speaking of dribble handoffs, and then he pump fakes it, like when he decides to go,
He fakes the handoff and then goes dunk into the rim. Yeah, for sure. Like Draymond is a because I think that's the thing that people in the Warriors surroundings say. Like Draymond needs to be psyched to play well these days because he isn't as good physically. So he needs to be a maniac to be able to do the shit that he needs to do.
So now imagine part of that is the reason why he's popular. Part of that is the reason why he has cachet in that organization. If this is who Draymond is on camera, we saw him punch his teammate on camera because they let that out, right? How do you think he is off camera? No mics, Bernardo. He's a sicko. That guy must be insane. He has to be. So if you're sitting there and this guy just in the organization, he's very close to Bob Myers. We talked about this before, right?
And
Bob Myers
and just Steve Kerr as well.
I'd say he's closer to Bob Myers. I would put money on that. There's a game where he's yelling, going crazy. I don't know who he's talking to in the crowd, but all of a sudden,
it's the
Bob
Clippers
Myers
game. What you say happened twice. Happened this year against the Kings, where he got thrown out and he was yelling at the crowd and Bob Myers. But the other one is the Clippers game in 19 with the KD situation that Bob Myers came down and talked to him.
No, it was another one from this year or last year where he's just talking, yelling to his teammates, and all of a sudden he looks and Bob Myers comes over and he's like 6 rows up and he talks to him and Draymond goes, all right, and gives him a dap and he walks off. Like he listened to him. And I'm like, who the hell is that guy? And I saw it was Bob Myers. Okay, that shows me there aren't many people who we see in that stadium who ever calms down Draymond. No teammate, nobody. Steve Kerr maybe sometimes, but Steve Kerr benches him and he goes sit down and
if Steph wanted to, he like when Steph does it, Draymond listens. And Andre
I've
too.
never seen
like those are because that's not Steph. Like Steph, but Draymond has talked about like Steph being a calming presence in the locker room and checking him sometimes. Him and Andre, those are the two players that do
now
it.
remember why Bob Myers is why they have that relationship. Bob Myers drafted him, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Bob Myers would play for the UCLA Bruins in 1995 when they won on a game-winning shot by Tyus Edney. He made his bones in the agent for that corporation he worked for. He made the vice president. So now he was a top eight. He became a top agent, became a vice president, not just a top agent. He became the vice president of there. So he understands being a player. He understands winning in college. He understands being a role player. Then he sees Draymond and he goes, I drafted you in the second round. If it wasn't for me, who knows where you would have gone. That's number one. Number two, I know how to speak to you because I was in your role before. I know what it takes to be the guy that's not in the front, right? So they're growing closer because of that. That empowered Draymond to the point where I knew he had a lot of power was when they chose him over Kevin Durant. When they said, we're going to keep you over Kevin Durant, I knew like, oh shit, this guy has way more sway than I ever thought. There's no way I would have traded Draymond Green that day if it meant keeping Kevin Durant.
But that's the thing about that team is it's not just Draymond. Like Steph, Clay, Andre, and Steve Kerr, those guys, they want to stay together. Like they want to play, they want to ride this out, and they did back then because they believed they didn't need Kevin Durant. Like if you ask them after in 16, they were like shocked and they lost and they won at KD. But during those years, 17 and 18 specifically, whenever Kevin Durant missed time, the team was awesome. And so they kind of believed like, I think we can do this. Like I'm not sure that we need him. And then after like it kind of proved kind of right in 19 in the playoffs when they beat Houston Game 6 and then demolished the Blazers in the conference finals. People were saying like, did they need Kevin Durant? Like, and obviously they did. We talked about yesterday, and like I don't think they beat the 17 Cavs without an upgrade over Harrison Barnes. But like, that's saying one thing. I would never say they wouldn't be able to win a chip without Durant in 17, 18, 19. Because again, we're talking about one of the greatest defenders of all time and two of the greatest shooters of all time playing together. Like the level of talent that team has was amazing. So
again, that's why Draymond Green is important, because you chose him over Kevin Durant, right? You chose the culture over Kevin Durant. You chose
once you chose him and you officially like he's a part of the guys for sure forever. They're choosing him over Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole's 23 years old. Like think about that.
I don't know if they've chosen him quite yet because he's still a free agent. They haven't extended.
They're choosing. What I'm saying is like all their demeanor, everything they're saying, everything that's coming out of there. Apparently, they're going to keep him, and Jordan Poole is in the market for what people are saying.
Okay,
so think about that.
That gives even more credit to him. Why? Because again, I'm going to veer left a little bit and then bring it right back. Ask me how many times Michael Jordan fouled out of a game in the 1990s.
And I think Draymond almost gets thrown out more than fouled out.
Right, thrown out. But again, watching Michael Jordan's career taught me a lot about how this is nothing but a TV show. This ain't got nothing to do with how great you are as a player. It more so to do with the reason why the Sacramento Kings and the Lakers, when they had Tim Donaghy and the referee scandal happened, they didn't necessarily want to give the Lakers the win. They wanted to make it competitive because they have advertising money to put up with. They got to go back to the advertisers and say, hey, we just did $10 million again last week. Bad enough we got Shaq in here who lowers the ratings. We got to make this game close and make it dramatic. Same reason why you can't let Michael Jordan foul out. Same reason why you can't why Draymond Green can yell at a referee for the entire game and not get kicked out for the most part. Because he's part of, I don't know what's going to happen next with this team. As a fan, as a spectator, forget being a fan, as a spectator, whether it's your wife, your mom, your grandmother, you're going to sit there and you're going to be watching a game where you don't know what's going to happen in the next second or two, because Draymond Green might kick somebody in the nuts. He might stomp on somebody's chest. He might tear the referee's head off, and that never happens. So the cachet that Draymond got, it has everything to do with being popular and benefiting from the popularity of this team, because it certainly has nothing to do with his diminishing skill set that's on the team, and it's a lot like Dennis Rodman in that case. Bernardo, you muted yourself. Bernardo. Bernardo. You got to come in and out.
My internet got fucked. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you muted yourself.
No, my internet, the stream collapsed for a second.
That's cool. Well, you're back on now.
Yep.
Damn near 4 hours. We are crazy. We love basketball, guys.
One thing that's funny is the chicken and the egg of the NBA privileging a team. Like, the only way the NBA privileges the Warriors, and they kind of do, I'm not going to deny that, is because the Warriors are freaking awesome. If the Warriors were, but the NBA didn't just pick the Warriors to be their favorites. Like they're their favorites because they're awesome, and it's unfair in a sense. But at what point do you just say it's kind of earned? Like at what point do you just? I mean, they're going to favor someone, and it's obvious they will favor the team that gives them most money. And the team gives them the most money because they're the best team. Like, it's not like the Warriors are the Lakers and they're a legacy franchise. The Warriors became a powerhouse because of this team, basically. So
well, it was the same again. The last time I saw that was with the Bulls.
Yeah, the Bulls, yeah, for sure.
Right. So same thing with Michael Jordan. There was a phenomenon there. It was must-see TV. So same thing with Steph Curry. The guy who makes sure Steph Curry and Klay Thompson can be on that court at all times and not get harassed is Draymond Green. So if you need, what I'm trying to explain to you is that Draymond Green is a really good politician. There's no way he's leveraging these relationships with Steve Kerr, Bob Myers, Steph Curry, the NBA office, the referees, and he's going, I don't care if you can't kick me out. You can't, because you got the word from the office. I've done everything I could possible for the last 5 years to get kicked out of games by yelling at you. I've called you every name possible, called your mom every name possible, and you still ain't kicking me out. He knows that he has cachet for whatever reason, and it has nothing to do with skill. It really doesn't, especially not his skill. It has everything to do with the skills of that team. Did they earn the right, the political right in the NBA? Of course, because it's all about money. It's all about attention. Rodman got suspended for 15 games in the middle of their run because he kicked the cameraman in the nuts because that went too far. You can't kick the guys in the crowd like that. You're disturbing the money. Now you're too scary, Rodman. Chill out. Go dye your hair purple and come back and relax. So he knew that.
And then the you remember the Jokic against the owner of the Suns incident?
Yeah.
Like that was a perfect encapsulation of power, because they kicked out a fan that did absolutely nothing. So that they needed to do something, but they didn't kick out HBR because he's the owner. So that's power right there. Second part is Jokic pushed a fan. Like if that's not Jokic, if that's Reggie Jackson, he's getting a suspension. So that's the perfect encapsulation of how power works in the NBA. Like you can't piss off the owner because he's the owner, but you can't really piss off the superstar either because the NBA is nothing without its players. So that incident was very like illustrative in some sense.
And you saw the owner came out. That's a great point. That's a great analogy, because you saw the owner come out and he said, yo, I don't want him to get suspended. Remember, again, though, you're talking about an owner who played ball. So he understands being competitive. He understands that he flopped. Also, let's not forget that. So with Joker doing that, though, we know Joker's temperament. We know Joker has a bit of a temper, and he lost it right there in that moment. But it's
not only him, his family as a whole.
I mean, I don't want to, be a bigot over here, but the Serbians are known for being, on the edge. Can we say on the edge? Is that fair? Is that fair to say?
The Serbians, they're tough. Like because people underrate that West here in the West, because Brazil included. Like we haven't been through none of the shit those guys have been through in the last 20 years. Like those guys have literally, like the guy Beloved always say the name Djokovic instead of Jokic. That dude actively trained in places where he could only train for like 3 hours in the day because in the night bombs dropped nearby.
Who's Djokovic?
Djokovic is the best tennis player in the world.
Right now?
Yeah, he has been for the last 15 years. 12 years.
Who am I thinking of? Just
a second.
Jokovic. Who am I thinking of? It's the best tennis players is the athletic one that's kind of like Pete Sampras. I forgot all my tennis players now. But there's another one that's let me see, best.
He just went to the Roland Garros final, which is
the one that didn't want to go to Australia.
No, he couldn't go to Australia because he didn't take the vaccine. It was quite a Kyrie Irving scenario.
Yeah. Bo wants to know. He's asking, are we still on? Like, yes, we are. We're earning our fucking hours watched. You think he's the best tennis player in the last 12 years?
Yeah, Nadal.
What's the other guy? Nadal and the other guy.
No, there's a big three. Nadal, Federer, and Djokovic. Federer from 03 to 07 was clearly the best guy, And then Nadal from 08 to 2011 was clearly the best guy. Then since 2011, Djokovic has been the best guy for most of the time. Sometimes Nadal bested him. 1 year, Andy Murray bested him. But like for most of the last 10 years, Djokovic has been the best player in the world. He has 3 seasons that are not probably, but maybe the 3 best seasons in the history of tennis. 2011, 2015, 2018. Like he won everything. He beat Nadal like 15 times straight. Like he's a crazy player.
I think him versus Federer, I don't know who's better. Federer was amazing. And the Federer and Nadal matchups from 08, 09, those matchups were like the best tennis I've ever seen in my life. And I don't watch tennis like that, but I don't recall them being that great.
Yeah, look up the 2012 Australian Open final between Nadal and Djokovic. That for me is the best tennis player, the best tennis match I've ever seen.
Better than Nadal Federer at their peak?
No, yeah, 08, they had like 3 straight or 4 straight Wimbledon matchups that were crazy stuff. Like all 5 sets, yeah.
That's the argument against like Serena, like the 80s tennis players. There's a bunch of them with Sampras, late Agassi. I forgot the white guy's name.
And Serena, the argument against Serena, because Serena, she didn't face, we never know if Serena was just way too good, or if she didn't face great competition. Like she got
the Roy Jones thing going. She got the Roy Jones thing going, where it's like they try to promote the other girl, I forgot her name, the Russian chick. She was okay.
Yeah, Sharapova. Yeah, no, Sharapova didn't stand a chance against Serena, never did.
Right, and she was okay. And then her first championship, the U.S. Open, she smoked homegirl. That was I don't know if she smoked her, but she smoked the best player at that time, Martina Hingis. Yes,
and she also beat like her sister multiple times.
Yeah,
her sister was the best player in the world as well.
Yeah, her sister was the competition. Because she got Martina Hingis up out of there. Martina Hingis was the dominant tennis player at that time, and she said, "You know what? Watch this. 18 years old." And usually with tennis, that's what happens, right? The teenage girls and teenage boys, they're usually in their prime because the older you get, you're done in tennis.
Yeah, that's the weird stuff about Federer, Nadal, and Djokovic. Like they dominated until they like Djokovic is 36 right now, and he's still the best in the world.
Damn, that's impressive. Even though
those 3 guys are crazy.
Even though Agassi he revived his career later.
No, but they were like Agassi and Sampras were until like 30, 29, 30. Nobody. Federer won a Grand Slam at 37. Like that's fucking insane.
Nah, that was good. So you know what that tells me?
Yeah.
You don't want to hear this. Drugs are good.
Drugs are good? What the hell?
Let me tell you something. Tennis and soccer are the most gambled sports in the world. And they have the craziest, and they don't talk about hockey enough, but you know what country is really big in hockey?
It's Russia, Canada, Finland, and
Russia is all you gotta say. Countries. Russia is all you gotta say. I don't even want to talk about what goes on over there. I don't know nothing, Bernardo, but I will say soccer is big time on being rigged with gambling and stuff like that, and tennis is too. Tennis had a major scandal like I want to say 12 years ago, but there's no way with all this FanDuel stuff. You know what I'm saying? There's no way that something didn't happen. All boys laughing with us right now. But so I think
to bring it back to we're talking about Jokic being tough, like those guys from the Balkans. And I was listening to
you can't call him beloved anymore. You gotta call him beloved. You cannot call him beloved. Beloved is his new name.
Beloved. Okay, so no beloved, just beloved. Because
we call him beloved. Our friendship, you gotta say beloved.
Our friendship is special, so I need to call him something else to differentiate. All right.
Beloved.
Yes, beloved. So we're talking like those Balkans guys, and I was seeing some people talking about this on Twitter the other day. Like, it's gonna be fun when people in America figure out that Europeans don't really consider Balkan guys white. It's gonna be a fun dynamic to talk about.
Listen, Bernardo, we usually reserve this for 6 in the morning, 4 in the morning. We take our conspiracy talk. You ain't gotta tell me that. I always say, and all boys listening now, he don't want to hear me say this. The real white man ain't no damn Europeans. It's the Asian white man. That's the real white man. You kidding me? I'm disgusted that they bred us and turned us into this what I am, this Dominican where we was mixed with Spanish blood. No, why did we go with the Russians and the Serbians and the Eastern European, the real white man? I don't have that blood in me. Do you see what they do in every sport right now? They conquered everything.
And the thing is, the Balkans guys and the Western European guys hate each other. Like they absolutely fucking hate each other.
You see the way Putin talks about Western Europe. You don't come on, man. Listen, Bernardo,
Yeah,
I don't know
they
it
hate
all.
each other.
I don't know it all because he's really white. He's a real he's like, yo, he's like, yo, do you see our people? And remember, the Russians and the Germans, that's the people that the Russians respect. They respect German motherfuckers because remember, they have that type of excellence, that discipline towards anything. The Germans' discipline is crazy with cars, technology, and even money. Remember, they were the backbone to the whole European, the Euro.
And the Germans are the really crazy fucking racists. Like those are the pinnacle of bigotry you're gonna find in the world. It's really our Russians and Germans are. This is something else. Like,
so are you saying they're superior, Bernardo?
No, I'm saying the pinnacle of racism, not racist.
Of course, but I think out of all the white
crazy.
people, they deserve to at least say that. Like you guys, they really tell the like you guys are beneath us. They really look at English. Imagine how they spoke to an English person like you're the king. That's your king. That's how they look at them. That's your princess. You kidding me? That's how they look at them. I love it.
No, Germans say like Europe. I include myself because I'm Brazilian, so like we outside of Europe think Europe is just a great like kumbaya. Every white guy loves each other, but Europeans hate themselves. Like hate each other. They hate each other. Like bring English people and Irish people hate each other.
Oh man,
like.
No, Irish people despise. Remember, they conquered them. The Irish people don't. That's when McGregor, when he was saying, he tried to call him racist at first when he went against Floyd Mayweather. He's like, "What are you talking about?" But then he fed into it, and that's how they promoted that fight with a white black thing. He realized like, "Oh shit, that gets the algorithm going." But Conor McGregor, you ever hear him talk? He's like, "Bro, I don't." Nah, he respects black people to a different level. Like, he's fucking copied the whole black style with his whole style is that shit. It's hip hop, Conor McGregor, but. He don't like English people. He calls them names and all that shit. No, you'd be scaring me when you be
that's
good. Like that.
What is AllBall got worried of? The
he don't like when we get too political.
No. I'm just listening, man.
He's like, don't get us banned.
Nah, I'm just listening.
I took us off Facebook because of that. Because I'm tired of like they kept flagging us, and I'm like, yo, all we did was talk about basketball the whole time. So they kept flagging us. I'm like, you know what? I ain't gonna go live with you motherfuckers. And that's where we got some of our traffic. But whatever, we'll repost it like with the link. But yeah, 2.5 more hours to go. Oh, boy, our predictions come true. Hold on, let's see.
Say it again.
2.5 more hours to go, and you back, Bernardo? I'll see when your video pops up. Good. 2.5 more hours and see if our prediction works out.
Oh man, I'm scared for Miami.
Yeah,
I'm scared.
I don't want to write them off like I did after game. Oh shit! After game 1. Did I check this out? Yeah.
Who thinks winning tonight, AllBall?
I mean, to be honest, I want Miami to win. But it looks like you see, man. It looks like Denver found a niche, man. But I'm gonna go down with the ship. I still think it's gonna go game 7. I think Miami, put like this, Bernardo. I think Miami should win. Now, are they gonna win? I don't know, man. I don't know because, like I said, they don't stick to the game plan, and them guys got to make shots. Them guys don't make shots, it's a blowout. If Miami loses today, it's over in 5. This is game 7 for Miami.
So let me ask you a question. What do you think, outside of just making 3-point shots, what do you think needs to happen to Miami for Miami to win this game tonight? Like, what's the turning point for you in your head?
Joker can't have a 30-plus point triple-double. Miami got to control the boards. Like, you can't get beat 25-plus. So, controlling the boards and not allowing Joker to get 35, 15, and 14.
Yeah. Like I think we're going to have I think Denver wins, but I think we're going to have a big Jimmy game today. I think Jimmy's gonna show up.
I hope so because the way everyone talked about Jimmy Butler, from us to just the whole sports world, he ain't looking too good. So if he losing this series averaging 20 in 5 games, that's not good. The playoff Jimmy thing might be dead if that happens. I'm being honest.
No, next year he scored 45 in the first round and it will be back.
I mean, well, let's see, because I think after this year, unless Miami get somebody over there, Milwaukee healthy, Boston coming back, Philly, see what happens with them. So I think Miami got to take advantage now. If not, this Eastern Conference and Finals, I think this is it for them.
I'm never going to count out Eric Spoelstra, Pat Riley, and Jimmy Butler in the Miami core. Like they're the zombie Heat for a reason.
You think it's kind of similar to facing the Lakers all over again, like a superior team, and then they got to pull all stops out to go, to try to win another game, because it just like Denver's just clearly more talented, and the Lakers were clearly more talented than them in 2020.
I've been saying this since the beginning of the series. It's an uphill battle for Miami. Like everything that needs to go right for them, and everything needs to go wrong for Denver for them to win the series. Like it's tough. Like how because basketball, there's something about basketball that's different from soccer. That basketball is a numbers game. Like there's a lot of possessions in a game, and there's a lot of possessions in a series. You need to actually be better than the other team to win. Like in soccer, it's not uncommon for a worse team to defeat and eliminate, because it's like you need one goal. If you get one goal, maybe the game is over. Like basketball isn't that. Basketball, you need to actually play better. And when you're less talented, playing better is really fucking hard. So
1,000%. I think there's you gotta agree with what you're saying. We've seen it with when I remember I made a bet. I was a big Iverson fan. I made a bet against, shout out to Rob, that Iverson and the Philadelphia 76ers were gonna win, because I was such an Iverson fan, and it taught me a lot, because he was just had a crazy game, a crazy run, but the Lakers was just so superior to them, and I don't necessarily think we're seeing that though. Like, I don't think we're seeing this flat out dominant.
It's not that level of discrepancy. No,
No,
Lakers.
yeah.
No, it's not that level. No, and this Miami's team is like they're talented. Like they have scoring. They have a lot of scoring in the team. If you take out the names and just look at the performance, they have a bunch of shooters and guys that can score. So it's not a bum team. It's a good team, but I mean, if you have the most talented and you have the best player, it's really hard to lose.
And great coaching.
For sure.
Well, both of y'all making great points. It's just like I said, it's just one gigantic mismatch, and it's Joker. Like, that's literally a gigantic mismatch. But once again, Joker is smart enough to not play the same game he played in game 2. So that's why I was saying in game 3, Spo didn't make no adjustments. Like, he didn't play the Hines kid enough. And like Fabian was saying, like with Strus and them dudes, man, if you ain't hot, get up out of here. Kevin Love play. Like, so, listen, man, Miami got to play a perfect game, but they're capable of doing it. We've been watching it all playoffs. So they just got to put the ball in the basket, man.
The thing
Go ahead.
No, the thing about Miami is we're talking. Me and Fabian were talking earlier about when the exception becomes the trend. Like Miami has made it happen in this playoffs. Like the exception of, oh, you need to hit every shot to win. Like yeah, that's unlikely, but Miami has done it like 7 times this playoffs.
Right.
So, like,
Oh, see, yeah, that's a great point, bro. Because Boston, there's a combination of things that went wrong. Like I think they're soft mentally. They're mentally weak. That played into it. That showed up. And the first year coach, that plays into it. So maybe as a team, they weren't as what we thought they were, clearly, because they lost 3 straight initially, right? And again, with the Bucks, somebody got injured. Their best player got injured. With the Knicks, our best player was actually hurt, and nobody wants to talk about that. I don't want to make an excuse.
They both know. I mean, if we're gonna bring it, remember you brought that up. If we're gonna bring it about Jimmy, we gotta just be fair. Remember, Brunson and Randall was hurt,
and Randall had surgery.
Yeah, no, I mean, so, but you know, like I said, I'm not gonna use that. But Boston, it definitely helped Miami that game 7 because Tatum got hurt immediately. So to me, that helped. I still was picking Miami because, like you said, Faith, I don't think they are mentally that tough. But like I said, I think this series here, it's tough because, like I said, man, Miami just got to make shots. Like I said, when Denver making 8 shots and Miami not, it's a whole total different ball game. And got to shout out Steve Kerr. Hey man, we can say what we want about Joker, but every time Miami make a run, it's one player that knocks down 2-3 big shots and put them right back, and that's Jamal Murray. Sorry, like he's the X factor. He's the X factor.
And you've been saying that, and you've been saying it was after game 1 or game 2. I thought you've been saying like, all right, if one of them killers, all right, you could live with that. But once Jamal Murray gets going, that's 2 guys. Those are the 2 guys that you've been saying that from the beginning of the series. All you fear is those 2 guys, but everybody else, give me whatever you want. I mean, if Aaron Gordon kills you, we ain't expect that.
That's the thing the Warriors fan always said in their dynasty. Like, if Klay Thompson plays well, the Warriors never lose. I don't think I've ever seen the Warriors lose a game where Klay Thompson played well. Because if you have 2 guys doing that shit, it's like it's impossible. How can you do it? Like, it's hard. And also the other thing about the Nuggets is like if you the Nuggets have something that every great team needs to have, which is a reliable way to get easy shots. Like every great offensive team that we have seen has a reliable way to get easy shots, and I don't think Miami has that. That's where I think the gap is between the two. Like 10, 12 times a game, Denver will get a wide open layup or an easy push shot from Jokic from 7 feet out. Miami doesn't have that, but everything is hard for Miami. So yeah.
Yeah, that's
But yo, hey, real quick, I'm sorry to cut y'all off. I was watching something. So you see the Bob Myers with the Golden State. Y'all see what Curry came out and said, right?
No.
So he said he wants to bring back the core for 1 more year.
Oh.
So the word is from Calacara and a couple of dudes, they were saying maybe Bob Myers, like the big thing right now is Klay Thompson. They don't want to pay Klay Thompson. And they
Klay has 1 more year of contract.
Yeah, of course. But
if it's 1 more year, they don't need to play him.
No, you have to listen. You have to pay Klay Thompson. I don't care what who are you getting over there that's gonna fit better with Stephen Curry?
No. I agree that they have to. I would pay Klay Thompson as well. What I'm saying is they don't need to extend him to keep the core together because he has 1 more year in the contract.
Oh, right,
so
right,
if Steph's saying like we need 1 more, Klay Thompson isn't an issue. Draymond is the issue actually.
No.
Just do 1 more year.
No, they saying it's not Draymond. They saying it's Klay Thompson. They say maybe Bob Myers, don't, as they thinking about the future, they don't want to pay Klay Thompson. Because they're gonna listen, listen, I'm not getting rid of Klay Thompson. I'm sorry. I think you need a backcourt like that to win today. If you don't have a dominant big man. And as we know, it's only maybe 3 to 4 of those. Joker, Anthony Davis, Embiid, and Cat by default because he's the only, but I think if they get rid of Klay Thompson, I think Steph Curry leaves.
How? People talk about Klay's playoff performance that wasn't good, but Klay through the last 42 games of the season scored 25 a game on 43% 3-point shooting.
Yep.
Like Klay this season was better than last season for Klay, for example.
Draymond is the problem, Bernardo, like y'all been saying it. Draymond is the problem. That organization is scared of Draymond Green, man. Draymond Green is the problem. You have to get rid of him. I'm sorry. He doesn't have it anymore. What he does isn't as important as it used to be. I'm sorry. I'm like, I ain't trying to be funny. Who's the enforcer on Denver? You think they care? Bro, we play good basketball. We're going to beat you with great basketball. Steph Curry don't need no bodyguard.
Joker might be the enforcer. the wild Serbian. We just talked about it all, boy. The real white man. He ain't playing them kind of games with you. They don't want the Joker brothers in the stands. What we talking? Those are the enforcers.
He got 2 brothers.
They in the crowd. They said, "Yo,
for sure."
They didn't even show it. They said they didn't show it. That they said what they said. Mark Jackson and Jeff Van Gundy was saying, "Yo, the Jokic brothers are going at it with the Miami crowd right now," and they never showed it.
Oh, well, not that. I seen another one where it's going at a crowd. It might have been I seen them cursing out Jack Nicholson. That's what it was. When they swept the Knicks.
Yo, and Jack Nicholson looks like he's out of his mind. So I think he was just drunk or something. Because what are you doing talking to them dudes like that? What's up, Turbo?
I think the NBA next year, not this season coming up, but after, it's going to be a lot. Like, you think it's going to be some moves now. And don't forget what CJ McCollum said. He said, yo, man, if I put my money on it, we ain't going to see Dame Portland again. I think Dame is out.
He said that?
Yeah. On the panel. YouTube it. Yep. I just watched it.
Dame is for the first time actively entertaining, like talking about trade possibilities.
Exactly.
Right now. Like he's been talking about it.
Yeah.
For the first time. Every time prior to this year, he said, no, I'm staying in Portland. I want to be here for my career. This year, he's talking about trade possibilities, like in podcasts and stuff.
Yep. Telling you. Listen, man. I look at it like this with those caliber type players. Those players need to be seen in the playoffs, whether they win a ring or not. Players like that's not in the playoffs to show that skill set, man. Listen, that's not good for basketball. I'm sorry. Damian Lillard.
James Harden would probably be better off if he never played in the playoffs, to be honest.
Right, but guys like Dame Lillard, you want to see that? Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. James Harden need to fake an injury the second game before the season is over. James Harden is the worst.
We always talk about like how the injury affected Kevin Durant foot on the line shit. Yo,
guys,
James
I
Harden.
have to go. It was great talking to you guys.
It's great talking to you, Bernardo. I mean, it's not as great talking to Beloved, but that's neither here nor there. That's his guy. Oh boy, it's gonna go crazy with Beloved. I think we talk about James Harden.
We had the live later after the game or
during the game, probably during the second half to keep it.
Okay.
Might have to, it's movie night. I gotta watch something with the kids.
Okay, bye.
All right. I think we always talk about James Harden on the Nets and how his injury and Kyrie's injury affected Kevin Durant foot on the line, but him having that much help on the Nets. James Harden, I remember him beating the Phoenix Suns single-handedly when Kyrie Irving and Kevin Durant didn't play a game in Phoenix. Like, it was amazing what he was doing back then. Before the injury, he was still playing ill. So that torn hamstring, I know, he's still going to be playoff Jimmy, like pandemic Jim. He's the original pandemic Jimmy. But before he tore that hamstring, on that Nets team, nah, that would have been serious to see. That's another thing. That's another what if is if Kyrie and James Harden would have been able to get together.
I think a lot of these players, man, the KD, like, you know, the guys that was like probably a little bit right after LeBron, the KD, Kawhi's, Paul George, James Harden, that era. Listen, man, them dudes need to start giving it all they got. I'm not saying they don't. I don't know. But I need to see these guys in the gym. I need to see these guys working out hard, in shape, and giving us a full season, man. And just going all out. Like, I want to see how great guys really are, man. Like, I ain't trying to be funny. I ain't saying these guys ain't great. Come on, man. Like, these guys is legends. But it's like everybody breaking down in the playoffs. Guys asking for all this help. Like, yo, man, just show how great you are. That's it. Like that's it. Like, I ain't trying to be funny. Dame Lillard was dragging that Portland team to the playoffs, man. He got them to the Western Conference Finals. Like, come on, man. Nobody want to struggle.
I was talking about that.
Yeah, like y'all dudes just underachieving. Like, I love what Gilbert Arenas say. He say some messed stuff, but then remember, he know what he's talking about. He said, yo, Joel Embiid is lazy. He said he works out just enough the way his body gonna break down in the second round. He said he's not in shape to make a conference finals or the finals.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he was someone like Joel Embiid, who could really put him on to that? Because somebody got to be around. Like, come on, Jordan's a nutcase.
You gotta want it himself, though, Faye. We know that. Like, remember, we got kids. You can't want it more for them than they want it themselves. Like, bro, y'all got millions of dollars. Y'all got chefs. Y'all got this. Y'all got, like, it was a time I seen maybe two years ago or so. I seen Embiid right before the game. You know, when they down on the floor stretching, sitting on the scorer's table eating a chicken sandwich.
Yeah, that was crazy. And he's that
like,
big.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Come on, bro. At least Chris Paul, his excuse is he getting older. Like, come on, man. Y'all guys flaming out in the playoffs. Y'all guys not giving it y'all all, and then y'all don't have no excuses when y'all lose. It's just, that's it. We see y'all next season. Nah, man, this shit is it's out of control.
I don't know what Embiid. It got to be something, though. You got to do whatever it takes to win, and he's always getting hurt somehow. And in the way he flops is crazy. Like they talk about somebody said Joker's. Oh, that's what Older Gray said. Joker's dirty. Nah, Embiid is dirty. Embiid be doing the crazy frog splash from anywhere. He'll elbow drop you, Macho Man style, from anywhere, and he's bigger than everyone. Like what he does is insane, bro. That's is actually pretty dangerous what Embiid be doing. Crazy. So I really don't. Not that I don't respect Embiid. I think I respect his wrestling tactics. But he's a lot like Draymond with that bullshit. Like,
oh, now I seen somebody. I seen a reel, like somebody put up a highlight of the dirty stuff he be doing. I said, yo,
dangerous. That's why we were saying top dirty players of all time. Bernardo just asked. I said, because he was saying, how come Stockton is not known as the dirtiest player? I said, because he was low. Like you really didn't see his dirt. Embiid and Draymond and these guys, it's advertised. They don't hide it. They will leg drop you in the middle of a game.
Yeah, but you know, like I said, man, I just feel, you know, like Kevin Durant and Devin Booker shouldn't lose in the second round. Like, I'm sorry, Kawhi Leonard, Paul George, like what the hell is going on? I know, you know, Kawhi got legit injuries, so you know he definitely get a pass. And you know what's going on with his system. Remember, John Sally said that. Like, you know, when Stephen A made that rant, and he was like, yo, man, think about it. He got a legit injury and his sister's going to jail. So, you know, he get a pass for now. But like I said, man, I just want these guys to just, man, listen. Jordan gave you 82 games, bro. Like, man. Them dudes was drinking beer. Them dudes playing golf. Like, man. That's why it be hard. Like now, like, if Harden really go to, like, I want him to go to Phoenix so it could be a disaster.
That's how I felt about LeBron going to Dallas.
But that's what I'm saying. How would, like, that's how bad the NBA is, even if it's a lie. Look how people think. Like, why is that even a possibility?
Yeah, I was
Nah,
like, oh
man.
my God, that Harden going to Phoenix is even worse than LeBron going to Dallas. Because I'm like, yo, how the hell is that gonna work?
They both, but Turbo, they both terrible. Just like when LeBron called Kawhi, like then they tried to get Paul. It's like, yo, if it's only 10 superstars in the league, y'all want 3 on the same team?
It would have been 4. It would have been 4 probably. No, it wouldn't have been 4.
Where's the competition at, man? Like, come on, get your road dog, and then let's go at it. I don't mind 2.
Well, also, I think that's why I like the fact that they're going to lose the way that they do, Devin Booker and Kevin Durant, because it's going to go. All right, the experiment is over, guys. LeBron's the only way that could jump from team to team and do this because he's a machine. Right. Everybody else, everybody shouldn't have this power. There's a reason why we have general managers and fucking presidents, bro. Like, what are we doing? Fact. Good point. So let's just glad it failed. Now let's get everybody back in their positions before the next superstar comes around. Does what LeBron did.
Real talk, like think about it. Think about the league. It's 30 teams and at least let's say 20, because you can't have all 30. I know to be real good, but let's say you got 23, 24. That like, cause you can name the duos. You got Clay and Steph. You got LeBron and AD. You got Kawhi, Paul George. Who else? You got Zion and Brandon Ingram. You got De'Aaron Fox and Sabonis. You got KD and your man Booker. You got Kyrie and Luka. You got Jamal Murray and Joker. So all these teams got that. You got Brunson and you got Randall. We go. You got Trae Young and whoever else. You got Kawhi and Middleton. I'm sorry, go ahead, Fabe.
No, you got Akima and Mariah Mills.
Nah. Come on, you understand? Real talk. You got you got your man in Philly, Harden and Joel Embiid. You got Tatum and Brown. Like, you get what I'm saying, Turbo? Like, yo, you got Jamal. Young boy and John Moran and whoever want to be the second guy. And the young kid that won Defensive Player of the Year.
Oh, Jaren Jackson. Yeah, Jaren Jackson.
Right. You got Jimmy Butler and Bam. Yeah. Like, come on, man. Let the GMs do the job and build around the 2 superstars. And now everybody, we gonna see who the greatest. But come on, man. Niggas is looking going. Play your heart out. That's why Miami is where they at.
And you know it's gonna be real hypocritical when guys like, I can't say D Wade as much, but I think LeBron wants to own a team, if I'm not mistaken, right? So imagine him 5 years from now, he owns a team and he's gonna be bitching and moaning about player empowerment. I see it happening already. He's gonna have to
hilarious.
Yeah, imagine a player of his caliber saying like, "No, we don't have enough on this team. Our general manager suck," or speaking out against them.
It's ridiculous.
It's just it takes away from how it should be. Like, something about it felt like it was great at first because you went there. I still thought it was a chance to have greatness in the league, and the Spurs proved you can beat them and everything. But it got too far. Like once Kevin Durant made that move, it was over. It was like, all right, this is the end of the beginning of the end, because what are we really watching? It's not competitive. It's gonna be 2 or 3 teams, literally. At least every other season, it feels like it's 4 or 5.
Like for me, due to the injuries, these playoffs. Remember, me and Trevor, we always saying that like this might be the best first round in NBA history, but all the injuries. So I think everybody has. You got the 2 superstars, or you got the 1 superstar with a button superstar all-star. Hey, man, and let the GMs do their job. You know what I mean? Y'all got to do your jobs behind the scenes, talking to players and this and that. Like I said, if a super team is built, as long as ain't nobody out front just crying and complaining, it's none of my business how it's built. But if a player's going, yo, man, nah. So, they messing the game up, man. And we not the only ones that feel like that. It's players that say that. It's former players and current players that say that. Like, yo, the game is the game, and the reference, just everything is horrific, man. It's horrific. It's horrific.
The referees look crazy.
Same refs from 30 years ago, man. Niggas need new refs, man. Like, come on, man. You need new younger. Look, Mike Tyson just did something. He was talking to Joe Budden, right? And Mike Tyson showed a referee. The same ref. Mike said that's the same ref that seen my first fight. He was reffing all my other fights. So Joe Budden said something to the effect like, "Oh, so he was looking out." You understand what I'm trying to say? Like, come on, man. People always got something invested. Get some new refs, man. Let these old guys either retire or school these dudes. But nah, man. Nah. I don't like it. That's why I think it's important for Miami to win. I really do. Even though it's looking like them are going to win, for me, it's bigger than basketball. I think it's very important for Miami to win. I think Miami winning gives the youth a more realistic idea of what basketball should be like. Because everybody trying to imitate Golden State and every kid trying to shoot threes like Clay and Steph, it's terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. Like, come on, man. We go to these AAU games. It's nothing but fast breaks and threes.
Yeah, you see how crazy. Like 22 years happened. Everybody wanted to be a dunker. Nobody wanted to be a shooter.
Yeah.
Everybody wanted to try to dunk. That's all everybody wanted to do. Now it's like, wow. Now everybody want to shoot. It's like crazy.
AAU basketball is literally turnovers, 3-point shots, and fast breaks. That's it. It ain't no setting picks. It ain't a great rebounder. Ain't nobody a knockdown shooter. Shit it's terrible, man. It's terrible.
And also, I think what nobody talks about, not just the pros, but just the business of basketball fucking sucks. It just sucks in general.
Why do you say that?
Huh?
Why do you say that?
Because it's what AllBall said. Because you look at it with the AAU, you got grown people benefiting off the kids. It's just as worse.
The one thing that I wanted Beloved and these guys to talk more about was when they were saying that the kids were getting left back on purpose and they had ringers in there. I'm like,
oh yeah. Oh man, listen. Hey, Faye, remember, I know somebody that coach, and but I also know a dude who can, and they like that shit reclass. That's what they call it, Turbo reclass. Right?
Yeah.
Hey, Faye, don't get misconstrued. All the kids is doing it. So you got 17-year-olds playing against 15, 16-year-olds. I don't want to name no names. Yeah. Yep. And you wanna know what else? Gilbert Arenas just said something, which I kind of knew, but like I said, he said some crazy stuff, but you got to think about it. He was like, yo. He said, why you think a lot of these kids ain't that good? He said, they fooling these GMs and these NBA guys. That's why they get in the league, and then you'll hear about them after 2-3 years. He said, yo, they show you a video of them dunking, and they head is like at the rim. He like, nigga, they bringing the rim, they bringing the basket down.
That's crazy.
He like, yo, he said, think about it. You'll see videos, YouTube guys. He said also when they doing these one-on-one workouts with pads and cones, he like, yo, bro, if you 18, 19, I want to see what you're going to do against a LeBron, a KD. Like, you got to play basketball with people. But he was like, all these kids, when they got the highlights and they showing their head above the rim, and he like, man, they bringing that shit down. I said, yo, man, that's what I say. It's remember what I always say, Fabe, social media used correctly, you could get rich. Telling you can get rich, man. You just got to know how
you see, and there's another thing. If a kid is good, if he's really good, they're only going to show what he can do. They don't show his flaws. They never show his flaws.
You never going to see the whole game, Turbo. You only going to see highlights.
Yeah.
I've been to like 2-3 games. I was not impressed. And that's no knock on nobody. I wish everybody make it. I'm never a hater. But
no.
I was not.
You got to call it out. It is. Listen, we're all smart. We're all smart over here. We know our basketball. But at the end of the day, we have strengths and flaws ourselves.
Yeah, but I tell people, I seen Tough at 14, 15, 16. I seen Momo. I seen Trump. I seen Kimber. I seen him at 15.
Yeah.
I seen what's my guy, Coy Fish, Jiggy Jaw. Like I seen, these niggas was playing against grown men. Like Boog and Jamal Tinsley came to Ruck at 19, 20 years old, playing against Predator Terminator. At the time, these niggas is 30 years old, been playing ball their whole life. A lot of these older niggas couldn't make NBA teams probably because they couldn't shoot, but physically, everything else was there. And you got teenagers busting their ass. None of these teenagers would go to Rucker. All right, put it like this. Just imagine a Booker or Jamal Tinsley before they went to the NBA. They playing against Marbury and them, against Fat Joe and them, a whole team of NBA players, and they busting their ass. What high school kid is doing that right now?
None. And those two rarely played high school ball.
Come on, man. So miss me with this, that. Listen, man, I got a son. They don't get it. They think because they tall and they athletic, that's it. Bruh. Come on, man. That's why the overseas dudes is killing us. Because our kids ain't working out how it's supposed to be done. They just going off of sheer talent and athleticism. Nobody can fucking shoot.
But you know what? And I said this a couple. It's so funny that what's going on now with basketball it doesn't surprise me because it's so funny. Shout out to my boy Coach Tone and Africa Park coming back the first day on July 2nd. That's the first time. I'll talk to you behind the scenes about something because I do have an idea. And shout out to my guy, Box Office. That's my dude. He be all over the place. But anyway, we was having this conversation. We was like, yo, in the next 20 years, it's gonna get worse. And I kind of like laugh. When you say something and you just laugh at it for a minute, but once you start to think about it, you be like, oh shit, you know what? That's a good point. Yeah, and it was like wow. And now that when we look at it, it's like wow. That's why I'm not really surprised.
Listen, watch what's gonna happen when the whole first round, the first 30 picks, when half of it is overseas and European guys, that's when we fucked up.
And I'm surprised nobody realized that. Nobody realized that.
I'm telling you, when the first round be 15 to 20 from the other side, because think about now with the drafts. Yeah, when they like I watched this YouTube joint where a guy be like, yo, they show like a young Bam in high school and they be like, what was the kid's rank before him? And then it'd be like 2 kids that you never even heard of and you ain't seen since. So out of them 60 players, man, sometimes in the league you only getting 4 or 5 that's gonna pan out. Yeah. It's not good.
Well.
Yeah, but
and like you said, the train, and now everybody's a goddamn trainer now. Like everybody's a freaking expert on training now. There's so many bands. Every time you look, now I'm a trainer. Like, where the hell did you come from? Like it's insane. It's insane. And also shout outs to Jerry Powell, who's one of the best trainers in the game. He did an interview and he was like, yo, I don't understand why guys are working when they work out, they use cones. He's like, yo, if you working out with me, I'm gonna be your obstacle course. Because I want to see how can you handle the ball when defense you using a cone doesn't make any sense. I was like, wow.
That's why that NIL and all that stuff and getting paid for your likeness, that's why that shit is so important right now. And I'm happy for it because like I said, a lot of these young dudes, they not putting in the proper work, so they not gonna make it. But at least they can make money off their likeness and things of that nature. But listen, man. Let me get out of here, man. Turbo, always a pleasure, man. Get ready for this game tonight.
Yeah.
Fabe, I'll see you later.
Definitely, man. Let's get going, Turbo.
Yeah.
It was for
so
tonight.
You said like around halftime you click back on?
Yeah, I think that's better so I could at least watch something before because it was supposed to 8:30.
Yeah.
Let me see if I get a 8:30. Let me see if I can at least watch a movie right now.
Yeah. All
right, fellas. 8. So I guess 9:30, 10 o'clock halftime.
Like 9:30 would be like around halftime. Yeah.
So what? 3 more hours from now. This is crazy. Yo, Turbo, we killing it. 4.5 hours going live.
So
you're welcome.
So if we make
you're welcome.
Yeah. So you saying like how if we have to like if we was to if we really want to make bread off this, like we have to like be on a certain hour or something? It's like some
nah. It's right now. We're not monetized on YouTube, so you need
we're just streaming live. We're not officially monetized. Okay, I see what you mean.
You could ask your man, G Money. They know like once you get, it's hard. Like some people buy monetized YouTube channels, so you could do that. You could cheat, pay money. People are selling channels that are already monetized, but I'm not going that route. We built it up. Everybody that be jumping on. When I seen Nick Pillow, I don't know. I seen Nick Pillow the other day, but everyone that jumps on it helps. That's why it's amazing because, you even if you do get monetized, you still need the backing so they can watch. We need the same crowd that we have on Instagram, the same crowd Dom has on Twitter. Like farming these audiences are important because then we get to get them all on here, and we're doing the same thing. So you might as well do it on YouTube so we get paid for it. So then what happens? Now, imagine we get paid. We don't got to go to our regular jobs anymore, and now we're really producing some shit because I think we're fully capable of that. You know what I mean? And then once we do that, it'll be, sky's the limit because. I mean, my goal at the end of the day when who talks to me is original content. Original content. Ain't nobody gonna be fucking with me with that. Like I have too much shit in store for that. So, but
and we have, and it's not like we have the back ends behind the scenes, because if you look, like all of us coming together as a unit, and then with Flea interviewing all of these great players and stuff like that, and now that helps us plug in because he's in the mix, so that helps us grow. And then Rockstar Mel with his connect, Beloved with his connect, so that help that will help. That also would help too.
But I think the biggest help is like people like yourself that jump on, right? But ground up, but also just being like, this is important because we show consistency. So you know how it goes.
That's the thing. Yeah, that's the one thing. It's not like we're on like once a week. Like we're on like damn near almost every day. So people are seeing it. Like, oh wow, like these cats are really serious about that.
Yeah, and imagine imagine being that consistent. The first, go back to any artist that you ever discover, right? And all of a sudden they got like an album's worth of material you get to go back and reference. It's like like damn, you see all the potential in the world, and then all of a sudden when they get that big, now they get to walk through the doors of the big corporations that really run everything, and they can give you access to not just more money, but a easier way to compartmentalize everything. All right, so we'll be on Monday, Thursday, Fridays. But what about Saturdays at 6 p.m.? I think you guys have a time slot here, and we got a litany of editors. Boom. Now, now it takes away. It's just the timing of everything. And now we can focus more on the creation of the content, being creative. Because that's the thing that we're taking away from, for the most part, is you're eating away at your creativity, because that's what we need. We got the writers, we got the writing, we got the ideas. Yeah. We just need to tap into that budget that'll take us off, and take us off to take us off.
Yeah. Yeah. Nah, I was just saying, I was like, yo, with this and all, and everybody is smart, and everybody is different from each other. That's the one thing that I think that makes us so ill. And and everybody has an ego and different personalities. That's why it clicks. If we have the same damn personality, it wouldn't work. It wouldn't make any sense.
Nah, it'll be whack. It'll be like I see the other guys. We see, come on, man, Players Choice, and I like Ticket TV because it is raw. And then who else can we like? Even Dreamers Pro. Shout out to Dreamers Pro. Dreamers Pro gives a lot of game away. And I seen him come up from 3,000 subscribers, and now he has over 100,000. And I like JJ, even what JJ Redick does. But JJ Redick has, again, it don't take much for him to open that door. Somebody open the door for him, because you never know what happens behind the scenes in ESPN. Yeah. And but he has access. So that's my goal, is to get access to Spotify or Amazon Prime and or Apple, and because they're all fighting for the same thing, and they're fighting to get the attention that we already have, that we know. Even if they were to like look at Cam and May shit is crazy. Yeah. But you can't really compare, because they're legit stars. Like, they already dealt with everything imaginable. In terms of being a star, so they know what it takes in terms of MC, and they're MCs. They're real rappers. They grab a microphone, they know how to control the crowd. But with a camera in front of them, you're talking about two legit stars. And Mace is a star. Cam is a star. That's why when you hear him talk, it's like, it's not a surprise. Like, of course they're gonna be great. You know. But add to that, what's up, Smiles? Add to that the fact that, they know sports, they know what they're doing, they look like they care.
And they played, and people forget they both played ball. Right? People forget Cam was one of the nicest players in the city and back in the day.
Right. So
a lot of people forgot about.
But we got a lot of people on here that are nice.
Yeah, of course.
So to add to that, we're a group. But like you said, the whole machine that comes together, and then we got to figure out how to get other people paid as well. Like, that's the key part. Like, how we're gonna have these guests, and how to, because it's one thing to get paid, and they, you finally get to work work for yourself in this game, but it's
Mhm.
also about like how does everybody get paid? Because they
Yeah.
already have that structure and it's structured that way for a reason. The writers
Mhm.
get paid this much, they get this much equity per episode or from the company, all that stuff. You know, they divvy it up their own way. Like it's Hollywood at the end of the day. It's all Hollywood. So
Yeah.
and it, so like that's I can't wait for that. That's the part that like the reason why even when I'm tired, I still come on here. Even when it's 4 a.m, I still come on because I know I believe, and I think
Yeah.
everyone else that like it's exciting when somebody says they believe. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So it's amazing because it like for you to say you believe, I meet you from a hole in the wall. I don't know you. I mean, before all this. Now I got a better grasp of who Turbo is, but for you to like, it feels like you believe. Like you ain't on here. I don't think you would waste your time to talk. Why you gonna talk to me for? Like, what the fuck do I know? You know what I mean? But it's confirmation on what I believe. Like there's nothing that's being human. Like there's nothing like is love. Like there's nothing like love. Like love is what you know. You're not on here because you're scared. You know you could scare people into whatever. But I never had thing with Cam and Mace. They already had the backing. Like they're just farming their normal fans into this, and it works because they're great. Don't get me wrong, but we're farming each other's audiences on this level. So imagine if once we get the real consistent guests, that next, I don't want to call it a cosign, but there is a door that we're gonna walk through. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen real soon, and all of a sudden, oh shit, 10,000 people are watching us. Oh, okay. Now this is a different level. And we're gonna have this same conversation. We're gonna have it again. Turbo is gonna be about. Remember what we said? June 9th, Friday, June 9th of 2023. Remember when you said that? Now we're here, so we can't be scared. And I'm ready.
Oh yeah, this is just I feel like this is just a practice stone. Shit, I'm still practicing with myself. I want to do my own show because I at one point I really didn't want to do. When I said I wanted to do my own show, I didn't want to do it by myself. I had one female partner that was because it said she was going to do it, but she didn't take me seriously enough. She just said yes just because we have that cool relation, just because we're cool and we have that relationship. And it's hard to say no. I know she looking at it like it's hard to tell him no because he's such a cool dude. Like, yo, if you don't want to do it, just tell me. I don't care. Then I can figure something out. You know what I'm saying? And then I just got to a point when the pandemic hit, and I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna try it. Let me just interview the people that I know, and everything will just take care of itself. It is what it is.
And I think that's part of it, though. That's part of the journey is, like, I've worked with people that I had to create. Like my man B, we started to put it in perspective channel first, and we had crazy chemistry. But for whatever reason, like we both have families, it's hard.
Yeah.
This shit is hard. So your family's gonna be affected and involved, and when you, especially when you take it seriously. So it's hard on them, and they can like this is me in my crib. So once we got even when the studio, it's still time apart, and you're building you're really building a corporation. So what you just spoke about is the journey of who you're gonna work with, and it's like that's part of how. When you finally get to that level we just talked about, we're going to walk through that door. The whole thing about everybody can't come, all of a sudden, those same people that couldn't come before, it's like there's some people you still want to pull up. There's this crowd of people that just can't walk through that door with you because, it works this way. It's some things you just can't imagine. The grand scheme you will, but there's things that you just can't foresee, and you have to be ready for it. And people that you can't work with that not that they don't help you get there, but even a person that no longer worked with you for whatever reason, they were shy on saying that for whatever reason, that was another, like, you're going to be able to recognize that same thing again in the future. Like, oh, you don't want to work with me. It's okay. You'll say it even earlier then because it's a waste of time. It's like, I don't want to waste my time when we could build on this. Like everything is about not just money, but doing it the right way to make sure that we captivate, maintain our audience, and give them what they really want. I got to give my best. So giving my best would include making the right decisions as soon as possible. It's like
But
basketball.
now when I look at it now, it's like, you know what? It was a reason why it didn't happen. It was timing. That's what it was. That's what it all come down to. And this was way before like when people were like podcasting and all of that stuff was like really like coming in. It was like really coming in. I just wanted to do a show like Pardon the Interruption, because me and her always had like this disagreement. Like she was like a big Tom Brady fan, and I'm like, no, he's not the GOAT. We'll just go back and forth like that. We would go back and forth like that, and I was like, yo, let's do like a hood version of like Pardon Interruption, like us just not going at it, but just having a decent conversation, just having a good old conversation. And you know, she likes music, so we was gonna just touch on different topics like that from a girl and a guy's point of view. Like we was gonna do something ill like that.
Hold on, so I gotta hear real quick because I'm gonna get off and I got 3
Yeah,
minutes.
yeah.
I gotta hear why Tom Brady's not the GOAT.
I didn't say that. I said to me, Joe Montana. I feel like Joe Montana is a better quarterback than him. That's all.
Okay.
I respect Tom Brady. I don't. I mean, of course, you know, us as Giants fans, we had to hate him because we had to play against him. You know?
Oh no. I'd rather people say he's a GOAT because we beat the GOAT twice.
Yeah.
So I don't mind that.
Yeah,
I just don't think at his peak, like there's a reason, like we said about Joker, it's tougher for him. He comes into the league with his second round draft pick.
Yeah.
He's not even his first 3 or 4 years. He doesn't have the impact he has now, and nowhere near it. The other guys, you know, like you said, Joe Montana, John Elway.
Yeah.
You can't tell me Tom Brady's better than John Elway.
But think about it. Joe Montana, look at the defense that he had to play against, and he had no interceptions or no turnovers. He had to battle the Bears and the Giants. That nasty defense. Think about that.
Yeah, there were super defensive teams allowed back then, and when the Patriots had to play a kind of version of that, they broke Tom Brady's leg and they changed the rules of you can't touch the quarterback anymore. And now it's like basketball. So when people complain about that, I get it. The rule changes and everything, you know, it affects the game in a sort of way. But the physicality, we can't say that it doesn't affect the game because in football, you see it. There's straight nothing but zone defenses now. Back in the day, you played zone, but it was more or less like we're playing.
I mean, for him not to for him to win 4 Super Bowls, and remember, he had one before Jerry Rice got there.
I forgot about that, or I didn't.
A lot of people don't talk about that.
But it's not just Jerry Rice though. The 49ers were a super team. Like the Redskins, I think I'm more impressed with the Redskins running the 80s than the 49ers. 1,000%. Joe Gibbs with 3 different quarterbacks.
Yeah, he won with 3 different quarterbacks.
I'm more impressed with that.
That is insane. That's insane. That is insane too.
In the NFC against, like you said, the Giants and the 49ers.
And the Bears too. The Bears' defense was no joke.
The Bears in the NFC.
No, we're just saying this the conference. Just the conference.
The Bears are NFC.
Yes. Bears
so look,
the Bears had to battle the Giants in San Francisco. So you had to go and the Philadelphia
Eagles, right? I was gonna say that.
Was no joke either.
Reggie White is right there. The gap
you had
between
Buddy Ryan's father was the defensive coordinator on that team too. So
Buddy Ryan coached the
Eagles defense. He was the defensive coordinator. And well, no, he was the Bears. He went with the Bears, and then he went with the
Eagles.
The Eagles, yeah.
He coached Chris Carter. Chris Carter on Coke on the Eagles.
Yeah.
So and back then those were all super teams though. So I'd imagine every other team was kind of garbage. Back then, like let's say the Steelers of the 80s, like the Jets had the front four, but they weren't who else? Like the Bengals were right with Esiason, but they were okay. Yeah,
but they made the Super Bowl. They did make the Super Bowl.
That one season, and then Marino and who else was in the AFC back then? Like that's not who's in the AFC in the 80s. You know what I mean? Like that's tough. Like because again, with basketball we can do that, but football is not talked about like that. It's not dissected the way we do basketball. Basketball is way more of a part of American culture.
Yeah. That's why I was saying. Listen, I think Tom Brady is one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. There's no, I mean, you can't take nothing away from what he has done, what he's done. But for me, I think if you ask me in a vacuum, I'm going to take Joe Montana. I'll take Joe Montana over because I've seen what he's done. To have no interception with real defense, to go against those defense, like I said, that's insane. No interceptions.
The Broncos made it twice because LA lost twice in the 80s, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they played who? They played the Giants.
The Giants, and I think they did play San Francisco.
Yeah, they got smacked.
Yeah.
Who else? Did the Patriots make it? I think they lost.
The Pacers got it. Yeah, the Giants beat them that second, and then I think that's when LT won the MVP that year.
So there's this. So we could go back and talk about that's going to be ill if we do football. Like if we do like breakdown football for real like this. Oh my God! Because again, I think there's one guy I knew who used to argue about the Redskins all the time. I'm like, yo, that is kind of crazy. Like they didn't have no LT. They didn't have like who? I can't name 4 guys on the Redskins from the 80s. It's the cornerback Darryl Green, Mark Rippon, Joe Theismann. Who's the first black quarterback that won?
Doug Williams.
I forgot the other quarterback. I can't name their wide receivers. All I remember is Darryl Green, off the top of my head. Like everybody else, you can't name them. The star was really Joe Gibbs.
Joe Theismann and Joe Theismann.
Yes, Joe Theismann. The single back halfback offense is that was the star of the team. We had to block LT. Right. So I think I'm way more impressed with that shit. And Joe Gibbs, that's why when they say Belichick's the best all time, like I can't say that shit. He didn't I'm pretty sure he did some new shit or whatever. He was on the Giants defensive staff. So he watched what Joe Gibbs did. He watched what Buddy Ryan did. He watched what Bill Parcells did. You know, we gotta get. He didn't play against super teams. He didn't learn how to beat. I mean, actually, I can't say that. He did learn with LT how to beat those teams, but I just can't flat out say he's the best head coach ever. That's crazy to me. Yeah, that's crazy to me. Like they ain't no best.
I think I would put. Like you said, I would, and then I definitely would have to put. For me, I definitely would put Bill Parcells up there.
I don't think, sure. and I think Joe Gibbs is,
Joe Gibbs too. Joe Gibbs. But for like I said, like with him, that's why I always say. I compare him to he was the Larry Brown of the NFL. One thing about those two, no, on Bill Parcells. One thing about those two, they don't stay in one place too long, but they turn it around. They'll turn it around shortly.
He knows when to leave.
Yeah. They both know when to leave. They both know where to live. They both know when to leave.
Parcells know with the bounce, man.
Yeah.
And he was ill. Like nobody.
Because the Giants were terrible.
Even Popovich. Who's a better coach to listen to for a press conference than Bill Parcells? Who's in his category?
As far as what? Having the crazy quote, having one of the crazy quotes?
Yeah, no, just ill. Like
when Bill Parcells said, "Hey, if you want me to buy the groceries, you gotta let me cook the dinner." Some crazy.
He just didn't play any games.
And I forgot what he said. I forgot he talked about one player, and they asked about him, and then he called him a she. I forgot who it was. I was like, "Yo, Bill Parcells is insane." Yo, he's insane.
Belichick is horrible.
He's one of the worst. He's one of the worst. So is Andy Reid. Andy Reid is worse at the press conference.
Andy Reid is trash. Andy Reid is he's up there top 20 coaches all time minimum.
Yeah.
There. Did Schottenheimer not get I thought the way they speak about him now, I'm just like, damn, I thought he got LT getting hurt and something else happening prevented him from really winning because they had the best defense one season, it looked like, and then LT just got hurt. I think they played the Jets back-to-back weeks, and the Jets beat it in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So I was a big football head, and now I'm just, and a lot of it has to do with the video games. I think I would know every player, I would know who was fast.
Yeah, it's crazy. But that would be an ill story. Like, who is the greatest coaches in NFL history?
Yeah,
that we definitely gotta bring that up.
Yeah, Belichick is a prisoner of the moment because then who's second place in this era? They don't even talk about that shit. Andy Reid got to be in the conversation, right? The Harbaugh brother in Baltimore, and the guy in Pittsburgh.
Tomlin to me. Oh no, Tom. I think Yo, Tomlin, he don't get enough credit. He has not had a losing season yet. He's always been over 500. He has no losing record.
That's tough.
That's great. And he's a black coach. Let's think about that. But he is in Pittsburgh. Like Pittsburgh, they don't fire coaches. They're patient. That's one thing we gotta give the Pittsburgh Steelers. They only had 3 coaches in their history. That's insane.
I kind of hated their Sergeant Slaughter coach back in the day. I thought he was a little overrated. Crower. Damn, what's his name with the mustache? He looked like Sergeant Slaughter.
Oh, Bill Cowher.
Bill Cowher. Yeah. I thought he was like okay, but they all seem to implement. No, Jim Johnson wasn't there. Jim Johnson was in the Eagles. He's forgotten about as well. Jim Johnson was an amazing defensive coach for the Philadelphia Eagles. Yeah, but I think Joe Gibbs versus Bill Belichick. I want to see who got. I want to see. I'm gonna look up some.
But you know, people are gonna go with Belichick.
Listen, man. They can say whatever the fuck they want to say. We just broke down why Joe Gibbs got a shot. All these teams he played against. He actually beat Belichick as a defensive coordinator with Parcells.
Exactly.
So what are we talking about right now?
Exactly.
Like Joe Gibbs is a different. He's not talked about enough, and now he's like in NASCAR. I think he owns a team.
Yeah.
That's the one thing about him. He couldn't come back and win. If he would have been able to come back with Washington and win, changes to come and then leave again. That would have been crazy. I think he was trying to do that. That would have been crazy.
Oh yeah, that would have been insane. Yeah,
that would have been nuts. Because, but again, he couldn't win. See, that's why Belichick gets that fucking credit, bro. Now I'm going back and forth. I'm wavering because Belichick is winning in the 80s as a defensive coordinator. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then he wins in the new era. He is the coach in the new era. So he wasn't the head coach, but damn.
Yeah, but all of those guys came out of the Bill Parcells camp. All of them guys, the Belichicks and what you call it that he had with him, but they never really after they leave Belichick because they don't really become great coaches after they leave his. What's his freaking name? It'll come back to me, but I'm gonna let you go and then we'll figure that out later.
Yeah, we will. Because who out of Belichick's camp? You saying or out of Parcells?
No, all of them came out of Bill Parcells' camp, and then
Andy Reid.
No, not Andy Reid. No, I was talking about the staff that was on Belichick's staff. They all came from Parcells' clique
back then. Yeah. He borrowed.
They had damn. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. Damn. And he was the head coach for a minute with Houston. With the Houston Texans. And then they fired him.
Black dude or?
Yeah, it was black.
Romeo Crennel?
Yeah, Romeo Crennel. Yeah, he was part of that Giant staff too.
I didn't know that. I didn't know Romeo Crennel was a part of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Romeo Crennel, and then the other coach that was coaching Notre Dame, he was a part of that clique too.
I don't remember that.
He was a white guy, but it'll come. But I'm gonna let you go. I know you got the kids waiting on you, but we'll talk later though.
You don't give a fuck about me. He got his iPad, but I'm a prime over here. Ain't ruining my fucking my wife and yelling at me. Turbo, hour and a half. We'll be back. Well, halftime we said, right?
Yeah.
You already know.
Yes, sir.
All right.